center of the city where the roads meet to the depths of the ocean where the whole sand sets to you. I was moving through the silence with that ocean waiting for you. I found you. Raise the volume. Raise the temperature. Raise the volume. Raise the temperature. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Keep it up. Everybody get loose. It's your time. The living cycle. Put it like a phone. I rock the show. Coming in high. We're coming in low. Come rock. Come move. Just work out.
that is the most powerful performance I've ever seen on West.
Hello, hello, everyone. Hello, hello. It's showtime. It's showtime. Turn it up. Oh, yeah. Come on, my niggas. Come on. Let's go. Come on, niggas. I know you love to dance. I know you niggas love to dance. Come on, niggas. Dance and sing. Entertain me. Come on, my niggas. I know you love to dance and sing. Niggas love to dance and sing. Is that a stereotype? Is it true? Don't you just love people that say, that's a stereotype? That's just a stereotype. Niggas don't love to dance and sing. Really? And they don't love watermelon and fried chicken. Really? Hello, Rashawn. Hello, Trace. Hello, Salty Siren. Who else is here? We got a few in the house here today. Who else is here? What other niggas are here? Is that all we have here? Come on, my niggas. Come on. Come on out and celebrate. Come on out and party. Oh, I love it. I love it. So I had a premiere earlier today, and I think it went rather well. What do you think? Do you think it went okay? Here it is. Here. Right over here. We Are Awake. When you do a YouTube search for We Are Awake TV, his channel pops up on top. The Imposter. But I took over his channel. The first two short videos that pop up are by me. I took over.
So here we are, people, once again in the present moment, as always. Or that's where we should always be. But we're not really there, are we? Truly. Are we really there when we repeat the stories and the history and these characters and who said this, who did that, what happened then, which was written by these same beings that have lied to us about everything, and everything's backwards. So why take any story as truth or internalize it as something or apply it to anything or believe it to be so or even matter in the present moment? What does it matter? What does any story or character and what they've done, what they said, or what they're going? So here we are.
And here's another one for him. Much love, people. Here we are in the present moment. We're always in the present moment. It's all about the present moment. You know? This whole thing is a loop, people. It's all about the present moment. It's all about the present moment. This whole thing is a loop, people. You know? So we're going back to the search results on YouTube. If you type in We Are Awake TV, as your search or query, and he is a query, I think. I think he's a query. I think Ian might be a query. I don't think he has any wit, any humor, any personality. He's like a fucking corpse. He's like a Weekend at Bernie's creature. But if you do a search, a lot of the videos are by me. We Are Awake, but these two shorts are by me that pop up. And then these videos are by me. This one here, We Are Awake TV, 5 months ago, it's by me.
I've changed a lot. It's all on record. Go to my Odyssey. It's all there. So this is a big part of my walk. Okay?
At least
And I've only been real as fuck. I've been wrong. I've corrected myself, this and that. But for me, I'm the realest motherfucker on YouTube. I don't care what anybody says. Honestly. And I'm fucking humble and fucking I have humility too. So
how could those two?
you want to throw me in a box with these other agents and
Yeah, how do those go together? He's the realest motherfucker on YouTube, he claims. But he's also humble and has humility too. And he said he doesn't care what anybody says. Really, you're the realest motherfucker. Ian, come on. You're a complete fraud. You're a complete joke. You contradict yourself completely. You're a loser. You're a liar. And you're a fraud. And I am exposing you.
and disgusting people in our realm that I've already had awareness of decades ago, and you're trying to paint me a picture like I'm some fucking Freemason agent. So you are the agent to me, but you don't even know it.
Well, you won't catch any.
Those are the worst agents. Subscribe to the missing link. I've changed a lot. It's all on record. Go to my Odyssey. It's all.
Listen to his voice. I've changed a lot. I've changed a lot. Why are you so angry and triggered, Ian? Why are you so angry?
There. So this is a big part of my walk. Okay?
At least
And I've only been real as fuck. I've been wrong. I've corrected myself, this and that. But for me, I'm the realest motherfucker on YouTube. I don't care what anybody says.
I don't care what anybody says. Yeah, right. Really. You're a fraud. You're a fraud.
Honestly. And I'm fucking humble and fucking I have humility too.
And I'm fucking humble and I have fucking humility too. Really? Really? Shit. What? What are you talking about? It's like somebody going around saying, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best at everything. But I'm fucking humble and I have fucking humility too. I don't care what anybody says. What are you talking about? You don't make any sense. You contradict yourself sentence after sentence. More than just about anybody I've ever seen. Holy shit.
So
how could those two?
you want to throw me in a box with these other agents and disgusting people in our realm that I've already had awareness of decades ago, and you're trying to paint me.
Oh, decades ago. Really? I don't think so. I don't think you had awareness of them decades ago. I don't believe you, Ian. I don't believe you whatsoever. So this premiered hours ago. We Are Awake TV exposed. He wanted an expose. Let's check this out. Ian, you wanted an expose. Now this is going to come up whenever anybody searches for We Are Awake TV. This is what pops up, Ian. We Are Awake TV exposed. You wanted this. You begged me. You pleaded. You said, please. I'm congratulating you. You got what you want, bitch. You got what you wanted. Joel, I'm not the realm.
Exactly. So how did you get there?
Hello, everyone. I'm going to expose Ian as a liar, as a fraud, as a droopy dog, as a hypocrite, as a loser, as someone that begs for shekels. This was him 6 months ago, begging for shekels on his channel, $5 a month. But he's a complete liar. He lies. He was watching the chat throughout his live stream that I was on. He's a complete fraud. He's talked about getting out of this realm. He's flip-flopped completely. He's an absolute lying fraud of a fucking hypocrite. And he's being exposed. He begged me to expose him. You got it. You got it.
Of being born in a hell realm would be put bad karma to those that keep this thing going. But if manifestation works, why can't we manifest our ass out of here? This is the problem. We are enslaved here. If we can't freely leave, it is a prison.
So
I mean,
two things.
so if we are creating this, and I mean, if we're this and that, then it's just, there's this overwhelming evidence of this thick presence on an energetic level. And you said one thing real quick, not to bounce around, but you said only a good creator would create such a beautiful place, but this isn't even real. It's all codes. When I go in Best Buy and I walk by the new TVs, it's more beautiful than nature, more vibrant. And a piece of trash, some factory enslaved China, and AI created that.
I think the original.
Oh, wow. Back then, 6 months ago, he was saying we weren't creating this. He was saying it's more beautiful looking at high-resolution TVs, 4K, whatever, 8K TVs. More beautiful on television screens than nature, more vibrant. He's changed his tune completely. He's a liar. He's a fake. He's a hypocrite. He's a flip-flopper. He's changed completely in 6 months. Wow.
Design was meant to be beautiful, and
Possibly, I agree with that.
and it's been hacked. That's literally
Yeah,
my point.
it's a possibility. Yeah.
and I want to rehack it with powerful creators like you and everyone on this channel. I think we have the power to take this matrix over, and we could do it through our intent and our
Hey,
literally our intent.
no, I appreciate that. And this is the thing. This is my perspective. Is like, we're in a war here, right? And in war, like, for reals, people, for our existence beyond this realm.
All right. So there he was 6 months ago saying that we're in a war here for our existence beyond this realm, beyond here. Today he's saying there's nowhere else to go. This is it. Just the present moment. There's nowhere to go, nowhere else, that this is all there is. He's a complete liar, a fraud, a flip-flopper. Don't trust him.
And not everyone can be infantry. Not everyone can be medics. Not everyone can be airmen, et cetera, et cetera. So we all have our part to play. And I don't mean that in, like, you know, that type of sense when people hear that, like NPC stuff. But we all have our role to play in this war. And some of us have different perspectives too. So that's kind of how I look at it when people come with certain perspectives. And like, we could have been connected. Ryan B could be a part of this war with us, and we're all in this. And we have to take up certain perspectives sometimes for our journey against this parasitic enemy. So I kind of take that perspective on this too, when somebody comes from something that I don't necessarily agree with. But at the same time, we're here together right now having this conversation. So I appreciate it. And I like the dynamic conversation. But so it's more of, I see what you're saying. I'm not at all focused on like fixing this place. It's more of for me, if like we're such creator beings and it's like this, and this, then why can't we get out of the system totally, regroup, look back at it and go from there? That's what I'm saying. I just want.
All right. So he just said, why can't we get out if we're such creator beings and regroup and do this? But 6 months later, he doesn't talk about getting out at all. He says there's nowhere else to go. Nowhere to go. This is all there is, he says. Just the present moment, people, you know, just the present moment.
So it's more of I see what you're saying. I'm not at all focused on like fixing this place. It's more of for me, if like we're such creator beings and it's like this, and this, then why can't we get out of the system?
If there was no evil in the world, there wouldn't be trans people. Any other period in history, we knew that chopping someone's genitals off was a severe and horrible punishment. Only in this upside down, satanic run society that we live in could people possibly say something as idiotic as that is the way of love and compassion. And too many of you have been too silent about this because you're scared and you're cowards. And now your country is overrun by Somali trans refugees who are exploiting every last dollar out of your system. Fantastic. Awesome. I hope the sports ball is worth it. If there was no evil in the world, there wouldn't be trans people.
Hey, hey, my. The Sanity Machine can never die. There's more to the picture than meets the eye. Hey, hey, my. El Diablo can never die. There's more to the picture than meets the eye. Hey, hey, my. Hello, Crazy River. I'm not sure who you are, but whoever you are, it's good to see you. Happy Thor's Day, everyone. Happy Thor's Day. Hey, hey, my. El Diablo can never die. Ladies love El Diablo. Let's jump on over. I was a guest on this show, on this shitty show earlier today, and I got kicked off for some reason. I don't know why he kicked me off.
Is good. Not every idea is wholesome.
True that.
That is what makes us. Sorry, go ahead.
The idea of money. That's where I was going to back to.
Money,
but please, go ahead, Nick. Go ahead, Nick.
I mean,
please.
what I was going to say, like the unique thing about humans is we can imagine, and our ability to imagine in our head, oh, we could do this, we could make this. You know, that's what makes us really creative. But we do need motivation, and unfortunately, like if you look throughout history, I mean, so many of the technologies which we use every day started with warfare. I mean, GPS, what we're doing right now, teleconferencing on the internet, and it's sort of, you know, it's unique among all humans that warfare really gets us really creative, and that's a problem. We get motivated.
Not only warfare, it's not just warfare. Imagination is more important than knowledge. Nick, you sound a lot like Denizen.
And we have to think about this too. In the paradox of that, the military being the portal to the advancements, even in coding and language.
Yeah.
So go back to the origins of language. Was it a military front to indoctrinate?
No, it was LSD. It was acid. The origins of language was psilocybin mushrooms, and that's how language formed.
But was it used and brought about as a military form?
No.
For a weaponization against the people to indoctrinate them?
Language? No, it was about sharing.
Sharing what? Knowledge? Knowledge about that they gained from the wars?
No, you're addicted to war, dude. You're fixated on war.
No,
it's about language. Like it was about sharing and sharing food and communication. It wasn't about war. Why do you assume it was about war?
No, I'm talking about the language that we see today, the written language, and its origin, and the concept that we just spoke of. And
I'm saying the origin was based on sharing. It wasn't war. Why do you go to war? It wasn't all war.
It's probably my fault.
It might be. You sound like Denizen, though, Professor. Do you know that guy Denizen, Digital Denizen?
A little bit.
El Perro's shaking his head a little bit. This little pipsqueak, little pissant, push broom mustache has me banned on his channel. He's a wimp. He's a wimp.
Yeah, no, I've seen him on the panel before. I think I was watching him yesterday on The Machine Lies.
I thought it was Denizen.
He might have said something intelligent, and I think I complimented him on it.
Yeah, he said once in a while he does come up with something semi-intelligent. I've seen him say a few things once in a while that were all okay. Semi-intelligent. If he sees this, it's going to bother him. I love it. I love it. Baxter Small is in the chat. It should be Baxter Large. She's really misrepresenting herself. She's not Baxter. Baxter Small. I called her Baxter Large. Baxter Large. Be who you are. Don't try to misrepresent yourself, you big bitch. Baxter Large. Baxter Large. Yeah, he said once in a while he does come up with something semi-intelligent. I've seen him say a few things once in a while that were all okay. Baxter Small is in the chat. It should be Baxter Large. She's really misrepresenting herself. She's not Baxter Small. Hello to GI Flow. Hello there. Hello.
Hey, it's Kash Patel.
So the premise I was trying to lay out there was that when people go to war and they invade another culture and they find new ideas and concepts in that other culture.
Yeah.
Okay. Now
this El Perro push broom stash loves to hear himself speak. I'd rather listen to AH speak with the mustache than this guy. This guy sucks. El Perro absolutely sucks. You absolutely suck. You're terrible. Keith Little, you tiny little Keith. Tiny little creepy Keith.
they have an advancement in their society by winning the war, and they assimilate not just the people, but its cultures too. So
he loves to hear himself speak. You're full of shit, Keith. Nobody listens to you. That's the mainstream history, Keith. That's the mainstream historical view. You're really not teaching us anything new, but he doesn't like that. Look at this. I think they've lied to us about the history of wars.
And that's my point.
Oh, that's your point. Okay. I thought that was my point. Are you stealing my point now? Look at him roll his eyes. His eyes rolled there. He rolled his eyes. He's getting upset. He's getting triggered. He's getting very upset. I love it. I love it. He's a piece of shit. He's a demon. He's getting triggered. Look at this.
And that's my point.
Oh, that's your point. Okay. I thought that was my point. Are you stealing my point now, El Perro? You're getting angry. Just calm down, dude. Calm down, bitch.
You wouldn't let me finish my statement so I could help.
I let you finish. Shut up. You go on and on and on. You just ramble on. You never make a good point. You suck, dude. You're a coward.
Explain the way I saw it, and you interjected.
Jumping around. He's a little triggered pissant. I love it. Look at this little muppet.
And tried to straw man me.
El Perro,
that's bullshit.
Salute, Jack. I'm still on El Perro. I'm still on Team Jack's gonna save the world. You people drive me crazy. I don't get you guys anymore. Team Jack's gonna save the world. How do we get it done?
You're a fucking idiot. This guy at the bottom. He's up Flow State's ass. GI Flow. What a loser. An absolute loser.
Make it fucking happen. God bless you.
I agree. I'm with that as well.
I'm not with that. I'm against that. Jack kicks me off his show. Fuck you, Jack Talcott, kicking me off your show. Shave that beard. I'm going to start telling him to shave his beard.
Like I told him yesterday, I don't know that it can happen, but I'm on the bandwagon because I think it too should happen. I think it too would be a good world without the wars and the secrets. I think it too would be.
Shut up. Shut up.
Be a good world where each went out and shared their talents.
Shut up.
I don't know what's wrong with that.
Get angry. You want peace, you can't get angry out there. You want peace, you can't get angry out there.
I believe it's going to happen. GI Flow, welcome. Thank you for that. I turned your volume up a little bit because you came in a little bit soft, but the sentiment was received, the support.
He is a little bit soft. He is a little bit soft. Look at even Jack laughed. at this. He is a little bit soft. Look at this.
No, no.
I got him. He is a little bit soft. I gotta replay that. He is a little bit soft. Watch this. You can't get angry out there.
I believe it's going to happen. GI Flow, welcome. Thank you for that. I turned your volume up a little bit because you came in a little bit soft, but the sentiment was received, the support.
He is a little bit soft.
No, no, that dude gets hard, man. Hey, we live in a world of confusion. We don't know what we don't know. And it's okay not to know.
Jack said that dude gets hard. How would you know, Jack? Have you been with GI Flow to know if he gets hard? Does he get hard inside of you, Jack? Oh, you perverts. You freaking degenerates. I knew it. They're degenerates. They're sodomites over there. They're a bunch of sodomites. This one here, and they're sodomites. El Perro and Jack and GI Flow gay and this OTW loser.
Know everything. But it's not okay to lie. It's not okay to be dishonest.
Well, Jack, let me ask you a good question here. How do you feel about Elon Musk and Trump falling out right now over the great big bill? Is this not another example of how there's no hope and we should just pray and hope Jesus returns? Am I a pessimist, Jack? Am I a pessimist?
Yes, you are. But you're in the right place at the right time and you're asking the right questions, because I see it as an opportunity. It's an incredible opportunity for me. I just haven't figured out what to do with it or how to capture it, because what it shows is dysfunction. It's showing who they are, right? They lack loyalty. Donald Trump revealed himself where his lack of loyalty is.
Well, it shows that it's nothing but a big popularity contest, like I've been saying all along. The argument is whether Elon was the credence to Trump being elected. It's a popularity. I'm the one that got you elected. Why are you trying to cut my government contracts? I got you elected. No, I think it was more so Bear and Trump.
Is this guy an
Perro makes a great point. Perro makes a great point. So the deal. Hold on. So the deal was so good that it wasn't as good as Elon wanted it to be. Perro makes a great point.
Are you one of the immigrants Trump wants to deport, is what I'm asking? The GI guy? Are you a soldier, or he's dressed as a soldier? Are you one of the immigrants Trump wants to deport? Are you? I love it. Oh, I'm cracking myself up today. I love it. Jack Talcott's sitting there shaking his head. I love it. I love getting back at these fucking twats, these losers.
New York City. I've had a passport before most of you white motherfuckers realized you needed one.
Is this guy an
Perro makes a great point. Perro makes a great point. So the deal. Hold on. So the deal was so good that it wasn't as good as Elon wanted it to be. Perro makes a great point.
Are you one of the immigrants Trump wants to deport, is what I'm asking? The GI guy? Are you a soldier, or he's dressed as a soldier?
I've had a passport. I was a baby. I was born in Queens, New York City. I've had a passport before.
I don't care where you were born.
Before most of you white motherfuckers realized you needed one just to fly.
Look at him laughing. Look at this. Jack is anti-white. He laughs anytime people make fun of whites. But if you make fun of brown people, he can't take it. If you make fun of blacks, he can't take it. Jack is anti-white. He's an anti-white, full of white guilt liberal.
Fly out of the country. That's the difference.
You sound anti-white.
That's the difference.
He sounds anti-white. He says white motherfuckers. He's anti-white, this creature. Are you a soldier, or he's dressed as a soldier?
I've had a passport. I was a baby. I was born in Queens, New York City. I've had a passport before most of you white motherfuckers realized you needed one just to fly out of the country. That's the difference.
You sound anti-white.
That's the difference.
Are you one of the guys that Trump wants to deport?
You can't fucking listen. If you don't have a passport, don't talk about who has American credibility. Are you still using a driver's license to travel out of the country?
I asked.
It doesn't happen anymore. Doesn't
You
happen.
were triggered.
Steven?
Triggered.
You
Sorry,
do
go
realize that you have
No,
pale skin,
nobody's
right?
triggered. I'm just calling you guys out for needing to create a lot
Right.
of
Sounds
passports
triggered,
because you guys
dude.
would never get.
He sounds triggered. He sounds very triggered. He got very triggered there just by me asking if Trump was going to deport him. He got very triggered.
Right.
Sounds
Steven,
triggered.
you don't know
Tell
what
him,
you're
GI.
You don't know
I
who
do know what I'm doing, Jack. Shake your head all you want. I know exactly what I'm doing. Shake your head more.
you're
Some of us
talking
actually
to.
have
I
past.
yeah, I do know what I'm talking about. Just asked a question, Jack. I asked him a question.
Right.
That's all.
Right.
That's all.
But you're distracting and deflecting again, okay?
No, dude, come on.
'Cause-
I'm not. I'm bringing some entertainment to your boring ass show. Your show sucks when I'm not there. I'm bringing some entertainment. Great co-host today. We're having fun. We're having
GI
fun. I said we're having fun. He can't take it though. Watch this. He kicks me off soon after this.
GI Flow, he's actually a very sharp guy.
No, he's not. No, he's not. He's emotional.
But he's come into my life and I've disappointed him. I frustrate him. I think I confused him, but he's back. And I'm glad he's back because he's a character, man. He's got a bundle of
Brown
energy.
character. I just thought maybe he was one of the guys that Trump wanted to deport because I've seen a lot in the news about deportations on planes and shit.
Dude, there's some.
Yeah, I've seen deportations on planes and shit. I thought maybe Trump was going to send this guy in the bottom left, whatever his name is, this fat idiot, this fat Packy. I thought that Trump might send him packing. That's all.
Your audio's not coming through now. GI.
Yeah, he's got so triggered he muted himself. This GI dumbass muted himself.
Flow. Can't.
He's calling him Flo. Look at this.
hear
Yeah,
you.
you're muted. You're muted.
Get on your stupid little electric scooter or moped and drive away, Packy. Okay?
You're
He's
muted.
clueless. He doesn't know he's muted. He's clueless. He's stupid.
It must be that hat that he's wearing. It's
He's
got
stupid.
blocking the signal or something.
He's stupid.
We can't hear you.
Is that a hat? What is that? Is that a helmet or?
It looks like a bicycle cap. I don't know.
I thought it was a helmet or maybe there's a turban under there. I don't know. Who's this? Watch how quickly Jack comes with the white guilt to the defense. Watch this.
Hey,
Professor got a
would you
turban on.
stop? Hey, Steven.
Okay.
I really need you. I really insist. I don't need anything, but I would.
You really need me. What? What are you talking about? You're triggered, Jack. What are you so angry for? What's wrong with you? Look at El Perro's face. Look at this demon. Look at them. I triggered the whole panel.
Really appreciate it if you would see.
Is that a helmet or?
It looks like a bicycle cap. I don't know.
I thought it was a helmet or maybe there's a turban under there. I don't know. Who's this professor guy? Got a
Would you
turban on?
stop? Hey, Steven.
Okay.
I really need you. I really insist. I don't need anything, but I would really appreciate it if you would cease with all the race-based inferences and assumptions and comments. They're not as appropriate here as you might think. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. So I dropped him, and hopefully if he wants to connect, he's welcome to. There's something greater going on here. Please do, Steve. Thank you.
Well, somebody said in the chat room, they said, Stephen, don't be ignorant. But ignorance is lack of knowledge. It's not.
Yeah, I would have rephrased that and I would have said, Stephen, stop.
So as soon as I go to talk, OTW interrupts. Does Jack say, hey, don't interrupt? Of course not. Different rules for different people on these shit panels.
Acting ignorant. That would have been.
I'm not acting ignorant, though. I'm not. It's giving one's views is not ignorance. You're using the term wrong. You don't know what ignorance means. They don't know what ignorance means. They don't know what it means.
How about rude or?
I wouldn't say rude, but rude would be a good descriptor for you, Jack Talcott. You're often rude towards me. Often. That's closer, Jack. I think that would be closer as to accurate. You might be construed as rude to some, but it's definitely not ignorant because I am knowledgeable about race. So I'm not ignorant. I think maybe the people in the chat room might be ignorant about race. They haven't
Well,
looked
actually,
into
I
it.
don't think the
Look at him smile there. He knows it's true. He just smiled. He knows it's true. They're ignorant, and so are you, Jack. So are you, OTW. You're ignorant. You don't know what race means. You're a fool, and you're a fraud. You're just a troll. But you're not funny. That's the problem. You're not a funny troll. Look at his stupid image. Nothing is funny about you. That's just ugly and weird looking. It's not funny. It's not funny. It's just dumb.
the focus of ignorance was on the racial. It wasn't the.
I think that Luna's song said it's a phrase that Jack uses, Stephen. I'm not ignorant. That doesn't make sense to call me ignorant about race. I'm well informed and knowledgeable about race. I'm not ignorant.
Because you're misconstruing it.
Yeah, but
the focus was not around the.
I'm not misconstruing anything. You don't know what the words mean that you use, you fucking loser. Go get your teeth fixed. Go to a dentist.
That particular dynamic that you're mentioning, it was around the fact that you weren't bringing it back to the conversation at hand.
I'm talking about the chat room.
You were being ignorant to the fact that Jack didn't, how Jack functions around here. You were acting
You're being
ignorant. And you are knowledgeable. You were supposed to know these things, and you still conduct yourself in that manner. You reveal yourself without us doing anything.
Nick, you're broke up, Nick.
Nick, if that's you, I don't know what you're saying. I'm gonna kick you, brother. Have you reconnect. Go ahead and back in, all right? You're welcome, but that's not working.
Wow.
Yeah, audio.
Good God.
Welcome back to Genuine.
I got kicked off the show. Look at this idiot. Look what he's riding around on. Look at this baldy here with this little moped. I mean, this is just incredibly gay. Wow, look at this gay packy here. My goodness. What's going on here? What's up, my nigga? What's up, nigga?
Right? It was a podcast.
All right. Look, listen, Jack, you see this right here? It says God, body, and illumination, right?
That's so fucking stupid. So gay.
Jack, this is why I became a fan of yours, right? I was like, yo, this guy's really taking the Illuminati head on. He's really illuminating people.
He's not taking anyone head on. He's not doing anything
on the internet. They're
all so fucking fake and dishonest. It's sickening, these hypocrites.
Going for God is the factor here, and the devil controls the world. But it's like over time, it's not just you, Jack. It's many of these YouTube hosts. I'm starting to realize it's just I could turn on difference. Am I wrong for saying that? Am I a hater for saying that I've been disappointed by the people I thought were heading on that charge to fight evil in this world?
No, not at all. But on the other end, it would be nice to have some informational gain on this side as a leverage. That's what all relationships are dependent upon, is some kind of give and take leverage. No matter what it is, and I'm not talking about a leverage that you hold against each other. It's a leverage that you use to support each other.
Like a foundation and a house and the walls and it makes sense.
Okay, now let me make it uncomfortable, right? Look, I'm not trying to start a whole yell over each other's face. Let me make it uncomfortable, right? Okay. Now, when you have people who have the power and the tools to influence others and make change, but time after time, any time of, like energy you give into it, you realize it's just, I guess what you guys call on the internet, a grift. And, Jack, it's like when you were on Flo's panel that one time, that started our
You don't know. He doesn't know what a grift is. They're such fucking phonies. I don't know how people can stand them. The ones that defend them, you must be exactly like they are. I don't want to be around you creepy cockroaches that defend this shit.
Intensity with each other. I saw you as another person on the internet looking for how you can get viewership. I didn't see you as that Saint Talcott that will be in the new Bible of the New World. And since then, I've often doubted what your intentions are, because you spend most of your time arguing with people who don't care about your agenda.
It's funny that you mentioned that. I don't know what your real name is, but because
You can just call me AJ, bro.
All right, AJ.
Do you need me to move? Hold on. I'm so sorry. Go ahead. Keep talking. I'm going to mute.
I'm going to let him finish his conversation, because if he's not listening, there's no point in engaging, right?
Right.
No, I can hear you. I'm sorry. This public works guy was asking if my motorcycle's electric, and I was telling him it is. It's got a 4,000 watt Samsung battery, and it gets up to about 50 miles. So I don't use gas, and I ride around town when it's sunny out. You know, good times, right? So people ask me questions. Sorry. Go ahead. I can hear you.
He says he doesn't use gas, but how do you get the electricity and the lithium for the battery? Have you ever looked at lithium mines? All right. There's a lot of stupid people in this realm, of course. They know nothing, and this is what people like. They love know-nothings.
I'm going to let him finish his conversation, because if he's not listening, there's no point in engaging, right?
Right.
No, I can hear you. I'm sorry. This public works guy was asking if my motorcycle's electric, and I was telling him it is. It's got a 4,000 watt Samsung battery, and it gets up to about 50 miles. So I don't use gas, and I ride around town when it's sunny out. You know, good times, right? So people ask me questions. Sorry. Go ahead. I can hear you now.
All right. So what I was trying to tell you was, I started off on the wrong side of the bed, if you will, when it came to Jack, right? I always went up against him for at least like a good two whole consecutive years. All right. And this year I've had more of a Talcottian. He has changed my perspective. He's showed me patience. He's showed me determination. He's showed me consistency. He's showed me that he's trustworthy over a period of 3 years. Sometimes it takes time before people make their decisions. Sometimes it takes time before people want to involve themselves in something they don't really know if that person is actually really engaged with and really believes in.
Right, but OTW, no offense, dude. You've been beefing with Big Bro Flo, and he actually invited Jack to his humble abode. So it's it's hard for me to take what you're saying as like, you know, absolute non-biased credibility, because you've been beefing with Flo.
Jesus met with all kinds of different types of people, okay? You can't judge Jack for the people that he hangs around with. Jesus did not hang around with millionaires, rich people, government fucking employees. He hanged around with the fucking loser, failures, scumbag of the earth, fucking prostitutes, and that's who he was teaching.
Are you seeing that about Big Bro Flo right now? Is that what you're trying to imply?
No, I'm talking about Jack. You're the one who's implying Flo.
No. Let's reel back on your hypothetical. Jesus Christ hung out with the lepers and the prostitutes, and when the Pharisees would question him, he would say, "At least I know these people wear their hearts on their sleeves." I'm paraphrasing, but no, I know not what you do behind your closed doors and shuttered windows, right? So now what you're saying is Jack is Jesus in this situation, and Flo is the prostitutes and the lepers. Is that what you're saying?
I will also include myself in that dynamic. I will include Wizard. I'll even include yourself, because I'm pretty sure you're not freaking perfect. And I'll include 99.9% of the chat as well. And all the viewers. All right. So
especially OTW, especially after 9/11. I've tried to be white so hard, bro.
Yeah, you're starting to look white, so you're on the right track. I actually mistook.
And Flo is the prostitutes and the lepers? Is that what you're saying?
I will also include myself in that dynamic. I will include Wizard. I'll even include yourself, because I'm pretty sure you're not freaking perfect. And I'll include 99.9% of the chat as well. And all the viewers. All right. So
OTW, especially after 9/11. I've tried to be white so hard, bro.
Yeah, you're starting to look white, so you're on the right track. I actually mistook you for a white guy. So anyway.
No, dude, it's all love. Jack, I just wanted to let you know, bro. There's no beef between you and me. I think you're a great guy. I'm getting sick of people on the internet with all these fucking, ideas. And they claim they have this, like, I got something boiling up here and the hype train goes high. But it's like the fireworks show is non-existent, So hopefully we can figure out how to get that situated. And you'll always be somebody I listen to, Jack. Forget it. I love you, bro. God bless you.
Peace, brother. I'm gonna drop you out because you're traveling. I think that's where you were heading. He didn't allow an opportunity to discuss. People don't really listen, and then they don't really understand.
Yes.
And many people will refuse what they don't understand.
Absolutely.
Well,
that's actually the majority of the population when you look at it, Jack. At least close to 80% of the population are the type of people who will reject what they don't understand.
Right. And I was going to say the same thing as OTW in relations to ministering to the thieves, the hookers, and all this, But I was also going to state that there's 3 things I've gotten out of Jack. 1, I'm an angry old man. I admit it. Okay? Understand that. I'm not going to run from it.
No.
People have called me an angry young man. I'm just older now. Okay? It shows when it needs to now. That's the difference. The other thing is...
No, it doesn't. You're angry every fucking day. There is no difference. You're angry every day, El Perro. You're a piece of shit. You're just an angry loser. That's what you are. Angry little loser. That's what you are. Deal with it.
The 2 scriptures, the one that...
He's a creepy creature. He's an angry, creepy little creature. Keith Little. He's little. He's such a creepy little creature. I got kicked off the show earlier. Jack kicked me off. Just like Tommy does. Are you starting to see the connections? For people that say, Stephen, I don't know why you keep seeing this. Once you demonstrate that you see how they're all the same and they're all connected and they behave the same way, I won't have to cover it anymore. But there's a lot of my channel that demonstrate you still don't get it. So I'm going to keep showing it and showing it and showing it and exposing them. And I'm going to keep calling some of you slow because you're slow to get it. You've been here for months and you still say, I don't know these people. I don't know this. And you don't recognize their voices. Once you catch on, maybe I'll stop covering these Panelverse channels. But I don't care if I have to cover for the next 2 years, 5 years. If you don't get it, some of you are slow. You got to start catching on. It's not hard to see. There's people that have been here for 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, and they'll say, I don't know these people. Do you need 5 years, 10 years? What do you need? Some of you have been here for 5 months. You still don't see.
Soul Trap training number 3. Are you weighing yourself down by unresolved issues and unresolved attachments that are going to keep you lingering around, chained, when the exit door is wide open? And all you can think about is all of the unresolved issues and trauma and all the other anchors that were purposely implanted in you to keep you in this vicious cycle, lifetime after lifetime? Or are you finally ready to cut it loose and let your spirit free? That's what this is about. Ask yourself, if there were to be an exit door presented to you right there, your escape, your freedom, all you have to do is walk through it. Will right there were to be an exit door presented to you.
Well, that's what most people think, that there's going to be an exit door. People come to my channel every week and ask me, where is the exit door? I see what level humanity's at because they show me all the time. All the time.
Right there. Your escape. Your freedom. All you have to do is walk through it willingly, without looking back, without, yes, but, without, oh, tomorrow, or after I do this, after I do that. I still have all of these unfinished projects, all of these unresolved things that I have to resolve before I get my freedom. I'm telling you this because that door is going to open when you least expect it. It's going to hit you when you least expect it. Some people, they have time, okay. They may be slowly dying of something which is miserable and traumatic and abusive, and no one should leave like that. But that's the reality that this loving creator of all things here leaves us with. Other people, it happens so quickly and suddenly that they didn't even see it coming. Or it can strike you and you only have a limited time left. But if you're not working on releasing yourself from these attachments and getting to a point where you say within yourself, whenever that exit door appears, however it may appear, I'm ready at a moment's notice to go, to not look back, to not get chained down and desire to fix something or desire to finish something. I'm done. I'm done here. There's nothing left for me to do. There's no more guilt or shame that's gonna keep me strangled by this thing anymore. Ask yourself if there's any unresolved issues that you can work on now. Ask yourself, is there anything that could keep me lingering around, doubting and second guessing myself? If that door were to appear right now, what would be the things blocking me, hindering me from moving forward towards it? Play these things over in your mind. Oh, this person needs me. Well, guess what? Once this place takes you out, it doesn't care the effects and the damage done. It's not going to ask you, hey, are you ready? It's just going to take you out. And that's why this is so important. In a right world, you would have time. You would have notice to say, hey, everyone, this is when I'm leaving. Just want you to know that I love you, and you're welcome to join me, but I gotta go. And this
trying to get my sandwich, bro.
We need to have an uncomfortable conversation because the dysfunction is no longer shocking. It is expected. You walk into a restaurant and you already know if there's chaos, it's probably us. And I'm tired of pretending like that's not the case. We've reached a point where dysfunction isn't just happening. It's being normalized. Acting wild in public, destroying property, screaming at staff, and fighting over food has somehow become entertainment. But let's be honest, it's not funny. It's not culture, it's not a vibe, it's ignorance, and it's a lack of home training, and it's flat out embarrassing. The truth is, there's a double standard when it comes to Black behavior in public. We've been allowed and enabled to act out in ways that any other group would instantly get checked, arrested, or shamed. But when it's us, People look the other way. They excuse it, they defend it, and they wrap it up in buzzwords like trauma, oppression, and systemic injustice. They get away with it because people defend their behavior. Why? Because the moment you criticize it, Black folks start crying racism. Oh, it's systemic oppression. Oh, it's a generational curse. Oh, it's white supremacy. No, it's none of that. It's actually a lack of accountability, and it's a learned dysfunction that is being protected under the false banner of injustice. Let's be honest, the excuse is worn out, and the rest of the world is tired of being bullied into silence while watching our community spiral in plain sight. That level of tolerance has turned into permission, and that's why some folks feel like they can just walk into public spaces and act like savages because they don't think that there will be consequences. And honestly, most of the time, they're right. Somehow, when it's us, we're always the victim. But let's be honest, we are not oppressed. We are entitled. And we're using that entitlement to destroy every space we enter. You are not being targeted because you're Black. You're being avoided because of how y'all are acting while being Black. People don't want to deal with it anymore. And honestly, they shouldn't have to. The behavior we're seeing is disgusting. It's aggressive, it's out of control, and let's be honest, it's not improving, it's deteriorating. So today we're going to talk about it. I'm going to show you proof, and we're going to react to real videos, not to mock, but to hold the mirror, because we need to see exactly what's being projected from our community and why the world is responding the way it is. We can't keep demanding respect while openly disrespecting ourselves and others. This isn't empowerment, it's disgraceful, and someone needs to say something, so I will. All right, so we're going to hop right into the first clip of this woman at Wendy's. She's with her son, and just take a look.
Like I said, every time I come in here, you fucking yelling at somebody. I come here every day. On my lunch break. Eat me, bitch. Eat me. You can say that shit walking away. You can say that shit walking away. How about that? Now, pick it up, bitch. Pick it all up. Pick it up, fuck up, bitch. I ain't destroy shit. I'm making a mess of this shit. Call the fucking police. Call. I dare you. I better not win you. Fuck you. Fuck us for it. Fuck you, bitch. I need a right now. This how you.
Are they adults? Are they adults? What are they? What does their behavior indicate? You can call me racist all you want, and I can show these videos every day, day after day, after day after day after day, and just pull a Jack Talcott and call me racist, or Tom S. or some of these others. But their behavior shows you something. A lot of you don't want to see it.
All I wanted to do was just.
So she did all that, and then what was she teaching her child that walked out with her? And then people make excuses for them as though they're oppressed. And if a white person comments on their behavior, they call me racist. And a lot of you go along with it. That's the reality.
Order some food. Look what I gotta go through. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is totally crazy.
That right there is exactly what I'm talking about. A grown woman, completely unhinged in public, cussing people out, throwing things, and causing chaos. And she's doing it while her son is sitting right next to, standing right next to her, like it's normal. And that's the saddest part about it. For that little boy, it's probably normal. That's what's raising him, and that's what's shaping his worldview. These women have no decorum, no self-discipline, no emotional regulation, and they don't even know how to behave like adults, especially in front of children. And we wonder why the next generation is out of control. These YNs didn't just appear out of nowhere. They were trained by women just like this. The chaos doesn't start in the streets. It starts at home. And in this case, it started in Wendy's in broad daylight in front of everybody. That little boy just learned that violence and emotional outbursts are how you solve your problems. That's how generational curses are passed down. Behavior is beyond disgusting, and she should be ashamed of herself. And honestly, the Black community should be ashamed that this is the image that is being broadcasted to the world and stamped with our name on it. In the next video, it's not going to be any better. So brace yourselves. Let's take a look.
My girl fixing her own order. All right. Wait, bitch, no. You my motherfucking shit. All right. And I'm gonna take your fucking head. You got me fucked up. Around this beach. Girl. That ain't working. Got me fucked up. Girl.
Now, what the hell was that? This woman has a child on her hip and she walks behind the counter at a Church's Chicken and just starts serving herself food. I don't care how mad she is. I don't care what they got wrong with her order. There is never a reason to go behind the counter and help yourself like that. Behavior is lawless and she's doing it while she's holding her child. No shame, no boundaries, no self-control, and clearly no concern for what her child is absorbing in that moment. Once again, zero emotional regulation. They do not care where they are, who's watching, what kind of damage they're doing, not just to the environment, but to their own children. This should be considered child abuse because when a child is watching their parent act like this in public, it's not just embarrassing, it is destructive. This behavior needs to improve if we want to see any real changes in the Black community, because if this is what we're letting slide, if this is what we're normalizing, we're already done. And she's not the only one. Trust me, we could do this all day. I'll show you another clip. Take a look.
The bonnet is kicking this one out. The bonnet at Dunkin' Donuts is kicking this one right out.
Where's my money? Bring your money back. Everyone to start, bitch. Where's my money? What is he gonna do?
Get that bitch out of there. Get her out.
What is he gonna do? What are you gonna do? $5 and get the fuck out of here. $5, get out. Don't put your hands on me! Get out. $5, get out. Don't put your hands on me! No!
I just love how the employee is off to the side holding a little frying pan looking thing like she's ready to knock somebody out if she has to go there. Honestly, that part is hilarious. You could tell that she's been through this before. Like, let me go ahead and grab my weapon real quick just in case I have to go ahead and fight. But in all seriousness, this woman is behind the counter at Dunkin' Donuts screaming about a refund, being erratic, out of control, and completely unhinged. And this time, there's no kid with her, but that doesn't make it any less ridiculous. The same pattern, no boundaries, no emotional regulation, no respect for public spaces. You don't just get to walk behind a person's business counter and act like a fool because you're upset. This is not your house. These people are working, and it's like they don't even hear themselves screaming, cursing, acting like wild animals for what, a refund? You can't keep demanding respect from the world while you're out here throwing tantrums like a toddler. Once again, the behavior is out of pocket, and unfortunately, it is not rare. Let's roll to the next one. Once again, zero regard for anyone else. These women don't care that they're in a family restaurant. They don't care that people came down there, sat down, paid their money for food, and wanted to have an experience. They don't care that if it was somebody's birthday. They don't care if it was a child sitting 2 feet away, which it was. They care about themselves. That's how entitled and self-absorbed some of these people have become. And let's be honest, this isn't even shocking anymore. That's the real tragedy. There's no emotional control, no shame, no discipline, just loud, aggressive, reckless behavior in public places. And at some point, We've got to stop excusing it. We've got to stop pretending like this is normal, or worse, defending it. Because this isn't a culture. This is chaos. This is pure, unfiltered ghetto chaos. And it is no place for anywhere, let alone a restaurant full of families. In this next clip, this man is just on his lunch break. He wants to just grab a sandwich and go back to work. But instead, he walks into complete chaos. 2 Black women, one an employee, one a customer, and they're just screaming at each other like it's a street fight, loud, aggressive, unprofessional, just no sense of place or boundaries. And the employee is acting like she's not on a clock in front of customers. It's absolutely embarrassing. Let's go ahead and take a look.
I'm just trying to get my sandwich, bro.
This kind of behavior is draining people, and it's why so many people are developing what people are calling Black fatigue. And I'm saying, as someone who grew up in this dysfunction, nobody's more fatigued than me. Okay? You can't even enjoy a normal lunch without being dragged into somebody else's madness. It's exhausting. And look at the little boy standing behind her, likely her son, just numb, no reaction. You can tell she acts like this all the time, and that's how dysfunction continues to pass on. This isn't oppression, it's entitlement, and people are tired of pretending it's anything else other than that. The degenerate behavior has to stop. We are over it. And if you think that they have respect for Black-owned businesses, well, think again. This next clip shows the aftermath of an all-out brawl that broke out inside of a Black-owned business. Blood on the floor, chaos everywhere. This man spent 20 years building his business, pouring everything he had into it, and Black people came in and tore it apart over some hood beef. That's right, you heard me right. Hood beef.
So fucking hard to build.
Let's take a look.
So many fucking late nights, early mornings for this punk ass shit right here. Coward ass, bitch ass shit right here. Thank you. Thank you so fucking much, Uncle. I appreciate that shit, bro. All you niggas with this punk ass, phony ass, dumb ass beef shit y'all got going on, man. I appreciate y'all, bro. Y'all brought that punk ass shit to a fucking restaurant, the only Black owned fine dining restaurant that we have. Thank you. Thank you. I give up. Thank you. I appreciate it. Y'all brought that punk ass shit to a fucking restaurant, the only Black owned fine dining restaurant that we have.
This is what I mean when I say some people don't care about anything, not even their own people, not even their own spaces. They don't care if you've worked your whole life to build something. They don't care if it's a Black-owned business. They don't care if kids are watching blood on the floor or people are trying to run a legitimate operation. They will come in, tear it up, and justify it with nothing but excuses. This is why the Black community looks the way it looks, because so many people just don't care. They don't protect their own. They don't build anything. They just destroy. It's sad to say this. It's not just about how they treat white people or outsiders. It's about how they treat each other. That is the real tragedy. This isn't oppression. This is entitlement mixed with recklessness. And it is a cancer in our culture that we've got to start confronting loudly and unapologetically before it is too late. So what did we just watch? We watched public meltdowns, fights, screaming matches, chaos in restaurants, kids standing around like it's normal, employees losing control, and businesses being destroyed over nothing. This is not about poverty. This isn't about racism. This is about a mentality. And a Black community doesn't have a resource problem. We have a respect problem, a discipline problem, a self-control problem. And you can't fix that with money. You can't fix that with more programs. You fix it by telling the truth, holding people accountable, and shaming dysfunction instead of celebrating it. But what do we do instead? We make excuses. We throw around words like oppression and systemic injustices as if it explains everything. Let me be clear. What we're dealing with is not systemic. It is self-inflicted. We have people who think that being loud is power, being violent is strength, and being a menace is keeping it real. And now that is spreading into every public space, from Popeyes to Texas Roadhouse to Black-owned businesses. And we're seeing the results: no peace, no progress, no respect. And if you say something, they'll try to guilt you. They'll call you a coon, a sellout, an anti-Black, whatever it takes to keep you quiet. But I'm not here.
Yo, this be Black Jesus coming at you, my niggas. I'm on here to say King Stephen ain't no racist. King Stephen be telling the truth, yo, about them hood niggas, those hood rat niggas. King Stephen be speaking the truth, yo, my niggas, this be Black Jesus. I love the purple and I love the watermelon. All right, that was Black Jesus. I didn't expect him to drop by today out of nowhere, but that was a surprise.
Here to be quiet. I'm not here to protect villains. I'm here to say what needs to be said. And if you want to see a change in the Black community, it starts with us. It starts with calling out the truth, even when it looks ugly. Because this behavior, this chaos, this emotional instability, it's not just embarrassing, it is a disgrace. And if we don't fix it, we don't deserve to complain when the world stops taking us serious, if they haven't already. This episode wasn't meant to tear people down. It's meant to hold up a mirror, because the level of dysfunction is not just a bad look. It is dangerous, it's embarrassing, and it is unacceptable. If you're tired of the stereotypes, then stop reinforcing them. If you want respect, then be respectable, because no one should be expected to tolerate this kind of behavior, especially not in public, especially not in front of children, and especially not in spaces that are meant to be peaceful. We have got to do better as a culture, as a people, because what we just saw in these clips, that is not culture, that is chaos. So if this episode made you uncomfortable, good. Maybe it needed to. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the engagement. Please like, share, and comment. I am Carmen JC. You guys are freaking awesome. And I will see you guys next time.
Conscious culture, we awaken and we learn. Fire in our spirits, watch the system as it burns. Question every lesson, let the
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I support Trace as well. I'm going to chime in here. I support what Trace did. That is the right way to react, is to fight back. You have to fight back with these niggas. You got to fight back with these niggas.
So there's been an old school conversation that has made its way back to the forefront. And the conversation goes as follows. How is it fair that Black people have to let go of slavery as well as Jim Crow, whereas the Jews don't have to let go of the Holocaust? How is it fair? And on the surface, this seems like an honest conversation. It seems like a valid point, right? Surely if we have to let go of our own past trauma, then another group of people need to let go of their own past trauma, right? If you're going to continue to point blame at us for being victims, then why don't you do it for everybody else? And again, on the surface, this actually makes a little bit of sense. Like if you don't think about it any deeper, if you don't get into the facts, if you don't get into the context, nothing else is just that point, you would think to yourself, yeah, seems fair. Everybody should let go of their history and their past, as far as, you know, what sort of traumas that their ancestors went through. Now, here's the thing: is once you start to introduce the facts, once you start to introduce context, changes this entire situation up a little bit. So, for example, on the part of the Holocaust, this was a intentional genocide on the basis of these people.
This guy's a dummy. This guy's a dummy. He never researches anything. He's just stupid. And this is what people like. They like the ignorant repeaters. They like dummies. That's what people like. They like dumbasses. They like idiots. They like idiots. Speaking of idiots, here's some idiots over here. Here's some idiots right here.
Where we're put through holy fucking hell.
Yeah.
And then we get through to the other. Yeah, man. You gotta go in this realm. I notice you gotta be completely insane to become insane. And I have been insane in this place. You know, I mean, berserk, insane fucking person in this place. And you gotta go through all that to become truly sane, I think, anyway. And if you don't know, if you haven't done all those things in your life, all of the, you know, everything, gangsterism, fucking crime, you name it, everything, all of it, right? If you haven't done all that in your life, then how would you learn what is bad and what is not?
That's true. So would you say, if you had an urge now, let's say, that you didn't agree with, let's say you just had a weird urge to cheat on your old lady, and it just ate at you, do you give into the urge to get past that part of your life, and you're considering this a lesson given to you by the archons, or do you fight against it?
No, I'm good. I'm strong. I was with my wife before she died 26 years, and I never once carried on her because I wouldn't want to upset her. And my girlfriend now, I've had loads of women come on to me since I've been with her, and I wouldn't even fucking look at them because I'm not going to go out with somebody and break their fucking heart over selfish needs when I'm getting everything I need. I just don't understand. It's no.
I'm not a cheater either. I don't agree
treat
with
anybody like it, Chris. I wouldn't treat anyone like it. So no, I wouldn't do that. I can fight that. Yeah, fight that.
So yeah, you agree with not everything that's coming into my mind's a lesson. Some of it's something to be fought against then. So yeah, we will stay conflicted then. We don't have a choice, because a lot of times thoughts feel very intrusive to me. I get thoughts in my mind, and sometimes I wonder, are these being sent? Or is that person?
Yeah, it's not even mine.
Yeah.
It's just totally insane and logical, makes no sense. Not even me thoughts. I know, Chris.
Yeah.
We all get it. Maybe we're just that susceptible antennas that we're like radio stations that we're just picking up any old static and interference out there.
It could be that. I thought also, because I had intrusive thoughts of sexual thoughts too, of a person that I wasn't attracted to.
I had a girlfriend before, and she couldn't even look at people without imagining them having sex naked.
What the hell? Oh, really? That's interesting.
So it's like, and I know what she was saying. So other people have like sort of just crazy sexual thoughts that they would never dream of carrying out in their normal life. It just comes in. I mean, it's a sex gym.
I think she was sending it to me by thinking about it. Because so I'll just break it down simple. It was one of my coworkers, and I was.
Yes, this is Martin Leitsky. It's Leitsky. I'm not even going to ban you. It's Leitsky. Martin Leitsky and Chrissy Pissy Shateris, Uncle Fester. And Martin looks like he's smoking. I don't know if he's smoking a cigarette or a joint, but it looks like a rolled cigarette.
Was not attracted to this woman, but I kept getting thoughts of having sex with her. And then, lo and behold, surprise, surprise, she was really thinking about me a lot lately and was interested in me. And I thought, are these? Yeah,
must have been a real gross hoe if she was interested in you. Gross. Oh, gross.
Are these intrusive thoughts, or maybe we're just connected, and maybe a bad thought is somebody thinking, I hate him. I wish he's a demon. He's got sweat spots. He must be possessed by the Illuminati shit. And we're getting negative.
He's got sweat spots. You got sweat stains. You're stinky. You're a sweat hog. You are a demon. You don't think murder is immoral. You don't think it's wrong.
Thoughts because of it. Maybe we're connected on that level. That could be what's happening with intrusive thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it could be that, because I think the whole place is connected anyway. I'm proper psychic. I am. I can hear people's thoughts anyway, especially with.
I don't think you're proper psychic. I don't think you can hear people's thoughts. I don't believe you, Martin.
I can hear people's thoughts anyway, especially with females, because I think the whole place is connected anyway. I'm proper psychic. I am. I can hear people's thoughts anyway, especially.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Oh, hey, Chris. You want to smear? See what you have to say, and let's take it out of context.
Murder is evil. No, murder is not evil.
Wait a second. Murder's not evil?
Murder is evil. No, murder is not evil. Murder is evil. No, murder is not evil. Murder is evil. No, murder is not evil.
I'm going to keep playing this stuff until people really catch on and get it and start seeing, oh, they are demons. They are demons. Yeah, I am in his head rent free. he's worried about what I say to him and the memes that I show with his He sweats right through his shirt just sitting indoors. He doesn't have to work out or go outside. Just sitting in his bedroom, he sweats right through his shirt. He's gross. He's a sweat hog. He's an absolute fucking sweat hog. Here he is. I'll put him up on the screen. Here he is. This god damn. Sweated right through his shirt. Look at that. And he holds up his arms. He's airing them out. Can you imagine the body odor in that place? It must stink to high heaven in there. It must be so gross. He lives with his brother. He lives in a dump with one of his brothers. Look at this. Oh, gross. Just gross, man. Gross. Gross. Uncle Fester. What a sweaty pig. Sweaty pig. I love living rent-free in the heads of these creatures, these creepy creature demons. Watch this again.
Murder is evil. No, murder is not evil.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Chrissy Pissy.
Murder is evil. No, murder is not evil.
It is evil. It's more immoral. It's wrong. You're a creep. You're a freak. You're a freak. You're an absolute freak. You're an absolute freak. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Fool. You sweaty pig. You fool. Here he is here. Chrissy Shateris, the truther, claims he has multiple personalities. Really? Wait a second. Let's play this and see what he says.
Not me, dude. I've got, like I said, like 5. If you sat down with me to have lunch, you're going to experience a totally different personality than if you challenged me and tried to get in my face. And one is almost completely different than the other, like even has different opinions, different religions in some cases than what I would have. So maybe I got multiple personality disorder. I guess the good news is I get to choose which personality comes through. I have multiple personality disorder where I have full control of it, I guess. Hey, on V wrote, the main problem is our awareness. Well, not in full control, but I guess I sort of, because if I'm trying to channel a certain personality, I sort of have to wait for it to come into fruition. I can't just boom, I'm in that. I mean, it happens fairly quick. It doesn't take too long. But hey, I just don't understand why people like me don't get treated better. You know what I'm saying? I wonder if like the channels that are bigger, like larger channels, like do they do well financially? Because I gotta tell you, like I said, I mean, that's the total truth. Again, I don't want to come off like a beggar, but I'd say, man, if you've gotten anything out of my channel, you know, it'd be cool to reciprocate. And I could be viewed as this bad guy for even saying that, right? Like, oh, look, he's asking for money. But really, at the end of the day, man, we're in a monetary system. How
he's begging for your shekels.
Else could you guys help me? You know, with that, with not a donation. I don't know what else. If I've given my energy and you appreciate my energy and you would reciprocate that, money's the only way to do it. Well, I mean, not the only way to do it, but you know, I don't
Gross.
know. This is all that ever mattered to me. Are the same ones that'll preach, you fucking transgenders are crazy weirdos. You pretend stuff that isn't real is real. Fucking idiots.
You're the fucking idiot.
And people are gonna think I'm a godless type. Like, there's definitely a creator. There's definitely a creator. I
prove that there's a creator that created me as a spirit. Prove that I wasn't always was, always will be fucking pushing the same creator shit.
I didn't create. How do you suppose we do that? Here comes the mental fucking stasis mob. How do you suppose we do that, Chris? And the AI just lives on forever. It's like, God, I fucking hate you stagnant fucking filthy things, dude.
Here comes the demons. Here comes the demons. Here comes the demons. You're full of fucking demons. Look at him. Just look at him. He's totally lost it. Totally lost it. Comes the demons. Here comes the demons. You're full of fucking demons. Look at him. Just look at him. He's totally lost it.
I don't know, man. This realm is stupid. This is a stupid fucking realm, guys. I don't know, man. This realm is stupid. This is a stupid fucking realm, guys. Have you guys realized that yet?
How fucking creepy. That's just fucking creepy, man. What a creep.
I believe there's a version of me that's a billionaire. I believe there's a version of me that's living in the dump somewhere, smoking crack and sucking dick behind a dumpster. I believe there's a version of me that's a billionaire. I believe there's a version of me that's living in the dump somewhere, smoking crack and sucking dick behind a dumpster. I believe there's
Bro, what the fuck going on, bro? Hell no. Bro, I just want my waffle, guys. What they doing, bro? Come on, son. Oh, what's going down, son? Oh, shit. You wildin', guys. Oh, shit. You are wildin'. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Y'all wildin'. Y'all wildin'. The legendary. Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Yo! Hey, all y'all need to start trading. No bullshit. So y'all ain't gotta deal with shit like that. Yo! Look! All of that. Yo, y'all better than that, man. Come on, man. We're supposed to be supporting each other, man. Come on, man. Yo, they still go. Yo! Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, bro. You wildin'. Yo, chill. You about to go to jail. Chill. Y'all about to go to jail. You wildin'. Y'all wildin', bro.
that's my nigga. That's my nigga. He good.
Nigga, get your ID, all that shit. Man, go, man, go, Can I have a waffle? Can I please get a waffle? Can I please get a waffle? The shit! Yeah! Yeah! Go for the shit! Yeah! Yeah! Go, hey, bro, don't burn my food. Do not burn my food. Yeah, go for the. Oh. She got a whole tampon in. What is she doing?
Niggas love the nigga fights. Niggas be loving those nigga fights. They love it. The niggas love it, man. They love it. The niggas love it. The niggas be loving it. They love it. Free entertainment. Nigga fights. They should call it nigga fights. Free entertainment for them. They don't care if it's degenerate. They don't care if children see. They don't care about any of that. They love it. And some of you that haven't been exposed to niggas think, well, they don't behave that the couple black, and I'm not talking about anybody in my chat, but there's lots of whites in this world that live in white areas, and they don't understand the differences until the sheltering goes away, until it's firsthand. And then they're shocked and they're like, I didn't know black people behaved like this. You know, in my high school, there was one black person, one Negro in my whole high school, all the years I went there, the whole time. And before they were there was probably zero. I grew up in a very rural area. I didn't grow up around niggas. I didn't grow up around niggas. That is funny, Salty. Toss a quarter. The nigga fights. They'd fight over that. Oh, my goodness. See, I didn't have niggas at my school to do that. Otherwise, maybe I would have done that. I don't know. I was very loving and shy and quiet and compassionate and introverted. It doesn't mean that I never had anything to say. It doesn't mean that I wasn't intelligent. But I kind of grew up a bit sheltered because I grew up in an all-white area. This was the Great White North in Canada back in those days where I grew up. And there's a lot more niggas now. A lot more niggas. And there's a lot more niggas in Africa. Their population is booming. And they're going to be coming to America and coming to Canada. And more are going to be coming here. And more are going to be coming to the UK. And more down under as well in Australia. You won't be safe anywhere in this realm. And I'm not wishing this upon people. I'm just saying you better get prepared, even if you live in an all-white area. You could live in Idaho, which is one of the whitest places in America. They'll go there too eventually. There won't be a place for the last white people to go and run and have peace and quiet. They love the noise. They love the drama. They love the violence. Bunch of niggas. Nigga, nigga. Nigga, nigga. This is the way it goes here in this place. I stumbled upon this Zetetic Warrior on We Are Awake TV back in 2022. I really didn't know that these guys knew each other. They seem to kind of know each other years ago. This is 3 years ago. 2022.
When you're talking about sigil magic,
And there's that weirdo Christos. Looks different. He looks different back then than he does these days. But he is strange. The Christos is strange. So's OTW, of course. He's a weirdo. He's a weirdo.
can you guys, because some people might be hearing that and they just might have a perception that's not what it, so is this some type of ceremony with different, so are you talking
It's
about
a lot of things, yeah.
Okay.
It's a lot of
Yeah.
things. Yeah.
So like alchemy.
So Zetetic Warrior Z was wearing the beanie even back then, 3 years ago. Oh, look at this! Look at this.
It's
alchemy.
we'd have to do a whole show on it, man.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a
Because
lot,
think
but
that-
I mean, yeah.
Well, manifestation, but I think it's more of not necessarily them using their manifestation power. It's kind of the ones that we surrender to them. They're collecting that energy to manifest. You know what I mean? That's the way I look at it too. But yeah, maybe we should do a stream on sigil magic, and that would be cool. Manifestation type thing. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk a little bit about it here, sure. I mean,
Yeah, we could go anywhere. Yeah.
it's like I was saying before about my conception of magic is basically just intention with energy. Now, you can take that a bunch of places. I'm going to be frank, I think our controllers engage in a form of blood magic, all right? That's what I really think. I think they've derived most of their energy from blood in a lot of different ways.
Intent?
Just in general, but what's my point? There's power in the blood. So I think a lot of dark magic harnesses energy from blood. But that's not the only kind of magic there is. You can use elemental magic. There's all kinds of magic. So people, when you say magic, people sometimes have a negative conception of it. But I just think this is a magical world. You know? This isn't the world that we were taught. When you look at this world, right behind the veil, there's really strange beings. There's elves and jesters. There's a whole astral plane of this existence.
Elves, not elves, but elves. Elves. I thought when he said elf, I thought he was talking about OTW beside him, because that guy kind of looks like elf. Like a weird version of elf. Salty Siren's the one, I believe, that pointed that out to me. And I said, it fits perfectly. He looks like that. He's creepy. This OTW ass kisser. So this is about 3 years ago, and they were creepy back then. They've always been creepy. I guess this is when OTW was kind of buddies with Ian. Little weirdo Ian. Ian.
That's obscured from us and hidden. They obscured the ether and told us it doesn't exist. What's my point? This is a magical world. We've only been indoctrinated to a point where we can't see it. I think everybody's magical. I think they engineered the magic out of us, if you want to know the truth. So there's a lot of kinds of magic, Ian. So many. But sigil magic is a particular type of magic. It's often associated with chaos magic. Chaos magic is pretty strong magic. All this stuff, by the way, comes from the Kabbalah tradition. If you look at the books of the Zohar, preceded by the Hermetic tradition and Hermeticism, if you look at the ancient Egyptians.
Yep.
So through Hermetic and Kabbalic principles, these most magic is derived. The strongest magic I think, or the magic that's used to. There's a lot of kinds of magic.
Yeah, Z is pretending to have knowledge about this stuff, but I think he's just reading it off his screen about chaos magic, sigil magic. I don't think Zetetic Warrior practices sigil magic, chaos magic, voodoo, and Viking magic and things like that. I don't think he has a clue about magic. I really don't. No offense to Z, but I don't think he does. Apparently there's this woman, Christy Lee Dolls or something, that is chasing him on his channel. That's what I heard. Christy Lee Dolls or something wants his wiener.
Magic, Ian, but I think the magic being used to control us is that particular type, if you want to know the truth.
Yeah.
Some people call it Enochian magic. It's thought of as a fallen angel magic. You can see, if you look at the archetypes in the Old Testament versions of Yahweh and references to blood sacrifice. You can look into South American traditions and the Aztecs and human ritual sacrifice. You can look in later conceptions of the Jewish tradition when they were more transitioned into the Babylonian time to Baal worship and sacrificing of children. You can look at all the things we hear today about the elites and the ruling monarchies and the ruling bloodlines of this world and the things we hear about them. That's what I'm saying. There's a certain type of magic, seems to be a fallen angel magic. Again, it's often called Enochian, just associated with the Book of Enoch, which is apparently part of the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Apocrypha that were hidden. Some people say it's not real. I don't know. Or it was a fabrication. But they talk about the ones that fell. So magic is strong, and I think we all have it. And here's the kicker, Ian, and then I'll submit. I'm thinking more and more that we ourselves may be the fallen ones. And not that that's good or bad, but if we're truthers, and well, truth is just a word, but if we're going to try to look at reality as it is, it's a possibility.
I don't know what to believe with history anymore, you know, but it seems like all these other ancient civilizations were all about getting out of the body. They all revered the mushrooms. Even the beginning of Christianity and like all that, like you can see Jesus around these mushrooms, and there's all these symbolism. I've seen some deep streams on this, 8-hour-long streams on this whole mushroom thing, and it just blew my mind. So there's some deep stuff with that, and the roots and the, you know, the kind of as above, so below. There's a whole network underground, and it connects to this network that we need to connect with. And there's a lot of deep stuff with that. A lot of things going on with mushrooms right now with healing, not medical advice or nothing, that people need to understand. And when I start to try to understand it, it definitely resonates with me.
Well, Ian, you know, the medical, the health benefits of psilocybin treatment are irrefutable. You know, now here's the thing. What does that tell you? Because
try to understand it, it's
definitely resonates with me.
Z is really struggling with something. Watch this. Turn up the volume a bit if you need to. He's really struggling here with something. I don't know what he's struggling with. I think it's a tampon. That's my guess. I don't know for sure. It might not be a tampon. It could be he might be using anal beads or some kind of butt plug. Remember that fan of Z's that came around all the time? She's not around anymore. The one that used to always want me to go on the Z show. What was her name again? Does anyone remember her? She was a fan of Z's and she'd always want me to go on his show and she'd be excited if I was a guest. Whatever happened to her? She kind of vanished from my channel. She used to be at every live stream. I haven't seen her in quite a while now. Quite a few streams. Weeks. Whatever happened to her?
Well, Ian, you know, the medical, the health benefits of psilocybin treatment, the medical,
What is he doing? What is wrong with Z? Did you see that? He stuck out his tongue and he went, the medical, like what is he inserting into himself? I don't get what's going on here. Z's having issues here, people. He's got an issue. There's something going on.
you know, the medical, the health benefits of
what is going on?
Psilocybin treatment. You know, the medical.
When he did that, he kind of stuck his tongue out. What is he putting in himself? What is that? A butt plug or anal beads or a Louisville Slugger baseball bat? I don't know what he's doing, but this is fucking weird, man. This is seriously strange.
The health benefits of psilocybin.
He looks like he's drugged and he's reaching behind him, shoving something in his ass. Like, what kind of butt play is this? What are you doing over there?
Treatment are irrefutable. You know, now here's the thing. What does that tell you? Because how long was that type of treatment repressed? And it's still repressed to this day. Yet, from what I can tell from my research, is that psilocybin treatment is effective, much more so than what they're giving us, is effective for a number of so-called psychological diseases. Interesting part is, not only is it more effective, it has none of the side effects, but yet they suppress.
This is so fucking bizarre. This is seriously strange. I don't even know what to say. What the fuck is this? And they don't think it's weird, of course. They think nothing of it because they're like that. What is going on over there? What the hell?
Pressed it. These are the people we're dealing with. They're keeping medicine from us, guys.
Look at Z. They're keeping. What are you talking about? Z, are you inserting needles into your butt cheeks? What are you doing, dude? What is wrong with you in this? This is so strange.
People we're dealing with. They're keeping medicine from us, guys. So, yeah, man.
What do you think? As we're on this topic of mushrooms, what do you think about them like starting to legalize it and stuff? Is this something that they're kind of how they stay balanced and they're good and evil to do their thing?
Yeah.
Or what?
You have to gatekeep.
Trying to synthetic, make it synthetic. Okay.
I see when I look at the way these people run is a systematic, like levels of gatekeeping. So it's like if you got us all on a farm, all in a pen, right? Some of us start to maybe, you know, get outside the walls. We jump the fence. Well, they got to have another fence to keep us in there. Think of like the Alex Jones kind of thing. You start to wake up to the world, and then you go on to say like an Alex Jones where you think you're getting truth and facts, right? And you know what's fucked up, Ian? More and more I'm seeing like that fractal level that it's just like multiple levels of gatekeeping. It's kind of like trying to get out of the labyrinths of hell. Mandelbrot set, but it basically is an illustration of the idea of like a fractal concept. It basically just goes on to infinity is the idea. And that's what I think this whole reality is, Ian, is a big fractal. Because like I said, if you have mountains that were once trees and you have parasites that look like giant dragon plume serpents, what does that tell you about this reality, Holmes? See what I'm trying to get at, Ian? You see what I'm trying to get at, dude? You feel me?
Really
you feel what I'm
resonating
saying,
with
dude?
that. I'm really
Yeah,
feeling
dude.
this right now, bro.
I just been thinking about that lately, man. Like the fractal infinity nature of whatever this realm is.
That's why I'm so happy Bobby joined the last Mandela one, because he brought the parasites up. I see him go on different panels, and he always gets there some beautiful way, and sometimes there's some resistance. But when you came on here, it really brought a lot more to the conversation when you brought that up, and really opened my mind a lot more to it. I was aware, but that did more of an awareness of this and really kind of attached to this whole Mandela thing that's in our reality.
That's what
I mean,
right.
It's
because Ian, I really think it comes down to our reality. They conditioned us to have a particular concept of reality, right? So our entire concept of our reality and ourselves really was indoctrinated, right? So to even conceive of what this reality actually is, you know, especially given those limitations, the unifying force of this whole physical world, I think, is consciousness, which is really just God, really, whatever your conception of God is. But my point is that if this reality is indeed consciousness, and we're all just aspects of that consciousness, then think about the co-creation powers that we have in this reality. We're really just a part of it. There's no separation. The idea of the separation is just an indoctrinated, conditioned one, really. We're not separated from this reality at all. So if that's true, and that's just what I think, would then we not be co-creating this reality? So, and the evidence to me seems that whatever's the controllers are, they're using our co-creation powers for their nefarious purposes, really, if you look at it. Because I think we're so powerful. We may be indeed more powerful than them. We may have something that they don't have. And they've been tricking us, coercing us for quite some time, for whatever reason, you know. Yeah.
You're starting to make me think they're aliens.
Well, you know, alien is a concept, dude. Alien just means not us, right? You know, again, it goes back to the indoctrination and the conditioning. You know, they gave us Hollywood and TV, and they told us what an alien was. They created our concept of an alien, you know? And it's nothing like what they created. An alien is just something other than you. It's just, there's the you and the not you. So an alien is just the not you. You know, we just think of it as a certain concept, really. Who or what they are, who knows, you know. You can't be scared of them, because it's only, if we're awakening, these aren't new things. We're just awakening to them.
Exactly.
And for all the doom and gloomers, guess what? If they wanted to kill us, they could easily kill us. So they could have done it a long time ago. And that's why I'm not on politics and stuff. I don't care about politics. I don't care about anything like that, because if they wanted to do, like, you know, if they wanted to do something, they would have did it, you know. My conception is, you know, this has been a top-down thing the whole time. Yeah, I see a world that's run from the top down, not just now. I don't think they're coming together in some new world. There's no new world order. It's just a world order, really.
Yeah, it's been there always.
Yeah, why give it your energy? I mean, why
exactly.
It's like
that's
I
what they want.
Realize how valuable, my energy is, and everyone else's energy is, and we need to really hone that in and harness that and be aware of it and use it wisely, especially studying the enemy for me, I shy away from it more. It's just like something keeping me away from certain things. And I agree, politics, the financial market, all crypto, the Dow Jones, like it has nothing for me. And why give it my energy? These systems don't deserve none of our energy. And if we all voted or we all didn't vote, I mean, if we all just didn't pay it any attention, it would be so powerful, more than if we all partook in this system. No matter, even if the creator himself ran for office, I wouldn't vote. You know what I mean? Even my own mother was running for president. I'm not voting.
Well, dude, I mean,
yeah.
You know, our Declaration of Independence says that the legitimacy of the government is based on the consent of the governed. Well, what do we just say about consent and intention? And basically saying we're consenting to our mind control. That's what it is. People think they had freedoms and rights. That's just an illusion. We never had that. There's nothing to save. There's no country to save people. You never had a country. All right? It was a puppet show from the beginning. And that's the thing. That's the mind control. Because they play on our emotions. Since the day we're born, they indoctrinate us to identify with your nation, with whatever the system tells you to identify with. Really, it's just a ruse. It's just a trick. You know, the Declaration of Independence was a dark spell, really. That's all it was. Because what better way, Ian? What better way to take over the world than to tell people they're going to create a nation that has ultimate freedom and rights, and then use that nation to institute ultimate tyranny? What a rub that one is, isn't it, dude?
Yeah. So the question is do we want to be just visitors here, or do we want to make this the best you know what I mean? We want to, I guess, have balance with it, but the way it's going, you just want the hell out of here. So you have, you know, they're trying to weigh us down, put all this heavy metals inside of us, all these different things, and have us so many ways weigh us down to this world, keep us here. And it seems like they want to stay here. So something about it has a dark vibe that I just can't shake. And we're just trying to make the best of it in a way too. Some ways I look at it that way, you know, especially if you have a family and things like that. It's hard to have certain mind states, but stepping outside of that, I just get this dark vibe. Like I just want to visit. I don't want, you know what I mean?
Yep.
I just want to get out.
And the key is to not be fearful. There's really nothing to fear. That's the thing. Like, you know, there's nothing to fear. This is just the way it is. The fear is engendered. You know, fear is natural. You know, there's a survival aspect of fear. But you know, when you fear less, you know, when you see people not fear, you see people with families and communities, people who have other people. Humans are social. We exist in communities. You know, humans are supposed. They've divided us up. They've created what's a society. A society is not natural. We exist as tribes and small groups. We don't need anything the system gives us. This world gives us everything we need for survival. If you have a community, you have everything. If you have a community, you have food. If you have a community, you have health. If you have a community, you have shelter. The world provides these things. It demonizes individuality, puts everybody into a homogenized general state. When in reality, individuality is exactly what makes a community and a family strong, because everybody has different roles. What's my point? Is your uniqueness as a human is exactly what makes you human, and they engender that out of you to try to turn you into a fucking drone for their system. Humans we have everything we need.
Like someone mentioned the God particle in CERN. I don't know. Does anybody? What is this?
So
God particle?
Ian, I wanted to talk about this one with you, dude. I wanted to talk about. All right, so I got to admit, Ian, I had written off CERN for a long time. As far as the Mandela effect, it's back on the table, and I'm going to tell you why. For me, at least, because I now have a different conception of what CERN may be, indeed. But I just wanted to bring that up because I've been thinking about this. Because last time we did this stream, you had some really great guests on, I think like Bobby Knight, and he was talking about CERN as not a particle accelerator. Fuck that. We know it's not a particle accelerator. That's bullshit. He was talking about it as a huge Tesla coil, dude. Now that is a game changer in my book. Because if indeed they built a fucking monster Tesla coil and told us it was a fucking bullshit particle accelerator that couldn't exist because it's based on Einsteinian quantum physics and quantum entanglement and based on bullshit theory of special relativity, which you know is complete fucking and utter bullshit. All right, obviously. So as gravity doesn't exist, by the way, neither does weak or strong nuclear forces. But here's my point. They told us they built a bullshit particle collider, but if indeed they built a fucking huge Tesla coil, Ian, this is a different fucking story. The thought about taking one's life. If you think you're going to get out of here by taking your life, you're not. They're probably just going to get you right back in. If you want to get out, you're probably going to have to figure out a way to get out of here. You know, I have my beliefs, but they're mine, you know. Probably the best thing you can do is just discover yourself, discover who you are outside of this system, because the system is going to do everything it can to create an identity for you. Your identity is going to be created by and for the system to serve their purposes. Discover who you are. Go inside. If you want to get out of here, go inside. Nothing outside is going to get you there. Okay? Your body and the earth are the exact same thing. It's quite possible that your whole expression of reality is just an extension of your body and yourself. If you look at the word heart and the word earth, they're anagrams. If you mix the letters up, they're the same word. Most likely, this earth is just an inertial plane of some kind of toroidal field. Your body has that same inertial plane and toroidal field. Okay? And that's my point, is we're the same as everything. So if you want to get out of here, go inside. Something triggered me to think of this about what these times may be energetically. When you look at, let's say, astrology, and you look at all the ancient cultures and the stories we get from them and how interested they were with the stars and how they mapped things by the stars, you know, they speak of different ages, depending on whatever culture you're talking about. If it was the Vedic or Hindus, they talked about the Yuga cycles. If you look at the Mayans, obviously, we all know the story about the 2012 stuff. If you look at conceptions of different ages, you have Iron Age, Bronze Age, Gold Age. There's stories of cycles that this reality goes through, and they seem to be dictated by the stars in some way. So, you know, I wonder if this sort of change in reality that we're seeing, this effect that we're seeing, that our reality sort of seems like it's in some way different. I'm wondering how much of that's related with the heavens. Okay? So are the heavens dictating this in some way? Is this some kind of cyclical event that happens with humanity? They say there's a precession of the equinox, which is a 26,000 year cycle. Okay? It means there's about 2,000 and some years for each zodiac sign. We apparently were coming out of Pisces and moving into Aquarius. We know the heavenly bodies are not what they've told us. So they seem to me to be some kind of sentience in the heavenly bodies. I mean, all the so-called planets were named after all the gods. Anyway, my point is that, is this reality just simply gone through some kind of natural cyclical shift? And what we're given, like conceptions of apocalypse and cataclysm at this time, is simply a frequency shift into some higher dimensional reality that we can't conceive of. If you look at the book of Revelation, they talk about, you know, the seven gates of Revelation. You have 7 chakras. Could we be progressing into some kind of, so if this is the time of revelation, could we be progressing up chakras as a metaphor of the gates into some higher consciousness that is making us perceive these changes in reality as, like, you know, we're perceiving these changes, but we're just experiencing this, you know, frequency shift.
I think pretty much we're all, when we say creator, God, whatever, we're all focusing on the same thing. It's just that's the spell of language, and that's the power of the weaponizing of language, you know, someone might say this word or that word, and then you can weaponize it. But I think we're all thinking of the same power, I guess. You know what I mean? Because language is a powerful weapon for them, and spelling. You know, I mean, that's magic right there. They're casting spelling on you, and they're using that to divide you. Because I say, you know, because you say God and he says creator and he says this, you know, now there's more division. When really, I think, you know, in the collective consciousness, you know, or like in this panel, we're all thinking of that same whatever entity it is. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? So
Yeah, I mean,
I don't like to get too caught up in the word stuff, but I see how we can. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because it just limits us because we,
Right.
you know, how many times are we thinking of things and we want to express ourselves, but we're limited with the language and
love that.
totally expressing our true intention and view and awareness to whoever we're trying to communicate with. It makes things a little difficult, and so
Right.
these languages really done us
because I
down.
think we're all talking about the same thing. We're just using a different word. So you know, there's a perfect
it's so
example
limited,
of
though, right? So here's three letters,
weaponizing it. You know,
as opposed to using all the names. You know, God.
Yeah,
You
let's
know,
let's create our own language, guys, so we understand each other.
That's what I was
Stop
gonna
using
say.
Babylonian fucking words.
Yeah, they obscured the language on they obscured the language on purpose. Real quick here, it's not gonna take long, but when you look at the entire lexicon of the English language, what I mean by that is the entire English dictionary, you'll find out that every single word that you could ever speak is only made up of about 40 speech sounds. Okay, that includes all the consonants and the vowels. All right, there's 40 sounds that make up the entire language that we speak. If you speak English, here's my point. Those sounds are easily represented by symbols. They're called phonemes. Okay, it's like when there's a word that's written, they have the phonemic representation right next to it. Well, I beg the question: why not just write the word with the phonemes? Why make it so hard? They obscured the language to keep it and to keep knowledge amongst their elites, to keep it protected for the educated. Okay, they made a language more difficult to keep us dumbed down.
That seems to be that we are under attack here as human animals, and we know we're being deceived about where we are. That's a bad start. When you don't know where actually for sure you are, and you're being told that you're on a ball, and you know that's shaky, that ain't making sense now. That's a weird place to be, because then you don't know what this thing is. And assume it's good, or this is for our own good, or whatever, might be a dangerous thing to do until we have more proof that we can relax and be okay here. You see what I mean? Like, I'm torn between wanting to do the one thing, which is just enjoy and get as much out of it, but because I don't have a family, so I have this it's always in the back of my mind. There's something wrong here. It's a shifty reality, and I don't trust shifty.
It is a kind of a terrifying idea.
Yeah,
not to
let
know
Z
where you are.
Z wants to say something though. He's been wanting to say. I want to make sure he jumps in.
Yeah,
Z.
I just wanted to jump along with what Nathan was saying and just bring up that, you know, we're presented with a certain story in the Judeo-Christian tradition that we have the Garden of Eden and we were created by God and et cetera, and we were painted with a story. But if you really examine that story and what it may be, and if you look at other examples, earlier versions of that story, like in Sumerian cultures and things like that, you might get a different understanding of what that story is. And it's quite possible that the fall of man was the fall into this fleshly world. I also want to point out that the villain of that story was the serpent. And you've seen throughout, at least our culture, and the Judeo-Christian religion and tradition specifically, has demonized the archetype of the serpent. However, there's many cultures around this world who look at the serpent archetype as something completely different. They look at the serpent archetype as a knowledge bringer. All right, they look at the serpent archetype as sometimes the father of actually humankind. When you look at the depiction of the god of that's depicted as the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God of Israel, that being is often depicted as an eagle. You see the eagle depiction through not only the Roman Catholic Church, but our country. You can look at it with the Nazis, German Socialist Party. So my point is, you see this consistent depiction of the eagle versus the serpent as the two archetypal powers of this world, the two opposing forces, the eagle and the serpent. So what's my point? We have a world that we know is a deception on every level, and it tells us that the quote-unquote eagle is our God, so to speak, and the serpent is the devil. Well, again, based on the inversion that we know this world is, what could that actually be? You know? And it doesn't mean that one's good and one's evil, but it just shows these two, again, opposing ideals, the eagles versus the serpent. You know, there are some conceptions that the Christ figure is actually the Lucifer figure, that there's actually no difference between the two. Other conceptions would be that they're two sides of the same coin, like, you know. But the reality that we're looking at here is, you know, what really was the Garden of Eden? What were they trying to tell us? You know, what is that story really? What is it saying about us? You know, these are the things we have to look at. You know, because if this whole world is presenting a devil to me, and this whole world is presenting a God to me, well, knowing what I know about this world, I need to think about who's playing which role, you know? And when they say the God of the world is the devil, well, what's the God the world gives us? You know, most of the world worships the three major religions in the world pretty much worship the same God, if you want to call him that, you know, the same figure. They have different names for him, but when you look at it, you have the Judeo tradition, the Christian tradition, and the tradition of Islam, and they all trace their fundamental roots back to the line of Abraham through Jacob. They have that commonality. So what they do, they engendered a world where they just gave us God. They indoctrinated us to the point that when we conceive of God, most people can't even conceive beyond what that indoctrinated perception is. They just can't do it. And I think that's a lot of the problems we're seeing, because when we talk about God, if your view is that very limited perception, then your view in this whole world is going to be limited by that limited perception. But if you can conceive of God, you know, and you don't have to use the word God. God could be a concept. God could be consciousness. God could be creator. But when we say creator, it can get confusing, because I'll tell you something real quick. I don't want to worship the creator of this world. So if you're talking about the creator of spirit, well, then maybe I can get on board with that. But whoever created this place, you're not going to see me worshiping them anytime soon. I'll tell you that much.
Bro, thank you. Wow, that was powerful, bro. Wow. Thank you. I agree with that, bro. Sorry, I had to jump in.
Wow, bro, that was powerful, bro. Z, you look drugged out, but that was powerful, bro. Bro.
Right
So
on.
the way you just said.
Like we said in the 70s. Right on.
First I was going to ask Z before I forget, but what is the relationship between Parsons, Crowley, and L. Ron Hubbard again? Yeah, because I thought I remember you saying that there was something there with Jack Parsons and Crowley and
Yes,
and Hubbard.
the story is, whether we can trust anything or not, but yeah, the story is they were basically part of the same, you know, occult order, pretty much.
The OTO.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Jack Parsons was he created Jack Parsons Laboratory, which later became Jet Propulsion's Laboratory, which became the precursor to so-called NASA. So my point is, if you look at the forefathers of this technology that we see, and then you examine some of the practices that they were into, well, it might give you an insight where some of this technology came from and how it was informed. And then you can see that all through history, because all these supposed great thinkers and scientists and inventors were all part of these same organizations. They seem to be privy to some kind of knowledge that we weren't, or is at least hidden from us. That's what the word occult is. Occult means hidden. So all these occult mystery schools were hiding the information. It's quite obvious to me. Yeah, occultists, exactly, Jason. So when you look at the founders, or at least who's presented to us as the fathers and builders and forefathers of the world, of the culture and society that we know, they all seem to be involved in these similar practices. You know, there's different divisions of them and things like that, but and again, you know, Aleister Crowley, I mean, he seemed to be a magician. You know, it doesn't all mean it's good and bad, and I think that's some of the problem is we tend to put a moral construct on it. We tend to place a moral construct on their magic, but it's probably something beyond which we can conceive. So a lot of times we wonder how they could be doing this. Well, you're right, it makes sense. How could they be doing this to us if you think of it as humans? But if you look at it as if whoever these controllers are some overarching entity, then morality is really not the question, because look at us. We have domesticated beings that we have, like cattle, right? You could look how humans have cattle. Look what we do to cows. Cows, we slaughter them and we eat them, we consume them. Okay, we don't do it because we hate them. We don't do it because we're bad and the cows are good. We do it because that's the order of things. Okay, so it's only natural to put a good and evil or a moral construct in the situation, but if you look at it from that perspective, you may get a different understanding of what might be going on here. Sherry, I wanted to say something to you though.
Okay.
Because you had mentioned about that you were like scared, not scared, but you were like nervous that stuff was happening to you because you're like saying too much truth, right? You said that, right? Like,
yeah,
like I understand that feeling, but here's my thought on that: is that when we speak the truth or say these things, we're actually putting a shield around ourselves, because now the world knows what you think and what I think, and there's a bunch of people, and we actually strengthen ourselves by coming together and speaking, and I think we actually protect ourselves more than put ourselves at risk. You know, I think the truth has a shield to it. There's something about it that.
Who's this blonde-haired chick? It's me, Bella. I don't know who that is.
When you speak it, there's something about it that protects you. And the way I look at it is, I don't think by natural law they can really do anything to us.
just scare
Yeah,
us.
exactly.
Scare ourselves, like with the fear.
Yes, exactly.
What's with this Bella's voice? It's me, Bella, whoever this is. I don't know who that is, but what's with her voice?
Because they don't have the right to do it. Because they can't infringe upon us. Because what are we really but energy? And what's our energy? Our soul. And our soul is ours. You
Wouldn't
know?
it be interesting if all of the stuff that they say that happens that's so bad was really just literally psychological? Like none of it was even happening. They're just saying that. And then we're creating it because of our fear of it.
Yeah, potentially.
There you go.
Because I don't think they have the right to do it. Like, I think they, you know, people can come and harm you. You know, I'm not saying that we can't be harmed physically, but those things of the spirit, I don't think they have a right to us unless we in some way consent. Now the question is, if they gain our consent through tricks and subterfuge and lies and deceit, then is that any true consent at all? Because I would propose that it is no consent. And like Nathan was saying before, I didn't consent to this world. I would never consent to this world. If I consented to it, it was under fraud and malfeasance. And that is no contract. That is no consent at all. You know?
Right.
And so,
what is it? They say null and void. Null and void.
Exactly. That contract is null and void.
I
It was
really
done in
resonate
bad
with
faith.
that, guys.
Yeah. It's a bad faith contract. A contract done in bad faith is no contract. I mean, nobody said this place is going to be gumdrops and lollipops. And if somebody said that to you, they never fucking lying. You know, maybe the goal of this place is just like it says, just like it says, to preserve whatever your energy is, whatever you really are. Call it your soul, call it whatever you want. Maybe the whole goal is just to preserve yourself from this place, to leave here holding on to that essence, the thing that you really are. Maybe that, you know, maybe it's that simple.
You know what message I've been getting a lot in the last few weeks, and you know, I have about 200 stations on my Pandora shuffle, and I just pay attention to what songs come up, and then I'll meditate on what that might mean, that title or whatever. So what I usually ask for, I say, okay, I need a physical reality confirmation that what I'm getting through this music is an idea or theme you need me to explore in my own way. And it's Schindler's List over and over and over again. And then I go to a restaurant with some friends, and when I go into the restroom, it's Schindler's List playing on their music in the restaurant. So it's like I'm thinking, all right, to me, it's one of two things. Either whatever this is, we are going to take control of, and turn this hell realm into a paradise, or we've got to exit. It's one of the two. I don't want to stay in a world that is going in the direction it's being driven in by the human beings who are here, and we don't know what they are, even if they're human. Maybe they look human to us and they ain't.
You're saying if we can physically now get a trip to another world, you're saying?
Yeah, would you go aboard those ships and leave this place?
That's a great question. If everyone, I would like to get everyone's answer on that. I gotta think first. I mean,
it's very deep. I think
I'll go
cuts right
first.
to the chase.
Yeah, I would just say no, because you're still talking about a physical, fleshly, human conception, and I don't see humans in their original state as this at all. I think we're in a fallen state. So if my decision is to go from one fallen state to another, I'm not going to make that decision, you know? Because I think when we say humans, we think of this fleshly body, but I think we can still be human and have a different conception. And I do think some of the ancient writings talked about, when they talk about the fall of man, I don't think it was like men like us and then we did something. I think when we were cast out of the garden, we were cast out of the some kind of heavenly realm where there probably was no male and female construct. We're probably just more of a unitary being. So any choice to stay in this realm, I wouldn't do it. Not me.
Obviously, we still have a lot to learn. Obviously, we're constantly waking up. I'm just saying right now where we're at, not that we're already in this ultimate consciousness. We're not even there, because if we were, we wouldn't even be here. I'm saying
it's hard to define level.
Yeah, here's the question I would say.
I want to see everyone's perception on this.
I would say that comes down to one thing. You know, when we talk about levels or what level you're on, and then, like OTO said, maybe there is no like end. You know, we're on this level now, but here's one thing that maybe we can look at to give an indication is who is a lover of truth? Because if you love truth and you go looking for truth, I think you'll find it. If you are not a lover of truth, well, you see the society we have now and all the people that we have now. You just look at the last 2 years. So, you know, we can talk about levels of truth as much as we want, but do you love truth or do you accept lies? That's really what it comes down to for me.
I think things would be a lot worse. I think their intentions was a lot worse than where we are right now. In my opinion, I think what they pictured 10 years ago, or even a couple years ago, where we'd be right now, I think we're in a much better place.
Ian, you want to talk about their intentions, dude? I don't think there's any. I don't even think we can even conceive what these fuckers have intended for us, dude. They can go fuck themselves at this point too. I'm done playing with these fucks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why
it's over. I ain't playing with these fuckers anymore. I'm tired of it, man. They can go fuck themselves.
There's no accepting this. We're at war here, people.
Well, here's the thing about the concept of epigenetics is when you really look at it for what it is, if you have the right technology, you could really make any form that you want, any human form that you want. Because epigenetics is based on the concept that when you look at like the zygote, okay, after the sperm and egg meet and there's a union, those cells, those clump of cells that we call zygote, are actually made of what's called embryonic stem cells. More specifically, they're made of what's called undifferentiated multipotential embryonic stem cells. What does that mean? It means that those particular cells, because they're undifferentiated, it means they contain, at that point, the ability to reproduce into any human cell that it could ever become. You understand what I'm saying? Every cell that your body eventually develops into comes from those undifferentiated multipotential embryonic stem cells. What they discovered is if you take those stem cells and you place them in particular environments, you controlling the variable of the environment, you could dictate the growth of that cell. Okay? Cloning is completely and utterly possible. They're using it. But it goes even deeper than that because it's quite possible that within our DNA is literally just all DNA, okay? And they could unlock things that we can't even imagine. Look at stories of like chimera beings, beings that they're humanoid in some way. But so the point is the environment that you place these cells in influences growth of the cells, and if you can control that environment, you can pretty much control the growth of those cells. And you can even look at it more of a macro level and the environment they keep us in society. So if we can literally be shaped by our environment, well, what can they do to us? Put us in an environment that they have us in now, where they cut us off from everything human. They completely put us in a fake construct. They make us think that we need them to survive. They take us out of nature, which gives us everything. Nature gives us everything we need as long as we have community. They break the communities up. They divide families. You know? So what do? They place us in an environment that affects basically who we are. It really just could be environment. Yeah.
If the human animal were in its proper habitat, let's just pretend this for a minute. What if we do live like the Bible said 500 years? That would be your natural lifespan as a human. You would explore it. By the time you got to 500, you would be ready to go. There would be no fear. There would be ceremonies, and the humans, your loved ones, would be with you. You would make the decision you were ready to go. It was time. But see, we're not. I don't think we're in our natural lifespan. And I think that's part of the problem. And maybe what the Bible was trying to say is your human animal, the organic being that you are, just like lions, and has a natural lifespan, and it's hundreds of years. But you're in a thing where parasites are feeding on you and sucking all your energy and all your juice, and you're shriveling up and dying because you're in like a vampiric system of some kind that's feeding on your energy. So we don't know. To me, that I could see that we would live long enough to really fulfill what we wanted, have the full human experience, and then you're ready to have a beautiful exit and a farewell send off, and off you go into the cosmos or whatever to find a new reality. There's something wrong here.
Well, Nathan, the conception,
be, what we're meant to be doing.
Well, like you were saying, if you look at stories of what humans were supposedly before the flood, depicted as the flood of Noah, like you said, they were said to live. The longest, oldest person, I think, was Noah's grandfather.
Methuselah.
Methuselah. He
Wasn't
lived like to be
Methuselah?
900. Yeah.
Yeah. What
Like
if that's
900
what
and
the
some
way
years
we're
old,
made?
dude.
In the
Exactly.
proper, pure environment,
Yeah.
pure earth environment, not the toxic one that poisons you and everything, but the true, pure, refined creation. Then where you live a full, more life than you would ever even want. You'd be ready to go.
I think they created us, Nathan, and they created us too powerful, and they had to downgrade us at some point.
That's what
I
they
think
get you out of here.
I
Before
think we
you're
got
smart
out
enough
of
to figure it
control.
out.
Yeah. Yeah.
And see, and then they get you out of here before you've had enough time to really recognize the patterns. Pattern
Exactly.
recognition is the way humans solve riddles and figure out what's really going on. That's our data coming in. So we've disabled our ability as the human animal to really function at anywhere near that. And we're obviously hobbled in some significant ways that is benefiting whatever this system is. That's what they've put us in, and that's what they perpetuate and maintain and keep it going no matter what. So to me, if we even knew what we really are, and see, I think it's like Wizard of Oz. The Wicked Witch can't take Dorothy's slippers. Dorothy has to give them to her willingly. That is a power that old hag cannot grab her. And she tries, and it shocks the shit out of her. And then Dorothy's like, oh, well, I don't know what's so, and Glenda says, I don't know what's so powerful about them, but they must be special, or she wouldn't want them so bad. So maybe we, the humans, are carrying some kind of inner ruby slippers, and this old hag here that created this reality wants it.
As far as the different, say, transcendental, or you said shamanic or supernatural type of journeys and stuff, like, you're right, the plant, it's all journey. Yeah, if you're using plant medicine, you're right, every plant has its own specific, I think each plant has its own, yeah. And I don't think, it probably have to do with what spirits are behind them or what beings. So, but yeah, those things are, yeah. I've had some of that stuff go on,
Well,
everything has spirit to it.
No, my bad. You go ahead, bro. You got it.
No, all I was saying is everything has spirit to it. You can go ahead. You were saying something about breakthrough.
Yeah, well, for me, it's more the experience of doing it, but certain like beings that you interact with, which is funny because there's commonalities. Like, so, when you look at certain different experiences or trips, if you want to call them that, there's like commonalities that happen. Like for me, I did one of the first time something like that ever happened to me, it's called Salvia divinarum. Anyway, it's used in like Central American shamanic type of experiences or whatever. And, things I saw are strange. They're very strange, That's why I say people have a certain conception of what this world is. And what it actually is very different, because what's right behind the veil is very strange. It's like a circus. I mean, there's gremlins and elves. What's right behind the veil is very strange, and they're laughing at us.
See, to me, I interpret those as red flags.
Exactly, like, Nathan.
Uh-oh, something wrong here.
Exactly.
Let's jump on over here to, this is Martin Liedtke, Mardicus Farticus, he called himself years ago, I guess. Mardicus Farticus. What a weirdo. It looks like almost like Geddy Lee from Rush. Like a retarded Welsh version of retarded Welsh Wish.com version of Geddy Lee from Rush, the band Rush.
Yo, Z.
Yo, how's my audio?
Fuck yeah. Awesome. Nailed it.
What's up, Martin? It's nice to meet you, man.
I know.
It's pretty wild.
I know. Good to see you, my friend. Fucking
yeah.
Hell. I was looking forward to speaking to you anyway, because you're like a bit of a sage, aren't you? You got an overview of the way things are. And it's needed. Your rant was like, fuck yeah, about time, because you know I'm not being horrible when I say like, you know, that this is the resistance and it's like getting a bit mamby-pamby. You need to be like a little bit more warrior-like concerning what you said that hit me like a sledgehammer, brother. When you said, look what we're up against. Look what we're up against. You
Yeah,
know?
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that, dude.
Got that monster out there, and you got infighting and stuff in the Truth movement, and I'm thinking we got like everything is just a fucking against us. It's just like, what?
Well, you know, this is a time to come together. I mean, we don't have a choice otherwise. You know,
I was hoping so. I was hoping that would be the case. So it's wonderful to meet you, and I just want to just bring you over to the people so you can basically shake them up a bit. And
that's Geddy Lee on the screen. That's not Mardicus Farticus. That's Geddy Lee. I think they might be related.
Just let rip, bruv. You know, speak your mind, which you're really good at anyway.
Cool.
You know?
I got a question for you first, though.
Please do.
I've been dying to ask you because this is a question to me that is the most pertinent question there could ever be in the history of all universes. And I was thinking about this, and I thought you'd be the perfect person to answer. Ready? I'm going to give you 3 names. I want you to rank them. I want you to rank the top gay Brits of all time. Ready?
Okay.
Boy George. George, hold on.
What am I rating out of? 10, 1 to 10.
No, I'm going to give you 3, and I want you to rank them. The top gay to the third top gay.
Well,
right? They're all top gays. Well, because they're British, so that's redundant, right? But I want you to rank the 3. Ready? From the top gay to the third top gay, but we all know they're gay. Ready? Okay. Boy George, George Michael, Elton John. Go.
Elton John. It's got to be. I would push to say Boy George 2 and George Michael 3rd.
So you put Elton John as the #1 gayest person ever of all time.
He's
right?
the king of gays. He's the king of gays.
He's the king of gays, definitely. I mean, because he's gay and British. So
what I don't understand is like I seen an interview with Robbie Williams. You know Robbie Williams is, don't you? Take that. Yeah.
No, who's that? Who's
Robbie Williams? Is like famous as fuck in Britain. He's like from a band called Take That. Yeah, solo career. But he was apparently he's like on drugs. He's had a couple of mushrooms and he's knocked Elton John's door. And Elton John's locked him in a bedroom. Okay, he said he's woke up early in the morning and he's like him and his husband died walking into the room with a load of doctors and they had him sectioned. So this is the type of person he is. He's like, oh, you called to my house and we're caring for you because we're really lovey. And they literally sectioned him. He was like locked up for like, he's like, I got big business stuff to get. You got to let me out. And they're like, no, you stay in. So like just literally hijacked his life, stuck him in a... I was like, when I was listening to that, I was like, this is the kind of pull he has. And with royalty as well. George Michael, not so much. He was defamed, wasn't he? You know, he was like in a public toilet or something.
Yeah, I know. But he had a crop of hair on him, man. They don't make hair like that anymore. You don't see George Michael hair these days, do you? You don't really see it. Martin, I don't know what the world's going to do with me and you. I don't think they're ready to handle us, dude. I don't think this world's ready for this.
They'll catch up. Eventually, they always do. Yeah, it's just like we've always before our time. We're always going to do that, okay? But the rest will always catch up, is what you find. So you're
right, dude.
Don't worry.
I've been saying lately. I'm speaking for the future, right? Like I'm not speaking for the room. I'm speaking for the future. You know what? I just want because you never know who's going to hear your words, Martin. You know,
it's so important though, brother. It's all of our tomorrows. You know, think about the animals. It's like it drives me nuts. The country where I live in, they're just gaslighting everyone. You got like all people just sitting on the streets. It's freezing cold. Yeah, they got these boat boys. They just put in like 80 fucking first-class hotels in Britain, and it's like 7 million a day cost. So like, they just arrive, they put them in posh hotels, and they can't wait to get to do it. So I know it's a dialectic to fuck people's heads up, but it's just disgusting that they're doing that in this country. It drives you nuts. This place it really does.
Yeah, man. We're talking about pigs. It's not human. Martin. I mean, the minions are human. You know, the ones they let us see. You know, like the Klaus Schwabs and the Elons and all these fucktards. You know, and like that monarchy you have over there, I couldn't imagine having that. King Charles, what a twit fuck that guy is, dude. You know, I actually feel bad for that son. That what's his name, William? That son of his.
Yeah.
He looks. Yeah, he looks like he doesn't know what's going on. He's got that whole like, oh shit, Grandpa's Vlad the Impaler. What the fuck am I going to do with that kind of look? You know, like he has that look, dude.
He's
and
naughty.
Harry,
He's a naughty boy. He's a naughty boy.
Yeah,
It's funny.
And then Harry, I hear Harry's pretty good at tennis. What do you think, dude? I hear he's pretty good at tennis because you know his dad seemed to be that tennis coach. So I don't know.
They used to play polo. It's a sort of royal game. So it's like croquet on horses.
Yeah.
I don't think he's actually. I can't even believe that they all accepted him because he doesn't even look like one of the royals. For starters off, he looks exactly like his father, who is Hewitt, Captain Hewitt, who's ginger, like him. So it's like he's taking him on, Charles, as his own. Fair dues, you know, as a prince and stuff. And it's never mentioned. It's just like sort of under the table, like because he looks nothing like his brother.
No, not at all.
Do you know, like they keep chucking bullet points out about everything, like especially with religion or all of it. It's just that I keep getting it all day. I'm just debating people, fuckos, who just keep saying stuff at me and then words at me with no basis for any reality in any of it ever. You know,
they're just programmed. They're bots at this point. They're just turned over to the system unconsciously. They don't know it, Martin. The system defines your identity for you from the day you're born. And then you buy into the system. That's the trick of it. Martin.
So this is Martin Farticus. Martin. It's Martin Farticus.
It's all a lie, dude. Everything. They give us fake
everything.
It's a fake everything, dude. Everything's fake. It's a fake cosmology. They give us fake science. The science that they base this realm on is complete bullshit, okay? Einstein was a clown, all right? Quantum physics is a fucking joke. The theory of relativity is absolutely the stupidest thing ever. They define our reality on bullshit, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yo, what was Niels Bohr's famous saying? Oh, the only real thing we know is when you get down to the fundamentals, it's not real. So it's like, shut the fuck up.
It's not real. It's not. Martin, this whole world may likely be a projection of ourselves that we're experiencing collectively.
I've already thought it. And it is weird that, you know, when you're in a really bad mood and things are going crappy or you're in a depression, how the world will reciprocate a shitty environment. Have you noticed that?
I really think that, man. Think about it. Like we say, like, one of the things that blows my mind is that the words earth and heart are anagrams. They're literally the same
I thought
word.
about it. I swear to God. Listen to this. I was thinking of a title for tonight's vlog. And I was thinking about, do you know the Bonnie Tyler song, Total Eclipse of the Heart? Because I was talking about
I love that.
tonight.
I love that song.
And
I mean, I don't want to admit I love it, but I love that song.
Well, she's from Wales. She's from Swansea. She's one of ours. Bonnie
cool.
Tyler, local. But heart is like you said, an anagram of earth, and total eclipse of the heart. And she's saying earth, and I wondered if there was more going on. And I was going to use it for a vlog title, but you know, it's obviously
that would have been. See, that's a synchrony right there. I've been having all kinds of synchronies lately. As soon as I started embracing truth and really speaking it and just resonating and dropping off fear, the synchronies have been amazing. I mean, look at me here talking to you. I just started yapping about 6 or 9 months ago, or 6 or 8 months ago, maybe. It's the first time I went and showed my face in line and started talking about this shit. And now here I am talking to you in front of all these people, man. You know, I would have never expected that. It's crazy, bro.
I just like go with stuff and don't give it too much thought.
Yeah, exactly.
Sense. It's like I was listening to the other night and I was like, yeah, all right. That's somebody like you've got to listen to, guys. And you know, when he was on Staves, Brian Stavely's, that was quite mind blowing. I remember what you were talking about. Have a rant. That was a fantastic rant, by the way. But
I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, you know, because here's the thing, man. I've been really thinking about this, dude. Because before, you know, I'm at a point now where I speak so freely because I believe what I'm saying. And one thing I believe is the system gives us nothing. It literally is just a death system. It gives us nothing. The world provides every single thing that we need, okay? The world provides food.
Yeah.
It just provides it for us. What does the system give us? Fucking poison. They're just pumping poison down our fucking throats. The world gives us shelter. There's everything we need for shelter, okay? What does the fucking system give us, Martin? They're shoving us in cities and buying up all the land, making it impossible to fucking own anything.
Oh,
okay?
everyone's like 1 month off of homelessness. When the paycheck fails, they're fucked.
Yeah. What else? The world, nature gives us health, okay? All the herbs and the plants, everything that's healthy, any health or treatment paradigms that are worth anything or have any efficacy whatsoever, come right from nature. What does the system give us? I don't even have to say it. We just all know. Here's my point. The system gives us nothing. Nothing at all. Now, here's the thing. What the system does is it co-ops what it is to be a human. So they create a society for us when humans are just, we're communal beings. We work in families and tribes. We're not social beings. We're communal beings. Okay. And when you have a community, you have all those things. When you have a community just existing, look at the tribes all across the world, man. You have food and shelter and health when you have a community and when you have a family. And this system is doing everything they can to break that up. Look at the family unit, completely destroyed the family unit. They bring these kids into these indoctrination camps and program them from day one. Okay. They're destroying what it is to be a human. Okay, this is what we're up against. That's exactly like I said in that rant, dude.
A massive travesty of injustice. It's just monumental. Just them words alone and what you just said should shake people to the core to make, to want to make a change, to want to do something about this place. Because, it's clear to see where this place is going.
Yeah. Well, Martin, do you want to go out to these fucktards? We're not talking about Genghis Khan taking us over. Let me tell you something. If Genghis Khan showed up to my tribe and took over, all right, and Genghis Khan is going to vanquish me and take my wife. Well, at least I went out going against a fucking warrior. We're going to go out to these fucktards. We're going to go out to fucking. We're going to go out to Elon Musk.
He would be my bitch in an hour. Yeah, I would find something that he really liked.
Okay. Who? Genghis? Yeah, we'd hang out. I'd be hanging out with Genghis, man. Yo, Martin, here's what I'm picturing, dude. Me and you, we're hanging out with Genghis Khan in his court. We're chilling with him. He's got all that harem. He would throw some of that shrapnel our way. I would follow Genghis. I wouldn't follow many people. I would Martin. I don't think I'd follow you though. You'd have to go.
Don't follow me.
Yeah, I'd follow Genghis. Though.
No, probably not. Genghis is good.
Yeah, I'd follow.
A great storm is coming, but you are Viking strong. Viking strong. Be Viking strong. Know your power. Know your strength. Nothing can defeat you. Viking strong forever and ever. You beg me. Oh, what a book. What a book. What a book. Oh. Oh. God? I'm busy. Leave me alone. God, I just have a few questions. Please answer me. God, a little bit concerned. I'm a little bit startled and disturbed. To be blunt with you. Can I be blunt with you? Yes, of course, be blunt with me and direct. Don't dilly-dally around here like that forever con man. Oh, you know him too?
God? Why? Why, God? Why are we here? Why? Why? Why?
Get out of my sight. Of course I know him. I know all of these whimpering little creatures, these cretins and cretins. Creepy creatures. I know them all.
Get them out of my sight. I can't stand them. I can't stand most of my creation. I want it to suffer. I want to watch it suffer. Suffer and bleed and sacrifice and worship and praise me from your knees. Get down on your knees and worship your God.
Reason, and I have some other, and this is a whole other conversation which I don't want to bring up, but I will give you the point. I do believe I came here to bust the system up. And I've always had that feeling, and I had a false path that
You didn't come here to do shit. You just believe that. Your laugh reveals what you are. You're just a full of shit new ager that wants to feel special and powerful and believe that you're on a mission. You feel like it. You're not on a mission. You're deceived. You're a dupe.
If you were to, you know, your life would end soon or whatever.
I mean, for whatever reason, and I have some other, and this is a whole other conversation which I don't want to bring up, but I will give you the point. I do believe I came here to bust the system up. And I've always had that feeling, and I had a false path that the Matrix gave me, which I figured out. That's a whole other story too. But anyway,
Pooyah.
It was all trying to get me off the path of like, I came here as been here before. There's some souls trapped. Maybe I'm trying to get some aspects of myself out. I don't know if that's true, but I know some people believe that.
Speculation.
I think some of my soul family's here. I don't know. I feel like
not the realm. So whether my life is great or not, have to do with the realm. I'm an individual. I'm not the realm.
Especially females.
Oh yeah, shit, I wish I could hear people's thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, that's before I wish for something I don't want.
You want to kiss me?
Yeah. I just assume. I thought that was my voice saying that. I like.
Body, seemingly. I'm wondering whether that's just another psyop and we got complete control over our bodies. It's our minds that are doing it. If you think, you know, oh, I'm going to have shit, you know, oh, fucking hell, all this is going to go wrong today on all of these things I got to do. And lo and behold, they do. All go to shit.
Yep.
If you went out there in the mind.
My argument's always that there must be something like where our subconscious is connected to the realm and what we actually believe sort of happens. It's like we write the code with our subconscious, but our beliefs work against a lot too. If you believe, oh, I'm just a poor trailer park, you are that and you will be that and you'll continue. My argument was, if you've ever had one of those days where something pisses you off and in your mind you have nothing but negative talk, it's all, of course, that's something that would happen to me. That's just my luck. Of course, that would happen to a Sedaris. Man, the second you start doing that and the second you allow these things to anger you, boy, does it start producing a whole bunch more. If you get so angry and you think, oh, of course, this asshole would cut me off, and you're thinking that, man, it's almost a domino effect. That whole day will become nothing but stress and events to piss you off. So, yeah, what we believe really affects the reality. But then somebody would argue, Martin, is how the hell did we end up here? Where did I ever believe like this much drama, trauma, depression, and misery and nastiness? How did we get here?
Oh, I know. I've been like fighting for survival since fucking I was born, and I'm wondering why. I mean, when I was a kid, that's all I did. I had to fight. I had to fight all the fucking time, otherwise I get killed. And that's the life I had. And it's just felt like that right the way through. It's like, why have I got to be fighting for survival in a place full of nutters?
Yeah.
That's the way I feel. But I'm just going to let all that go because the Beatles spoke epic words with Let It Be. Because when you get to a certain point in life, you realize that you're not going to waste any more brain space thinking, worrying about it all. You're going to turn it around. You're going to think for what you want, and then when you get what you want, fulfill your soul, then you can give to everybody else freely. Your love and your energy, and then it's good, Chris. It's good energy then, man. It's good if you can look in the mirror, man. And say, you're doing all right, kid. Be happy with just what you're doing. And I know you do. I watch you, Chris. I know you feel the same.
Yeah.
Truth. There's a lot of people out there, on YouTube and stuff, and truth is not what they're doing. Yeah, they're not who they portray to be. That's a fucking fact.
Yeah, I would even go as far as saying, they may be somebody that isn't them, unbeknownst to them. Even I think it goes that deep. I think that what I call the mind virus or the archons, but they work through all of us. It's not just it must be the Illuminati. It's politics.
I've been totally baited with what I thought was demonic possession, man. I completely lost control of my life. I've done crazy fucking ass things for years on end, like you wouldn't believe. I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't even tell people. The shit I was into in the past, like everything, and I just couldn't believe that now in hindsight that I was even like that, because I'm going above all, like with it all my life I've had the the morality that I stay so I haven't been a twat to anyone. That's nothing I do, but I was very mischievous. I was into also, so yeah, very mischievous. So I wouldn't get involved in anything that would harm other people, like hard drugs.
Yeah, but you did a lot of shit that you look back and you go, man, that wasn't even me. That was I had scenarios like that too. I would say for the past 2-3 years actually now I've been fighting a demon, and I'll also say this: I learned a lot from him. If I'm being brutally honest. It was tough.
Well, that's for you to live. That's what it's there for.
Yeah.
The jinn, or whatever it is, the archon, whatever you want to fucking call them, right? They show you where you're going fucking wrong. And they are the worst critique in your life. And they make you feel a bitch. And, it bruises your ego all of the time. And it's the ego that's getting in the way. I've noticed that a lot as well.
Yep, you have
I
to
noticed
break
the
down the
humbler,
ego.
cooler people who slow it down and got more Bruce fucking Lee. It just walks through life. I seen an interview with an old lady. She was 120, a Scottish lady. She's on YouTube. She was the oldest woman in Britain. And she smoked and she drank brandy. And they asked her, how did she stay so happy and live such a long life? And she said, well, I don't worry about things. And I don't live in fear. I just live my life with love in my heart. And she just lived her ripe old age. And she had habits, smoked, drink. And brilliant.
Yeah.
And that's the way to be, you know, it makes perfect sense. If you're a logical human being, you would have a better life. You wouldn't, make it worse for yourself. I know sometimes when you're stuck in a rut and nothing's working out, you think that it's a curse, and that. But I think with this, what we're going through in this place, I think there's a certain amount of decades that are learning curve for us, where we're put through holy fucking hell. Yeah, and then we get through to the other. Yeah, man. You got to go in this realm. I notice you got to be completely insane to become insane, and I have been insane in this place. I mean, berserk, insane fucking person in this place, and you got to go through all that to become truly sane. I think, anyway. And if you don't know, if you haven't done all those things in your life, all of the, everything, gangsterism, fucking crime, you name it, everything, all of it, right? If you haven't done all that in your life, then how would you learn what is bad and what is not?
That's true. So would you say, if you had an urge now, let's say, that you didn't agree with, let's say you just had a weird urge to cheat on your old lady, and it just ate at you, do you give into the urge to get past that part of your life, and you're considering this a lesson given to you by the archons, or do you fight against it?
No, I'm good. I'm strong. I was with my wife before she died 26 years, and I never once carried on her because I wouldn't want to upset her. And my girlfriend now, I've had loads of women come on to me since I've been with her, and I wouldn't even fucking look at them because I'm
against it.
No, I'm good. I'm strong. I was with my wife before she died 26 years, and I never once carried on her because I wouldn't want to upset her. And my girlfriend now, I've had loads of women come on to me since I've been with her, and I wouldn't even fucking look at them. because I'm not going to go out with somebody and break their fucking heart over selfish needs when I'm getting everything I need. I just don't understand. You know, it's no.
I'm not a cheater
I
either. I don't agree
treat
with you.
anybody like it, Chris. I wouldn't treat anyone like it. You know. So no, I wouldn't do that. I can fight that. Yeah,
okay.
Fight that.
So yeah, you agree with not everything that's coming into my mind's a lesson. Some of it's something to be fought against then. So yeah, we will stay conflicted then. We don't have a choice, because a lot of times thoughts feel very intrusive to me. I get thoughts in my mind, and sometimes I wonder, are these being sent, or is that person?
Yeah, it's not even mine.
Yeah.
It's just totally insane and logical, makes no sense. Not even me thoughts. I know, Chris.
Yeah.
We all get it. Maybe we're just that susceptible antennas that we're like radio stations, that we're just picking up any old static and interference out there.
It could be that. I thought also, because I had intrusive thoughts of sexual thoughts too, of a person that I wasn't attracted to.
I had a girlfriend before, and she couldn't even look at people without imagining them having sex naked.
What the hell? Oh, really? That's interesting.
So it's like, and I you know, I know what she was saying. But so other people have like sort of just crazy sexual thoughts that they would never dream of carrying out in their normal life. It just comes in. I mean, it's a sex gene.
I was getting. I think she was sending it to me by thinking about it. Because okay, so I'll just break it down simple. It was one of my coworkers, and I was not attracted to this woman, but I kept getting thoughts of having sex with her. And then, I mean, lo and behold, you know, surprise, surprise, she was really thinking about me a lot lately and was interested in me. And I thought, huh, are these intrusive thoughts, or maybe we're just connected, and maybe a bad thought is somebody thinking, I hate him. I wish he's a demon. He's got sweat spots. He must be possessed by the Illuminati shit. And we're getting negative thoughts because of it. Maybe we're connected on that level. I wish he's a demon. He's got sweat spots. He must be possessed by the Illuminati. Connected, and maybe a bad thought is somebody thinking, I hate him. I wish he's a demon. He's got sweat spots. He must be possessed by the Illuminati shit. And we're getting negative thoughts because of it. Maybe we're connected on that level. That could be what's happening with intrusive thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it could be that, because you know, I think the whole place is connected anyway. I'm proper psychic. I am. You know, I can hear people's thoughts anyway, especially females.
Oh yeah. Shit, I wish I could hear people's thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, that's before I wish for something I don't want.
You want to kiss me?
Yeah. You know, I just assume. I thought that was my voice saying that. I like him. Boy, he's handsome. Ooh, I'll spend some time with him. I thought that was my own voice lying to me to make me feel good. Maybe I'm hearing him. Maybe I'm hearing him. But all right, so I wanted to ask you I already asked you the free will question. I sort of agree with you as well. I think we have a limited version of it, the same way a prisoner in prison can choose a donut or a cake at the commissary table. That's about how much free will we got. I also agree we don't have it. So I was handsome. Ooh, I'll spend some time with him.
You know, I can hear people's thoughts anyway, especially females.
To this woman, but I kept getting thoughts of having.
So other people have like sort of
what the hell? Oh, really? That's interesting.
So it's like, and I you know, I know what she was saying. But so other people have like sort of just crazy sexual thoughts that they would never just that susceptible antenna.
To me, I get thoughts in my mind, and sometimes I wonder, are these being sent, or is that person?
Yeah, it's not even mine.
Yeah.
It's just totally insane and logical, makes no sense. Not even me thoughts. I know, Chris.
Yeah.
We all get it. Maybe we're just that susceptible antennas that we're like radio stations, that we're just picking up any old static and interference out there.
It could be that. I thought also, because I had intrusive thoughts of sexual thoughts too, of a person that I wasn't attracted to.
I had a girlfriend before, and she couldn't even look at people without imagining them having sex naked.
What the hell? Oh, really? That's interesting.
So it's like, and I you know, I know what she was saying. But so other people have like sort of just crazy sexual thoughts that they would never dream of carrying out in their normal life. It just comes in. I mean, it's a sex gene.
I was getting. I think she was sending it to me by thinking about it. Because okay, so I'll just break it down simple. It was one of my coworkers, and I was not attracted to this woman, but I kept getting thoughts of having sex with her. And then, I mean, lo and behold, you know, surprise, surprise, she was really thinking about me a lot lately and was interested in me. And I thought, huh, are these? Are these intrusive thoughts, or Yeah. Maybe we're just connected, and maybe a bad thought is somebody thinking, I hate him. I wish he's a demon. He's got sweat spots. He must be possessed by the Illuminati shield. And we're getting negative thoughts because of it. Maybe we're connected. I wish he's a demon. He's got sweat spots. He must be disconnected. And maybe a bad thought is somebody thinking, I hate him. I wish he's a demon. He's got sweat spots. He must be possessed by the Illuminati shield. And we're getting negative thoughts because of it. Maybe we're connected on that level. That could be what's happening with intrusive thoughts.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it could be that because, I think the whole place is connected anyway. I'm proper psychic, I am. Mm-hmm. I can hear people's thoughts anyway, especially females.
Oh, yeah? See, I wish I could hear people's thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, that's before I wish for something I don't want.
You want to kiss me?
Yeah. I just assume. I thought that was my voice saying that. I like him. Boy, he's handsome. Ooh, I'll spend some time with him. I thought that was my own voice lying to me to make me feel good. Maybe I'm hearing him. Maybe I'm hearing him. But all right, so I wanted to ask you I already asked you the free will question. I sort of agree with you as well. I think we have a limited version of it, the same way a prisoner in prison can choose a donut or a cake at the commissary table. That's about how much free will we got. I also agree we don't have it. So I would like to ask you, what are you trying to accomplish now, Mark? Why do you still do the YouTube thing?
I would like to wake as many people up in this world to the dialectics that are in place, the fear that is in this place. And I would want, do you know what freedom is, Chris? Freedom is living without fear. And it's as simple as that. If we could just remove the fear and everybody just turn on mainstream media, see it for what it is, and then start doing them, thinking for themselves and thinking about their community and their loved ones and their family, because people are getting all really fucked up. One thing that they forgot is they got everything they need right in front of them because they're in this fucking consume mode, and they think they got to buy things and they think they got to have things when you don't need none of it. As long as your kids and your animals and your family and everybody is well and everything is just ticking over fine, then you should be happy and in grace. But people just take life for granted, don't they? More. And you've got to be careful what you wish for, because if you end up getting what you wish for in this place, some people want to wish to unwish the wish, because you have to be really specific in this place. Especially, another thing I do is I lie as well. I lie to the simulation. I say things like, because I don't like doing dishes. So I say, I love doing dishes. And all the things that I used to dislike, I now say to the out loud, oh, I like doing that. So and I don't have no feeling to it, because I notice there's some sort of connection to the simulation and emotion. So I keep that down. So I'm sort of tricking it, if you like, in a manner of speaking. So it doesn't anticipate what I'm thinking or what I'm doing. But what I am doing is I am trying to wake up as many people as I possibly can. I've definitely woken up it's tens of millions of views, so definitely millions of people.
Millions.
It would be
millions.
Yeah. It would be really lovely if all of the people like doing drama and narcissistic behavior patterns could cease, because that is prevalent in society now. Because I'm in a place, Britain, I don't know whether you know, but everyone cheers at one another's throat, and the place is just a tinderbox ready to blow, man. And it's all like, they got all of the city streets flooded with Antifa agents that are going up. I had literally a guy a month ago coming up to me out of nowhere, right, and want to fucking start a fight, one of these little Antifa guys. I couldn't believe it. I was having a private conversation, and he comes up, he said, excuse me, are you arguing? So I looked around and I said, dude, I'm in a private conversation here. Don't you know you're not to do that? And then he started threatening me.
Really?
Dude, you're going to get... Yeah, he said, dude, you're going to get fucked up. I said, well, that's okay, because I hit back. Yeah? And he's like literally threatening me. Well, so they don't do anything, the Antifa. They come up in your grill and get threatening, right? So that it's entrapment, isn't it? So you fucking thump them, and then you're on camera, and then that's the trick. So the British streets are awash with Antifa agents starting trouble, and then you've got all of the different protests on nearly a daily basis on the city streets, with thousands of people screaming at one another, and there's all of this anger constantly in Britain. No one trusts anyone else because, you know, with the flooding of people from other places, is people, again, just like AI, people are not willing to appreciate change. I think that the population is fucking plummeting. I think that's why AI is being dragged up and pushed through. You know, look at Grok 2, straight away, both, all of this high-end AI, which obviously Elon Musk has had all along, which is why he's invented or not invented all of that shit, because he's been using his own AI, getting all the answers before us. So we get the maybe watered down version. Yeah, so it's change, isn't it? People are petrified of change. No, I think AI is going to just do a lot of good for people. You know, people can be able to stay home, do them, you know, go and stay on your boat, go and do work and do something else for you. Because that's the way it's going, man. You know, teachers are not going to be needed if they're stupid compared to the AI. So they're going to be gone. Doctors, they're going to be gone. And there's just so many people's jobs that are just going to be gone because of AI.
Yeah.
Government bill, government tax, all of that.
You could say,
AI.
Martin, you could say it's because of AI, or you could say it's because of shitty humans. So I also agree. I think AI.
Well, I agree with you.
Yeah.
You know, I'm in the camp, you know, that, you know, they are all traitors to fucking humanity. After what happened 5 years ago, man, I had to deal with going out and everyone's fucking where?
Oh, the
I was like,
shit.
really?
Oh, God, dude.
Wow, you're all such fucking pussies, man. You're scared of a dribbly nose. Fuck off. So I lost faith with them all right then. See, I was in the saving humanity business. Now I'm just concerned about the people who are worthy and willing to wake up. If they're not willing, like, la, well, fuck you. Go and enjoy the little fucking thing that you're going to do over there. Because they're all limiting their experience in this place. There's more to do. But like you said, you know, with free will, it's a very limited experience. I've done a lot of stuff in this place, Chris, right? I was in the Navy for years. I've traveled, God knows how many fucking places. I've been everywhere. I've done everything, really. And yet, I was like, I'm in the state of like, wow, is that all it is? Is that all it is? You know? I release better buzzes in my own body by going inwards than I do ever in the external experience. I really do. You know, there's more going on in my internal world, enjoyable, than there is in the external world. There really is. And I think that, you know, to make a difference in the outside world, I think you got to look into the external world and fucking fix what's going on in there, man. I don't know why they put us in here, Chris, and why we got to suffer. So I don't know that. The only reason that I can think of is this is a schoolroom. We got to learn. And this is the hard track, the hard mode up on the computer game, you know? And maybe we're hardcore players or something, you know, and they just like, you know, like King Jack. Fucking Tekken or something.
Yeah, I think that all the time. If it's just a hardcore game, we were forced into it, or we it gives us amnesia on purpose. It could be something like that going on. Absolutely. As far as the AI replacing humanity, that's absolutely going to happen, and we guaranteed it with our behavior. It's our fault. You know, like you said, they're definitely going to replace doctors. They're just too valuable. They're definitely going to replace police. They're super valuable. Some cops have racism, old angers in their heart. Maybe they were bullied when they were a kid and they want to take it out on people. So they're just nasty people.
No, maniac cop. Yeah.
Nobody, I wouldn't want to deal with a real human cop if I had the option to deal with an android that's just going to do what's right and not have some weird mental disorder that comes along with them. So cops
that's so true, Chris. Never thought of that. That's so true. They won't have any preconceived notions. They won't be judgmental. It'll just be
right to the law. Yeah. He's not going to smash some poor lady's face into the hood of his car just because she was a different complexion, pretty much. And that's valuable human behavior. So you can say, oh, the AI did it to us. No, we did it to us. The AI is doing a better job than us. They're going to replace doctors because they're super accurate. They're even, I know this is going to sound crazy. People don't want to hear this, but I'm pretty sure they're going to replace people's mates. I mean, I hate to say it, but the whole men going their way movement and all this and this hatred between men and women, it's all perpetuated.
They're both for AI replacing everyone. They're saying AI is better at everything. AI is better at growing food, being doctors, teachers. They're saying people are shit. These, quote, truthers are all on board with AI replacing you and even replacing your husband or wife. Isn't this fantastic? What truthers they are. They think humans are shit.
I mean, I hate to say it, but the whole men going their way movement and all this and this hatred between men and women, it's, this is going to sound crazy. People don't want to hear this, but
true. They won't have any preconceived notions. They won't be judgmental. It'll just be
right to the law. Yeah, he's not going to smash some poor lady's face into the hood of his car just because she was a different complexion, pretty much. And that's valuable.
He thinks that cops smash people's faces due to their complexion. He's such a leftist idiot. He believes black people are oppressed due to their complexion, their skin color. What a fucking moron. This is what truthers are on YouTube. Shit like this. Absolute brainwashed zombies.
Human behavior. So you can say, oh, the AI did it to us. No, we did it to us. The AI is doing a better job than us. They're going to replace doctors because they're super accurate. They're even, I know this is going to sound crazy. People don't want to hear this, but I'm pretty sure they're going to replace people's mates. I mean, I hate to say it, but the whole men going their way movement and all this and this hatred between men and women, it's all perpetuated to get this to happen. If you see the script, you can see it happening. And the script's going to, because why am I going to pay?
I think I found Martin's truck, everyone. This is what Martin drives now. I think he's living in Texas near Jason Brazier's. And he drives this truck. This is his size. This is Martin's truck, y'all. This is Martin's truck. Here's Martin's truck. There you go. That's Martin's truck. And here's Chrissy Pissy with his sweat stains. Stains soaked right through his shirt. Huge stains. Look at that. Just from sitting indoors, he's such a sweat hog. What a sweaty, smelly pig. Just a pig, a filthy demon, a creepy creature. Creepy creature.
Every dollar I make to support my old lady and carry her along, to hear her, I hate to say this, but I'm just saying, in most relationships.
Does anyone like when a man says, my old lady? Do you want to be some guy's old lady? That's the way bikers talk. It's gross. Old lady. It's gross.
I mean, I hate to say it, but the whole men going their way movement and all this and this hatred between men and women, it's all perpetuated to get this to happen. If you see the script, you can see it happening. And the script's going to, because why am I going to pay every dollar I make to support my old lady and carry her along, to hear her, I hate to say this, but I'm just saying, in most relationships, from what I can observe, a lot of bitching and moaning, arguing, stress, people don't want to do chores. I'll just drop I'll drop 200 grand on that AI robot lady. She's going to look like Halle Berry. She's going to feel like Halle Berry. I'm going to come home.
Halle my favorite.
She's one of mine too. But she's going to be a version. The lawn's going to be mowed. When I come home from work, she's going to massage my feet and ask me how my day was. Why would I bother? So I know this sounds crazy. I think even people's mates are going to be replaced by robot people. Because, and again,
100%. I watched Megan the other night. Have you seen that film?
No.
So she's a toy that people buy for 10 grand, and she's like AI, but she turns out she turns out to be a bit of psycho. There's a Megan 2 out soon, but it's fucking really, really good. She just connected into all the AI, and she was super duper fucking smart. But again, she was just bringing up the shit that they do and showing them the shit that they do, but she was punishing them for the shit that they do, basically. Yeah,
that sounds interesting. I've honestly, I wonder sometimes, Martin, is there a God? And if there is he just super righteous? Like, I mean, hardcore type righteous. Like, oh, you like having that nasty thought in your mind? Well, now your fucking rest of your day is going to be hell, motherfucker. I mean, I wonder if we are in the presence of a God that just doesn't play games with us. He's very serious and hardcore. Do you believe it's possible that a God exists, or a creator, or an overlord?
Yes. Yes, I can't say no, because I've always thought that yes. What it is, but I've always felt that there was something there. I just can't see it, but I definitely felt it. You didn't know. And I don't know what it is, Chris, but I definitely feel I've been watched all my life. I don't know what's been watching me. I've had a fixation with angels for some reason all my life. I've had a few visitations when I was younger. I seen the devil. He came and gave me a visit as well. So the devil is tempting people, and then people do something wrong, and they say, oh, the devil made me do it. So that is also the flip side of God, isn't it? The other side of the coin, because it's like the ultimate purification test. If you tell the devil to fuck off, I don't want any of that, you know, you've won, haven't you? And then you're righteous. And it's the same with God as well, you know, it's like the set parameters, but, you know, not the parameters set by religion, because that's just weird. You know, for moral standard in this place, you know, love everyone else, respect everyone else, and just help where you can. Simple, really, isn't it?
So you think it's that simple? It's just really do the best you can, man. Have a good heart, love people. That's really, I mean, after all these years of truth seeking, Martin, you've been seeking truth before you were on YouTube, so it's been over a decade. And the conclusion that you've come to, looking into all these different rabbit holes and ideas and theories, is be kind to people.
Yeah, because it's going to come and get you if you're not. This place is super kind. The universe is super caring, man. That's why we get these awakenings, you know, like we've been in this awakening and we get all this more information. You know, I'm like light years away from where I was 10 years ago. I can't even believe how much I know since then. I look at my videos of 10 years ago. I don't seem to know anything about anything. And so I'm wondering where we'll be in another 10 years with the super intelligence that is AI. If you know what to ask it, the questions to ask it, you know, that's where the key is.
Yeah.
Like I said, the world's your oyster. It could write you a successful business plan that could do you millions if you were that way inclined. Think of that.
Yeah, it could. Yeah, the AI is a quick way for people to make money. If you're a monetary driven person, and hey, don't forget that me and Martin told you this stuff. You do make millions, you come back and donate to us. If AI makes you a lot of money, but yeah, absolutely, it's constant creation though. Hey, do you want to write a book about this? Hey, do you want to make a series about this? Hey, do you want? It's like, man, but I wonder how genuine is creation going to be 10 years from now? I almost won't trust anybody unless they do it right in front of me, you know? Like, oh, I made this beautiful story. Well, you didn't. AI did. What are you capable of? Oh, look, I made this beautiful rap song. But if I turned off the beat and said rap now, could you do it? So I think, but again, people fear AI. I don't fear AI. I think AI is going to make people think different.
Yeah, I'm embracing it, and I'm enjoying it at the moment as well. I really am.
Yeah, it's fun.
I enjoy making thumbnails. I enjoy pissing about with it. I enjoy philosophical quibbles that I have with it, and I keep to myself as well. I could publish them. They're really juicy, but I just don't. I like keeping it for myself. So yeah, I'm enjoying it. Let's see where it goes, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree with that. Absolutely. Martin, I do want to, before we wrap up, there's a few more things I wanted to ask you. First, I wanted to say this before I wrap up. There's very few people in this reality that even care about these subjects. And then if you break off the percentage of those people that actually do something about this shit, it's very small. And you're a very rare human being in this reality. I appreciate you. What you do here is super important. Thank you, Martin. I appreciate that. What you do here is super important. I watch you,
Chris, and I know you're a beautiful human being, man. You really are. I've been watching you for a long time, man. And that's why I keep coming back. And that's why I'm here now, you know, because I just see you. I see you. You're a good person, man.
Thank you, Martin. That means a lot to me, brother.
Well, you are. You should get a lot more, you know, you should get more, if you want to get more traction on YouTube, you know, try and, you know, share your channel and that. But, you know, just keep going. It's this fucking algorithm and they don't like human beings, man. You know, keep doing what you're doing, bro. Honestly, I'm watching. You've had loads of comments. Everyone watches you. Fucking hell, Eric Dubay watches you. Everyone watches you, Chris. You don't think they do, but they do.
Oh, I know. I'm talking
to. They're not saying anything.
I know that they are. I'm talking to Eric on Wednesday, actually, if all goes well.
There you go.
Yeah, so that's going to happen, and I'm hoping it grows my channel. But then again, Martin, have you had them knock subscribers off? Like I almost hit 2K, and then boom, it knocked me down to 1,200 again.
Yeah, man. I'm having loads of emails. Loads of people have been unsubbed, and yeah, it just, I don't know what's happened, mate. I had like a little boost off YouTube. I thought, oh, here we go, I've broken through the algorithm. And then like literally a month later, it was just like boom, 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 boom. It's just like one fucking hell.
What the hell?
I'm trying to work it out. It's the algorithm. It is. It's not. They don't like it's subjects, isn't it? Because we're doing truth for subjects.
Yeah.
Conspiracy, they call it. And they don't like it, so it's that. And I, you know, I don't really bother anyway. Enough people see, and they keep our YouTube. You know, they show you.
El Diablo Radio International. Sorry, what's that? We're coming. Oh, whoa, won't hold it against you that that lied is in your name, but yeah, Mr. Stupid, it's Estonian, so I don't think Litska means actually the same in German. It actually means little song. Litska means little song. So I think I'm going to have to block you for just coming at us without any love and intent. There, there's that. Oh, good. Well, good to hear it. Your name is the devil, though. I'm just saying. So there's that. It's a bit, you know. I won't block you. Okay, you're not going anywhere. Okay? Okay, turn the corner. Come back to us. Okay? Don't be grumpy. There you are. So, Martin, deal with that without being a control freak. What do you think of that? Dun, dun, dun. Nailed it. El Diablo, Radio International. Sorry, what's that? I won't hold it against you that that lied is in your name, but yeah, Mr. Stupid, it's Estonian, so I don't think Litska means actually the same in German. It actually means little song. Litska means little song. So I think I'm going to have to block you for just coming at us without any love and intent. There, there's that. Oh, good. Well, good to hear it. Your name is the devil, though. I'm just saying. So there's that. It's a bit, you know. I won't block you. Okay, you're not going anywhere. Okay? Okay, turn the corner. Come back to us. Okay? Don't be grumpy. There you are. So, Martin, deal with that without being a control freak. What do you think of that? Dun, dun, dun. Nailed it.
I wasn't grumpy. I just said I won't hold it against him. That lied is in his last name. It was a little joke. He was going to block me over a little joke. He's going to block me. He was going to block me over a little joke. I wasn't grumpy. He was going to block me. All right, so now I'm going to switch over to Grace, Really Disgraceful. Her channel's called Really Disgraceful. Hey, internet friends. Hey, internet friends. How y'all doing? Hey, internet friends.
Hey, internet friends, let's just get to it. The biggest story of the year just dropped, which is the Trump-Musk WWE cage match. That's not a cage match at all. Remember the good old days when enemies used to at least duel? Now we just get a cyber feud. On June 5th, 2025, these two went from allies to enemies over the one big beautiful bill. And I don't know if everyone's buying it. You let me know if you think this is just the script, if it's all theater, if it's a distraction, or if it's a series of actions meant to generate a certain outcome. Maybe a few of the aforementioned could apply, potentially. But who's pulling the strings, and why is Palanteer lurking in the background? Let's unpack this drama and the real issues the media will never tell you about. Here's what the media won't tell you about the Elon Musk-Donald Trump breakup.
He's upset. Remember, he was here for a long time. You saw a man who was very happy when he stood behind the Oval desk. And even with the black eye, I said, do you want a little makeup? We'll get you a little makeup. But he said, no, I don't think so, which is interesting. He's worn the hat. Trump was right about everything. And I am right about the great, big, beautiful bill. We call it a great, big, beautiful bill because that's what it is. And again, biggest tax cuts in history, biggest economic development moves anywhere. We've never done anything like it.
So here's the tea. Elon Musk, fresh off finishing his gig at the Department of Government Efficiency, a newly appointed member of the Black Eye Club, slammed Trump's massive tax and spending bill, calling it a disgusting abomination. Why? Well, the stated reason is because the Congressional Budget Office says it'll add $2.4 trillion to the deficit in a decade. And taxpayers will inevitably feel the burden of that. The debt slave chains weigh heavy. Trump responded saying that Elon Musk is just salty because the bill kills electric vehicle subsidies, which will tank Tesla's stock. During this response, Trump even bragged that he kicked Musk out of his administration. Just to catch you all up to speed, Musk critiqued Trump's bill, not Trump as a person or a president, but Trump attacked Elon. So Elon, if we're to believe this reality TV show as actual reality, seeing it as at face value, in a wounded response, went full scorched earth on X, claiming Trump would have lost the 2024 election without his endorsement and his hundreds of millions of dollars in campaign contributions. Then Elon alleged that Trump is in the unreleased Epstein files, and essentially that's why the files remain unreleased. And I'll be frank here, the association between Epstein and Trump has obviously been documented, but Elon is implying that Trump is in the files for something much worse, blackmail material. So if Musk has known about these so-called files, why is he only hinting at it now? I know you can't measure these people by the same criteria that you and I use as character judgment, but if you know something to be corrupt and you're in a position of power where you can inform, why would you even associate with that person? Why wouldn't Elon tell us this information when it became available and apparent to him? Why be a sneaky little snake and wait for the opportune moment? It's very manipulative, very manipulative. And if it is true, why was Elon bringing his child around Trump and the mother of his children around Trump to all these events? It just feels like a distraction because all we really wanted, and by we, I mean everyday Americans, is for the Fed to stop printing money at such an alarming rate. And I don't know, take control of our monetary system and dial back the rampant corruption. But what do we actually get? A keyboard feud, a cyber soap opera. The so-called one big beautiful bill is actually a beast that extends Trump's tax cuts, throws $175 billion at the military and border security, but it also cuts electric vehicle subsidies and domestic programs. There's a lot more to it, but I'm covering this drama, not necessarily the bill. I'm essentially trying to get this video out, and if you would like me to go into further detail about the bill itself, I'd be happy to. Elon Musk says it's a disaster waiting to happen that could spark a recession, especially in conjunction with Trump's tariffs. And who really stands to benefit? Certainly not the American people. Palanteer Technologies, led by Peter Thiel and his legion of blood-consuming technocrats. I'm not exaggerating. He literally pumps the blood of teenagers into his veins to extend longevity. I think it was called Ambrosia or something, that startup. I'll put it on the screen.
Controversial new treatment that may hold promise, but at a price. Dr. Jesse Karmazin is talking about transfusions with the young blood from teenagers, and he says it just may turn back the hands of time.
He's just some billionaire guy, homosexual, parading as a conservative. He bought a few children. I don't know why conservatives embrace him. Anyway, Palanteer is in the line to profit bigly from the bill's $25 billion Golden Dome missile defense system and $175 billion for surveillance-heavy homeland security, meaning they're spying on you, everyday Americans. They're building files on you. It's confirmed. They're putting you on a list. They're tracking your online activity. They're tracking everything about you. They're making you predictable. They're predicting what you might do.
So the PayPal mafia, this is a group of people that worked at PayPal. Elon Musk was a co-founder of PayPal along with, excuse me, Peter Thiel. And so, of course, we know Elon Musk's ties to the administration and what he's doing at Doge. So you have Elon Musk, you have Peter Thiel, who is all over this administration. He hasn't not been public about it, but Peter Thiel is the co-founder of Palanteer, which is one of the largest contractors to the CIA. Peter Thiel is the reason J.D. Vance is the vice president. He actually introduced J.D. Vance to Trump and actually lobbied and pushed for that to happen. And so, you know, he's been a big proponent of obviously digital payments and technocracy as well.
Look, we built PG, which single-handedly stopped the rise of the far right in Europe. We built Foundry, which was used to distribute the COVID vaccine and saved millions of lives globally.
Palanteer has already bagged $113 million in federal contracts this year, including a $795 million Pentagon deal. And the bill conveniently bans states from regulating AI for a decade. I've heard some debates on whether this is good for, capitalism, competition, and so one company doesn't corner the market. Whatever. But it is certainly convenient for Palanteer's surveillance empire. They've been a military contractor for some time now for these wars of forever wars of expansion and for oil. And it's the classic founding with CIA money from In-Q-Tel. This company's got technocracy written all over it, is what I'm trying to say. And of course, we can't forget that Peter Thiel is Elon Musk's buddy from way back at PayPal. And JD Vance was boosted with Peter Thiel's money. And they've even got Palanteer banners at every political event like it's a NASCAR race or something. I've done a video on the technocracy and Elon Musk's familial history. If you haven't seen it already, it will connect a bunch of the dots for you. I also have videos on the technocracy on Peter Thiel on In-Q-Tel dating years back on my channel if you would like me to list those as well. But my question is this a coup to get rid of Trump and put Palantir boy Vance in the driver's seat? Musk even went as far to suggest that Trump has been replaced by a body double, by the way. And don't you think if reality is real and this isn't a script, what would the Biden administration have done with these Epstein files? Of course, if Trump was implicated in them, reality is real, not a WWE performance to distract us. They certainly would have released the files. They would have, if they didn't want him to win. The whole thing is like Swiss cheese. There are just holes in this story, in this argument. So what is actually going on? Are Musk and Trump merely acting to divert our attention away from Palantir's power grab and the Fed's dominance and all of the war talk that's going on? Trump never even said a thing about Ukraine's attack on Russia. And the more that escalates, the closer the West is to World War III. Don't even get me started on Israel. I can't do it today. This bill seems to encourage corruption rather than address it. And of course, as usual, what we've been talking about for the last 10 years, the technocrats are creating a surveillance state while we are all fixated on this conflict. Will anything actually change as long as our monetary system is ruled by a foreign bank with no allegiance to the American people? As long as we're all debt slaves, does it really matter who is in power? Is the last president prophecy coming true? Is this another staged display to keep us all distracted, or is this a real feud? You tell me, internet friends. I always look forward to reading your comments. Thank you so much for watching, subscribing, and supporting my channel on Patreon. Also for buying my book, The Deep State Encyclopedia. Bye.
Now, look, I had to give my loser of the week to Greta Thunberg because guess what, Prue? Guess where she's going on her little trip? She's off to Gaza. In fact, she is sailing to Gaza like it's some sort of idyllic holiday destination. She's sailing there on a humanitarian ship on Sunday to protest what she says is Israel's war on the territory. And I wonder if she'll say this to Hamas.
We are in the beginning of a mass extinction, and all you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth. How dare you?
Well, I wonder who should be saying how dare you to. I don't think it'll be Hamas.
I mean, she's such an urban terrorist herself, she's writing. But also, I'm wondering if it's a secret deal from the Israelis to actually, all the Hamas terrorists will leave. If she's inflicted on them, I'm sure they may all decide to leave Gaza, wouldn't you? I mean,
get out of the tunnels or something. But look, you know what? She really is annoying at all times. You know, her activism is so misplaced at the very best of times. And again, we've got to remember, there are hostages. There are still hostages. Has she spoken about the hostages like all the other activists? No.
No, exactly. I mean, she's looking for a cause. She's got no other reason to live, clearly. It's very sad. The girl is not well, I don't believe. And I think that in this case, you know, let's just hope she stays over there. I think that would be quite a good thing. If she just inflicted herself, oh no, you wouldn't do that to the people of Gaza. It's just so cruel. But
well, anyway, look,
it's a worry.
She's my big loser of this week. Brent McSween, thanks for joining.
Well, Brad, you've written a segue for me. Speaking of people divorced from reality, let's talk Greta Thunberg. She's given up on trying to change the weather. The Swedish Goblin of Doom is now on her way to Gaza. She's joined a flotilla of yachts sailing to the Middle Eastern war zone, but not to rescue hostages. No, she's protesting the evils of Israel.
A little bit messy, but I'm trying to go as fast as I can. Right now, we just left Augusta and we're heading towards Catania in Sicily. We're on the Madeleine. We've been trying to sail to Gaza with aid, with solidarity and love for so long, and we are one huge step closer to getting to Gaza now.
So we can see Greta there on the yacht. I'm trying to work out what sort of reception Greta Thunberg is going to get from, you know, the boys in Hamas.
I have questions. They're going to Gaza with solidarity and love. Won't somebody tell the Nobel Prize Committee that the peace is about to be achieved in the Middle East? Greta Thunberg is rolling up with the rest of her friends with solidarity and love. The whole thing is comical, frankly, in the way that they're just like desperate to interject themselves. What do they think is going to happen? Oh, yeah, there's a blockade around this area, but you're Greta Thunberg. Oh, we'll get all out of your way. And even then, do they have a death wish? I mean, it's not safe to be in Gaza. There's a war going on. It's just a really strange but typically attention-seeking and bizarre stunt from Greta Thunberg, who always, you know, she's got an eye for publicity, for getting herself involved in whatever's going on. But this one is kind of a new low, honestly, in terms of exploiting tragedies and seeking attention.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Brad, it's always a joy to talk to you. Thanks for helping us make sense of America. And we'll see you on Danica and James again next week.
Well, look, I want to ask you about a couple of international things. Now, Greta Thunberg now wants to sail into Gaza on a diesel-powered vessel, by the way. If we've got that clip of Greta Thunberg saying that she's ready to go into Gaza to save the day. Here it is.
Hello, I am currently standing on the Madeleine, the ship that on Sunday, June 1st, will attempt to again sail towards Gaza and to try to break the siege and open up a humanitarian corridor by delivering aid like food and medical supplies.
I mean, Ray, shouldn't Israel just give her official transport to Gaza, see how she goes dealing with the Hamas terrorists?
She wants to be a bit careful sailing into, well, she's not sailing, she's motoring into Gaza, as Andrew Bolt pointed out in his column this morning. But the simple fact of the matter is she might be a bit worried about getting shot by Hamas because they, as you've reported, are shooting people as they go to get aid, which is sent to Gaza by the Israelis. And so, you know, people say they're gunmen. Well, I mean, who else runs around Gaza City with a submachine gun if you're not a member of a terrorist organisation, which is, by the way, the duly elected government and has been for 17 years, Hamas. So, look, she used to drive me mad on climate change. Now she's driving me mad. She's stuck her head into what's happening in Gaza at the moment. And you know, I could care less whether she goes there or doesn't go there. What's she going to take a jar of peanut butter and a loaf of bread or something?
Oh, sorry. And that footage you were just referring to, if we've got it, we can show it as overlay. We can bring it up on the screen. But you know, Israel has set up. No, the Israeli footage. This is drone footage that we're going to show you. Here it is, where Israel set up, and this is distressing content. Israel set up a new aid centre and Palestinian masked terrorists, we don't know for sure if they're Hamas or another terrorist group, have been shooting civilians who are going to get aid, Ray. This is what you were referring to just a minute ago.
Yeah, sorry to get ahead of you, but if you're framing a market, it's odds on. It's Hamas. It's odds on. You know, they're there, they're on the ground, and they're killing the people from Gaza to take away the aid that's being trucked in there by Israel. I mean, and the mainstream media tends to ignore this. It doesn't happen. No, it's just one lunatic like the lunatic in the United States of America, you know, doing something to another race of people in that part.
Do 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 do. 23 people tuned in. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. What's this creature talking about here?
There we are. Okay.
Hey guys, hey guys, what's going on? Hey guys, my old lady, your old lady.
Lately, he's been coming in before me and messaging him. He's been showing up like super quick.
Showing up super quick because he has no fucking life. Right? No life.
So we shall wait. We shall wait until they gather. That's why people do that at the beginning of the stream. I should do one of those things like that. Like countdown thing. It like takes 10 minutes to get shit started. I always hated when other people do it, but man, it's like if you don't come in the stream super quick, you know, you could be sitting there for 10 minutes waiting for people. What up, Basin? Yeah, I'm a little bit excited too. What up, nonconformist? What up, dead inside? I'm like real high. I'm pretty high right now myself too. Actually, you know what, dead inside? You just reminded me, bro. My goodness. Why do you do this to me? You're persisting my addiction to it. Chris, put it.
I wonder how much this rotten mouth spends on weed every week. He has to self-medicate because he's such a miserable prick. He has to smoke weed all day long. Get a job, you fucking lazy bum. Get a job.
Down. No one's got a gun in your head. They do, though. I can't open it. Oh, I need it. Oh, Lord, help me. The devil made me do it. I'll blame it on a totally other cartoon character. It wasn't me that was evil, or it wasn't, evil. I mean, it wasn't me that did some shit I didn't want to do. It was the devil. Oh yeah, live chat. Thank you, T. What up, T? How you doing today, T? This conversation is going to be exciting. I got a bunch of questions. I don't even know if we'll get into like the most exciting questions because I want to start the conversation. We haven't started a conversation yet, so I'm excited. I'm excited. I enjoy these conversations, bro. I can't wait to fucking upload the fucking Eric Dubay one. That was a fun conversation, bro. I enjoyed it. It's good to talk to people. That's what you guys need to do. If you guys are depressed, you need to talk to me on my channel and it'll cure your depression, bro. It's true. It's true what I'm saying to you guys, bro. You think I'm playing? You start talking to like-minded people all the time and your depression goes away. It's true.
Bloody phone's ringing. Hold on a second.
Fuck's sake.
All right, I think I got it. Who's there? Hello? No, I don't recognize your number. Who is this? Hold on, my audience. Hold on, everyone. I got a phone call. Who's calling? You're calling El Diablo. What do you want? I'm going to put you on on video phone. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna FaceTime. Oh, Jesus, what the? Oh, your big mom on the toilet. Oh no, is that your Chris's mother? Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh. Obese, big fat, big mama on the toilet. Oh Jesus. I didn't need to see this. Hey, I don't want to talk to you. You look miserable. You look angry. You look like you shat out Christopher Sedaris. Oh, gross. Goodbye. Oh, fuck. I don't want that big beast around here. His mama died in the toilet. This creature, this demon that says things about everyone else, including everyone else's deceased mothers. He's getting it coming back. I did take a screenshot, though, in case I want to put this up anytime they called in. But look at the face, the miserable look, and obese and died on the toilet. Jesus. Oh, disgraceful. To mention that his mother died in the toilet. Oh, gosh. Big fat mama, big fat Greek mama died in the toilet. Jesus Christ. What a disgrace. What a disgrace. What do we have here? How long ago was that? How long ago was that shit? Has he grieved his big fat mama? Has he grieved? Hey guys. Hey guys. I gotta grieve my big fat mama, guys. Guys. 3 months ago. Guys. Hey guys. Hey guys. Guys. Hey guys. I don't know if I'm gonna upload this video. I don't know if I'm ready to talk about it yet. But so I've told a few of my. Hey guys. Rest in peace to his big fat Greek mama. Rest in peace. Subscribers that have emailed me wondering how I'm doing or why I may have seemed a little extra beat down in my last video, and my mother passed away on February 9th, and actually the first person I told outside of my family was a subscriber of mine named Mia in the email, who emailed me on the day my mother passed. I never received an email from that person before, but they were actually the first person that I told. My mom's name was Maya. And, no, she's not the mother of all creation, but her name was not Maya, but Maya. Crimea was her full name. It wasn't pronounced Crimea, that's just what normal people called her. Her name was Crimea, and she was a good mother, all around a good mother. Maybe not the nicest person in the world all the time. She dealt with a lot of physical ailments and demons and traumas and personal issues and demons and traumas and demons and traumas and demons and traumas and personal issues. If I seem like beat down, it's actually more detached, I think. These last couple days I've really been able to just sit with it and think about it. And when I said no mercy for demons, I meant it. I don't know if everyone here will say believe me even though belief doesn't matter. A lot of people in this realm believe all kinds of shit, and they disbelieve what is true. Most people are warped. Their instincts are 180 degrees fucked up. They're inverted. They're fucked. They don't even have their heads on straight. But when I said I'll have no mercy for demons, I said it months and months ago. Going forward, no mercy for demons. I meant it. I meant it. And some of you think, well, you're going too far. You're even in your minds if you're thinking that. Too bad. The demons would love to devour you piece by piece in this realm in the most painful ways. On them. On the demons. They can all shit themselves to death and collapse on the floor. That demon said hideous things to me years ago. Years ago. Years ago. Years ago. So for the ones that want to feed demons sympathy, you might as well just hop in the recycling bin now, because I don't think you're going anywhere. I'm going to have no mercy on the demons, including the ones that stand with them. Good night, Bella. Good night. So I don't feel sorry for Chrissy. And maybe if some of you knew what he's done, you wouldn't either. But then again, that's up to you. I think there will be weak people in this realm that go over to Team Evil and get recycled. You will get rewarded with getting recycled at best if you side with demons. That's what I foresee. And yes, it is going to be good versus evil, whether you like it or not. Some of you will say, I don't like that. I don't like the duality. I don't like the energy of that, of good versus evil. Well, too bad. That's what's going to happen. You're going to have to choose sides. And the ones that choose these creatures, I'm going to have no mercy on you. And I'm telling you ahead of time. I'm giving you that time to ponder it over. Think about it. No mercy. If you think I'm harsh on this fucker on the screen, you ain't seen nothing yet. Nothing. Nothing. Because as loving as I can be, and as loyal as I can be, and as good of a friend as I can try to be to everyone, I can also be vicious. Vicious. In a righteous way. Where evil will get no fucking mercy from me. You don't know what these creatures have done. Some of you defenders, and saying, well, I was naive, Stephen, I didn't know, won't cut it as an excuse. You've been told, warned, shown. You're not going to have any fucking excuses left. And I know how humans work. They love to make excuses. They don't love to do work. They don't love to face truth. They love to make excuses why they chose to do evil or side with evil. That's what people here do. The vast majority. It must be millions to one that do it that way. You make excuses, and I won't buy a single fucking one. Not one excuse. You're dooming yourself to this place. And there are people tuned into my channel night after night, and they're lurking, and you're dooming yourself to this place. So be it. You're choosing evil. That's your choice. You're putting yourself here. You fucking fools that choose evil. You go right ahead. It hurts you in the end. You think you're hurting me by siding with evil? You're going to hurt yourself for eternity, you stupid assholes.
I was actually thinking it was, it happened like the best way it could have, I guess. She was a very sedentary person, and she was sort of headed toward, it could have, I guess. She was a very sedentary person, and she was sort of headed towards, I don't know, just muscle atrophy. She was headed towards a really, really, really dark death, and it happened instantly, which I guess is good news. And
he's lying. It didn't happen instantly. She was on the toilet for a while. She couldn't get up. Like those commercials where somebody's fallen and they say, help, I've fallen and I can't get up. She was saying, help, I'm on the toilet, I can't get up. She shat herself to death. That's the reality. She was on the toilet.
It was over instantly.
No, it
She
wasn't.
just
No, it wasn't.
was struggling to get off of the toilet, and her heart gave away, and she died.
Oh.
And
Oh, Chris, what are you so upset about? You've said to people for years, fuck you and your mama, and laughed. You've said that about people when their mother's deceased. You said to me, fuck you and your mama about 3 years ago or 3.5 years ago. Something like that. Before I had my first channel, the Sanity Machine. Do you remember that, Chris? You go around saying that to people that have lost their parents and been with them as they died and suffered, and you don't care about others. Why should I care about you? And some of you have a lot to learn on my channel. You're going to learn one way or the other. You're going to learn this way or you're going to learn the hard way. You're going to learn it. You'll learn it. And I already know there are people that tune in here that are not good beings at all. There are demons that tune in here. You're going to pay for what you've done here, who you've sided with, what evil you've aligned yourselves with. You will pay as you deserve to pay. No mercy. No excuses will be accepted. No fake tears will sway me or influence me or deceive me. You're going to get what's coming to you. What you haven't endured here, you've gotten away. You think you've gotten away with it so far. You've been evil for years, but it's all going to come back on you. You're going to see what I mean. So here's his big mother. And you can show him this. Clip it out if you want to. I'm not afraid of these pieces of shit. They can rot in hell forever. And I know there's some of you that think, oh, couldn't they be redeemed? How are you going to trust these creatures that have gone out of their way for years to defend evil? He defended that grapist, archaics for years. Years. He defends grapists. He says evil things. He's a hideous, disgusting. He's sending me emails telling me to kill myself for months. Some of you defend evil. You have issues. I'm not worried about you. You defenders of evil and the weaklings that say, well, he's not evil. He's not a demon. He's just lost, and you make all these excuses. I'm tired of your kind. You don't care what they've done to me. And I'm aware of it. I'm not crying about it. I'm just saying you're going to get what you deserve. Some of you right here that might be tuned in right now tonight will get what you deserve one day. And I won't feel anything when it happens to you. No mercy. The only thing I might feel is good. They finally got something. Finally got something. But some of you will support these demons that have been trying to push me to end my life. And you support them. You might watch my channel, but behind my back, I've seen people comment that are here saying, oh, well, I don't support Stephen. He says they're all demons. I don't believe they're all demons. They're just people. You're going to learn one way or another. And I don't feel sorry for him, and I don't feel sorry for you. I know you'd like to use that. You'd like to use my compassion against me, but it's not going to work. I don't feel sorry for demons. I'm going to seal demons in here. That's what I'm going to do. That's what you have to look forward to. And it's going to be a real fucking hell in this place. So I advise you to choose wisely. But I don't think many of you are moral enough and intelligent enough to do that. I don't believe it. I think there's going to be very few that do that out of this whole realm. Because I think a lot of you are evil and side with evil and make excuses for evil. Most humans do. He could email me every day. You wouldn't think anything wrong with it. A lot of you defend the sickest, most evil shit that is possible in this realm. You think nothing of it. He'll do a few fake tears perhaps and not even wet his face, and you'll be fooled by it. That's what most people are like in this realm. Just a bunch of dupes. A bunch of fucking idiots that cry for demons and feel nothing for the ones they've victimized for life. You go right ahead. Cry for this fucking sicko if you want to. This felon that robbed old ladies and sold drugs to children. You go ahead.
I'm getting over it. It's going
Let
to
it
take
all
me
out.
some time.
Let it all out.
And
cry for him.
Every time I say that, people around me are like, of course, it's, yeah, man, you know, your mom just died. Of course, it's going to take time. It's going to take a long time. And I actually don't think it's going to take as long as it would take most people. I've sort of been preparing for my mother's death for a long time.
Yeah, it won't take you that long. You were over it pretty quickly, within a week or so. Didn't take you very long. You didn't grieve for your mother for months. No big deal to you. You got inheritance money to live off of. You haven't had to work. She must have had at least a little bit of money, perhaps not a ton of money, but enough that you don't have to work for a few months at least. That's all you care about.
She's always been sickly and ill and in need of assistance. And the last 2 years dealing with her has been like a total nightmare, like a total living hell nightmare. And her mind started to slip.
Dealing with his mother, his dying mother, has been a total nightmare for the last 2 years. A nightmare for him, he says. Wow, the care is just oozing out of him. He says it was a total nightmare dealing with his mother for the last 2 years of her life. Now that she's gone, he's saying it was a nightmare to deal with her. Wow.
Probably about I would say more like 5 years ago. When she quit working, her something happened to her, and I don't know if working gave her some importance, some meaning in life. But once she quit working, her mind started to slip. And she almost made it to 70. She almost made it. But she she was like a very stubborn person in real life, and she could forget one or two fit people like telling her how to eat properly, how to take care of herself. She could have a whole room of people telling her, and she just wouldn't. She was an interesting human being, my mom. If I started complaining about my mom, I could go on for about 2 weeks.
Oh, wow. He laughs. You could go on for about 2 weeks. If he started complaining, she was an interesting person. That's the most he could say about her. She was just an interesting person. But he could complain about her for 2 weeks. Man, he really loved his mom, didn't he? I can tell he did, right? This shit will fool some people that he's doing. That's the reality of this place. People are fooled by shit. I'm not kidding about that. He got 76 likes on this, 1,000 views on this shit. People fell for it. Most people fell for it on his channel. They fell for this shit. They love it. 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 They love this shit. Join him if you want to. And that's where some of you are deceived or delusional. You somehow think, well, Stephen's afraid of people joining the demons. Not at all. I want you away from me. If you relate with them, go there. Go with them. You belong there. You don't belong here. You don't belong with me. You resonate with fucking demons. Get away from me. Go over there. Watch his shit. I'll drop a link in the chat. Go here. Go here if you love demons. Feed him tears. I don't want you. That's what I'm going to keep saying over and over again. If I have to do that every live stream for as long as I keep making live streams, go away. Go with the demons. I don't want you. And I don't. I don't need you. I don't want you. Go join them. Go where you belong.
The truth is, with all her shortcomings and weirdness and oddness, I already miss her. There's a few regrets or things, not really regrets. Of course, everybody's mind goes straight to, I should have did this. I should have said this. Oh my God, I should have did that differently. Oh my God, she asked me to come over and do this and I didn't. And I understand the human mind is pre-programmed to see where.
So did she ask you to come over and help her and you didn't do it? I wonder how many days, did she sit on the toilet or on the floor for days before you ever checked on her? Is that what happened? Did you not even check on your obese, poor health, dying mother? Did you not even check on her? Were you just selfish, Chrissy? Doing your own thing, not worried about your mother? Is that what you did? That's what it sounds like. I don't know if people are paying attention here. A lot don't pay attention in this realm.
Should have said this. Oh my God, I should have did that differently. Oh my God, she asked me to come over and do this and I didn't. And I understand the human mind is pre-programmed to see where we fucked up because we're confronted with a trauma. There's an issue. Now we have to fix it. Well, how can I fix it? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do wrong? And the truth is, you didn't do anything wrong. Life's unpredictable. Life and death are unpredictable.
So he's got all this wisdom. You didn't do anything wrong. Life's unpredictable. Oh, what a soothing platitude. Life's unpredictable. Oh, that just covers it. If you're a piece of shit, you didn't do anything wrong. Life's unpredictable. That's all. Similar to God works in mysterious ways. If there's suffering here, oh, well, God works in mysterious ways. That's all. Do any of you ever get tired of the shit that demons spew, or do you just nod your heads like most do in this realm? They nod their heads in agreement. Yes, yes, demons. Yes, yes.
And the truth is, you didn't do anything wrong. Life's unpredictable. Life and death are unpredictable. And you're never going to be perfect. The only thing that I'm upset about is not how she died. I'm actually thankful for that. It's just where she died. I didn't, not that it matters. I mean, it doesn't matter really, but I was just hoping she would have died in her chair or in her bed, not sitting on the bathroom floor. And but yeah, it's just it's an unfortunate situation, and life and death are unpredictable. Fix it. Well, how can I fix it? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do wrong? And the truth is, you didn't do anything wrong. Life's unpredictable. Life and death are unpredictable. And you're never going to be perfect. The only thing that I'm upset about is not how she died. I'm actually thankful for that. It's just where she died. I didn't, not that it matters. I mean, it doesn't matter really, but I was just hoping she would have died in her chair or in her bed, not sitting on the bathroom floor. And Yeah, it's just
Ah, fuck. Another phone call. Just a second, everyone. I'll get it. Hello? I got it. Yep, don't worry. I got it. Hello? Oh, you're calling from heaven. You have a message for Chrissy, your son, Chrissy.
Chrissy, you didn't get me that carton of smokes. Chrissy, you didn't get me the carton of smokes, the bucket of chicken and the pizzas. Chrissy, you didn't help me get off the toilet. Oh, that was the best of my life. Chrissy, you'll always remember me this way. Always. Now, don't forget how you treated others, Chrissy, in this place. You deserve all this meanness coming back at you.
Okay, Big Mama Sedaris. You might become a regular character on here. Big Mama Sedaris, everyone, calling from heaven. Jesus Christ. She shot herself to death, and he couldn't help her. He was out at the gym, I think, working out. He was selfish. He wasn't there for his mama as she was dying. No sympathy for him. Look at that mug. Look at his face. Look at this creepy creature. This narcissistic creep.
it's an unfortunate situation, and life sucks. And it really sucks right now for me. And I'll end up being
It really sucks right now for him, he said. He said for him. Not for his big mama. It just sucks for Chrissy. Just for him. Of course, that matches up perfectly with the way he is. Anyone want to cry for him? He's got some candles lit behind him.
But
he's thinking, poor me. Poor me.
Yeah, it's just it's an unfortunate situation, and life sucks. And it really sucks right now for me. And I'll end up being okay. I'll always be okay until I'm not okay.
That's so stupid. Just such a dumb thing to say. And watch him sip. Watch this. I knew he was going to do that. He always does. He can't take a drink out of a glass without slurping it that way noisily. Did your big mama raise you with any manners? Any table manners? Anything? Fucking loser. Fucking creepy pissant. You make threats against me, threats of violence? I'll step on you. Fucking squish you.
Be okay until I'm not okay. Which is always, because I'm a man. I'm always okay. Don't ask me if I'm feeling fine today. I'm a man. I'm supposed to figure out how to deal with all this shit and not feel any emotions towards anything. I'm a real man.
What's this stupid rant about I'm a man about? Don't you think this is a bit weird when his mother died? To go on this I'm a man, I don't cry because I'm... Isn't this strange? Very bizarre. Very bizarre.
So, figure out how to deal with all this shit. I'm a man. I'll be okay until I'm not okay. Which is always, because I'm a man. I'm always okay. Don't ask me if I'm feeling fine today. I'm a man. I'm supposed to figure out how to deal with all this shit and not feel any emotions towards anything. I'm a real man. So,
Really? Who said not feel any emotions? Huh. They always spin it that way. Either they're a crybaby or they say, if I'm not a crybaby, am I supposed to have no emotions? You're fucked up. You can't control yourself. You're a demon. That's what you are. You're going to pay for what you've done in this place. You're going to be judged, bitch.
Yeah. The other good news is she's no longer suffering. She was struggling, and it was tough for her every day, and you know, I actually used to say to my brother, you know, I wish she would just go. You know, I wish she would just be done with this nightmare. And man, we don't sometimes we say shit and we don't realize what we're saying, and I say something out of anger or whatever, and it's like, life's tough. I don't have parents anymore. It's fine. You know, as much as I could, like I said, like I could complain or bitch about the way my mom was, or I miss her already, and I don't like not having a mama.
Oh, wait a second. She's back again.
I miss you too, Chrissy. You didn't bring my fucking cigarettes and my booze and my food. Your mama misses you too, you crybaby bitch.
All right. I let her speak. He misses his mama. He's crying now, I think. Crying all the time. Crying all the time. Crying all the time.
The way my mom was, or I miss her already, and I don't like not having a mama. Single parent household. I was a mama's boy. My mama wasn't always a Chris.
Oh, you were a mama's boy. What a shocker. You fucking crybaby. You bitch.
I was a mama's boy. My mama wasn't always a Chris mom, but I was always a mama's boy, and the human mind must create a realm after this one, because dealing with total loss is too difficult for the mind to deal with.
Chrissy, I'm okay. Don't worry about me. I'm not on the toilet anymore. I'm okay, Chrissy. I'm okay. I shat it out just like I shat you out when I gave birth to you. You ugly fuck. I shat you out of my ass. I shat you out of my big fat fucking obese ass. My big fat Greek ass.
Fuck you. Ugly ass demon. Fuck you.
It's too hard of a pill to swallow. Loss is too difficult for the the human mind must create a realm after this one, because dealing with total loss.
He's got all this wisdom about the afterlife and if it exists or not. He's got all this wisdom. Look at this creature.
Is too difficult for the mind to deal
Still trying to program his audience like a fucking shill.
with. The human mind must create a realm after this one, because dealing with total loss is too difficult for the mind to deal with. It's too hard of a pill to swallow. And I'll be all right.
He's crying for himself and waiting for the inheritance to come in. You piece of shit.
I don't know what else to say, guys. I try to always see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Did you say one positive thing about your mother? Was there anything positive that you could have said about her? It was all bashing her and saying you wish that she would have died years before she did. I'm laughing because you can't make this shit up. And you're letting on that you cared about your mother. You abandoned her. You didn't help her. You said she was weird, odd, difficult, fat, obese, sedentary. What else? I mean, Jesus Christ. Died in the toilet. You humiliated her. You didn't have to tell that to the world. But was there anything good that you could have said about her? Anything? You didn't say anything about her personality or, hey, did your mom bake? Did she make you laugh? Did she do things? Was she caring? Was she affectionate? Was she anything? You said nothing good about her. You didn't have a good thing to say about your mother at all. Nothing. 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 Because you're a demon. You don't even realize it. In a way that you don't realize that you didn't say one fucking good thing about your deceased, fat, overweight, obese, fat Greek mother. Not a thing.
And
did she sweat through her clothes? If she didn't do that, you could have said at least she wasn't a sweat hog like me. I mean, there's got to be something about her.
I mean, I told my mom my beliefs. I told her to stay the hell away from the light. I said, if your mom shows up, Ma, don't believe that thing. That ain't your mom. I said, question it. Does it feel like it's your mom? If it don't feel right, run away from it. I told her all my little stupid beliefs, but my mom was like a total NPC in those regards. She's a...
He calls his mom a stupid NPC. Just a stupid NPC.
But I hope she didn't. Anyways, it was just a weird time when
what was just a weird time? What was a weird time?
But yeah. Another day in paradise, baby. But
yeah, that's not a weird thing to say, is it?
The day in paradise, baby. But yeah, I think that the human mind creates the religions and beliefs to deal with the harsh, brutal, observable fact about humanity, and that is the fact that we are all mortal, we are all limited, our time in this realm or place is limited. Some people fear the afterlife or the after death, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I don't. I fear this place. Why would I fear the after realm? That could get worse, Chris. You might end up in hell. Been there long enough. I don't give a fuck anymore. Whatever. Oh, great. Another great experience for me to have. Whatever. This reality's a piece of shit. And, purgatory or non-existence is actually less frightening to me. Charles Manson said that, I think, in an interview. They asked him if he was afraid to die, and he said, no, dying's easy. I'm afraid to live. Living is what scares me. And it's a great point. I haven't been in the death state, but I do know it is in the living state that I fear things. Right? You can say, I fear death, but it's only in your living state that you can experience fear. Maybe you don't experience fear while you're in your death state, if there is such a thing. And it's not just like purgatory or non-existence. If our existence ends with permanent non-existence, then it may as well be like we never existed to begin with. And if there is a path after life, who wrote these paths out or scripted them into our monorail existence of not getting to choose what we get to experience outside of a minuscule level of illusory free will? One of the lights at the end of the tunnel is that I will be able to have more free time, so I'll probably be streaming soon. I know I keep saying that, but things just keep happening and happening and happening. And once the dust settles, I'll probably be able to stream, and I'm looking forward to that. I'm sort of excited for that. Other than that, yeah, life's just not good right now. And I mean, it doesn't often get good. Good things can happen, but it takes for good things to happen in reality, it takes the good-heartedness of other human beings. And that's just sort of rare or minuscule in reality. Or I'm hanging out with the wrong bunch of motherfuckers. I know some really good-hearted people in my life. And supportive people in my life. And I lucked out. I'm sort of blessed in that way. Yeah, this life's tough, and it'll rip you out any second. You could be here 1 second, talking clear and normal and making sense and completely with it, and then the next second you're gone. I mean, life really is just like a in and out. Hi guys, I'm here. Hi, I'm here too. Do you know where here is? No. Nice seeing you. Goodbye. Life's like a weird life's like a weird Twilight Zone episode of a psychosis god caught in his own mind, creating a projected illusion to entertain himself or something. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. I just know none of this shit makes sense. But just a new trauma to deal with. I am selfishly thankful that I wasn't the one that found her. That was actually one of my fears. I didn't want to find my mom dead. Luckily, my vanity actually worked out for me. I was at the gym, and I got the call, and anyways, it's fine. It's fine. It is what it is. Life fucking sucks, and yeah, like I said, it has varying levels of sucking. It doesn't have too many good, a little bit in the hearts of individuals, but it always sucks. Life always sucks. It just can turn the volume of suckage up higher and higher, and right now it's just at a 10. It's just at a 10, and I'm trying to deal with it. I'm doing the best I can, and according to some folks around me, I'm doing really well. And that's good news, because from my perspective, I feel like I'm losing my mind. And I feel like it's subsiding. It is subsiding. But it's just taking me time. And like I said, just in 2 days, I've sort of processed a lot of it and just need a few more. And I'm not talking about, I just need a few more to get over it. I need a few more to, I think, to maintain my sanity. And after that, I'll process it a little better. But anyways, I think I'm gonna wrap this one up, guys. Bad news. Maybe a few good newses in this video to some people. Loss after loss after loss, trauma after trauma after trauma. I look around, it's just like, I'm looking at my brothers like, man, we're all like, gonna die too. Like, I'm gonna end up losing my brothers. And then like, I don't even think my brain is capable of losing one of the next generation, like you could say one of my nephews, and now even one of my great nephews or nieces. I don't even think about any of them passing. I don't think I could deal with that. And I don't know what I would do. Anyways, it boggles my mind. I don't know how I'm going to process all of that, and I actually can't even think about it. But anyways, life's tough. The people you love you're gonna lose them, and life sucks.
Fine with that, and as long as you're getting something from our. Oh, what's up, mother bitches? We are back again, motherfuckers. Back to do a live. Back to do a motherfucking live. Whoa. One of my Bud's cherries just flew out of the fucking bowl. I had to pick it up with my fingers and throw it back in there. Demonic evil cherry. Oh, baby. We got one. Who is it, bro? Who was the first one? Odd one out. What? Damn. Odd one out was the first one. What up, Odd one? Vazen's usually always the first. Well, hello then. Hello then, Vazen. How is this day treating you? My particular, proper, etiquetted, I don't know big words, bro. I just can't do it, man. What up, T? What up, T? Almost. I seen odd ones like 1 second before you said something, Vazen. Like, we're back again. We are back again, motherfuckers. We are back again, motherfuckers. How you guys doing? Yep. I know. If you hear running water, it's because that washing machine really makes some very loud, watery noises, bro. It's like, shit makes me uncomfortable. Like, bro, what's leaking? Like, I think something's leaking. Yeah. Yes, sir. Just chilling. What up, Hazen? It's just me and you right now, dude. It's just me and you. Man, how did you get in here so quick every time, though? For real, though. 42 seconds. Hey, it fucking worked finally. Jeez. Hey, at 117. That's funny. I started this at 107, which is, we started trying to stream at 107, so 10 minutes ago. Of course, I seen the 111 synchronicity a few minutes later, and then finally get it working at 117. So the synchronicities are not only getting strange and creepy, they're getting weird and even more compounded, like more connected to everything in a weird way. And I don't know exactly what that means. What up, Basin? What up, dude? So the topic of today's stream is letting everything go. And this is easier said than done. This trap is very well done. First off, you can't just let everything go. I'm just going to get right into it because otherwise I'll lose my motivation. So it's very difficult to just let it all go. It's easy. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me. My mic was working a second ago on another program, but I had to try to get on this motherfucker like 8 times. Just kept saying, stream's not working, stream's not working. I finally get on 2 times in a row. My mic's busted, so hopefully it's working this time. AI stuff or
He's streaming constantly since his mama's gone. He started live streaming and he's just been streaming constantly. Sometimes many streams per day, 2-3 different streams per day. He's just streaming and streaming and streaming shit. Saying nothing but streaming constantly. Look at this thing with the stupid thumbnails. Look at this. How cringe is that? How fucking cringe is that? So cringy. So fucking cringe. He loves AI. He loves doing his streams. He loves the attention. He loves to show his ugly mug on the screen. He loves it. Mama's gone and he's happy.
Share your screen with your audience. Hey guys, I think I'd be talking to myself right now. I just started the stream. We're live right now though. Let me give myself a thumbs up. I can't. That's all good. I've never done this shit before. When I click end stream, oh, I don't know. I'm probably talking to myself right now. If I share a screen, does it share my whole screen or does it just share my window? Let me see. Oh, select the tab to share a window. I'm not sure what the fuck's going on here. So if I switch that, let's see. I don't know what the fuck. Oh, I made a fucking. Stop sharing. What the fuck? I don't know how to do this shit. What up, Tyler? Tyler, you're the first comment on my first live ever, baby. That started with that T, that capital T in the stream. Share the fucking screen. Oh, maybe, oh no, Windows what I did last time. Let me see this. Why is this shit? Oh. Bro, I don't even know how to do this shit. If I share that, it's going to make the... It made the fucking thing again, dude. I don't know how to do this. Help me. How can I... So what if I want to do art on this motherfucker, bro? I'll just wait for some people to come in. We're just waiting, baby. I wanted to... I mean, so we're doing something. We're not just sitting here looking at me. You know what I'm saying? Let's do Chat GTP. Open Sora. What did that say? The new what mini? What's going on with Chat GTP? It's acting weird lately. Oh, I can go to the tab. Yeah, Sudeti Gani, Sina Malaka. I get hey Malaka as my second comment. Yo, what up, David? How you doing, brother? Bro, I don't know how to do this shit. This is my first live ever. There's a share screen button over here, but when I do it, it just makes the fucking whatever it's called, like the 100 windows inside of a window type shit, like putting the back of a mirror up to a mirror, bro. Okay, share screen. I'll click. Oh, maybe that works. Can you guys shit? But then I can't see you guys. If I go back to that tab, it's going to make a weird window, isn't it? Can you guys see what I'm seeing? All right. Anybody that's watching right now, tell me if you could see what I'm seeing on my screen. It's just like, So why is this asking me this over and over and over again? Sora. Oh, okay. Okay. If you guys want to try any images or any ideas for an image, let me know. We'll work on it.
Suddenly, after his mama died, he has hundreds of dollars extra money to spend on AI per month. So hundreds of dollars on this shit. Isn't that interesting? I think his mommy must have left him some money. He doesn't work. He's on day and night. Anyway, this is some of the shit people follow on YouTube. So when people talk about truthers, this kind of shit comes to mind. Absolute garbage. You can follow shit if you want to. But I've told you where it leads you. Countless times. If you want to follow shit, you go right ahead and follow shit. It's not going to help you. Go be stupid. But don't blame me. It's on you. It's your fault. You choose to follow demons, you're going to be treated like a demon. You deserve it. I show you what they are. And then you have a choice to make. Choose wisely. Or be stupid. Choose demons if you want.
There we are. Okay. Lately, he's been coming in before me and messaging him. It was a little, not the greatest music in my opinion, but what I'd play their little songs here and there, but they really fuckers remember it. I mean, the downside to that though is you don't have anything physical. If like, I know there's always the threat of the electric going. The electric ain't never gonna go down. The elite are more afraid of the electric going down than we are. But if it did go down, all your information's gone. That's the downside to having anything electronic or whatever. Wait, when did he say he wanted 20? Let me see something real quick. Oh no. Oh, all right. I'm gonna call you up. All right. Watching?
Sounds perfect to me.
Fuck yeah. All right, Shingo. I hope you're going to want more than one conversation. I don't know if I have the energy to do like a 3 or 4 hour conversation right now, but
understandable.
Yeah. I just I've got a bunch of questions, dude. So the first video I seen on your channel was actually you hanging out in a fucking a graveyard. And you were walking around talking in a graveyard, and you're like saying, "I hang out in graveyards all the time," which was weird actually. Somebody had said it to me recently, right around that same time. They'll go, "Oh, I hang out in graveyards," and I'm like, "What is this like? Is this a new fad? Motherfuckers want to hang out in a graveyard? Why are you guys hanging?" But when did you? Because when I watched that video, I was like, okay, well, this dude's conscious. I mean, I don't understand the graveyard thing, but he's definitely conscious. He knows what he's talking about. He's definitely intelligent. But you look pretty young in that video. So I'm curious, how long have you been aware? When did you first start to wake up to this reality? Something was wrong with this place.
For basic, I mean, when it comes to that specifically, pretty much as long as I can remember. I didn't have a word for it, but the oldest I can remember, like the longest, furthest to go, I can remember is being 4 years old and finding out that I had to go to school and being absolutely livid about it. I did not want to go. I didn't want to do any of that shit. I saw my older brother going to school. He's 10 years older than me, so I saw that he didn't like school. I saw that he used to get in trouble, and so I'm like, well, I don't want to do that. And my mother, and telling me I had to do it. That at that young of an age showed me, I was like, there's something with this place, wherever I am, because I didn't understand countries or laws or the world or the universe or any of the demiurge, the matrix, none of that type of stuff. It was just as simple as, so if I'm here in this place, I have to do things I don't want to do, according to the lady that I look at as like my God at that time, my mother.
Mm.
At that young of an age, I already knew I don't think I'm gonna like this place, because I didn't like watching them go to work every day and then seeing them come home or see them fight or whatever, like my mother and father before they got divorced. I didn't like seeing my older brother go to school every day and him not liking, like, and then we ended up going to church after that. So there was so much shit in this world that I had to do as a child that I didn't want to do, and it kept poking at me my entire life. The older I get, the more I just realize it. But I've pretty much, on one level or another, always known that I did not like being here, did not like this reality, did not like what it has to offer, etc. And it just grew over time.
I'm curious, did you struggle in school, or were you like actually like a good grade A student?
So I did not struggle when I was in school. I got straight A's, but I hated being in school. So the older I got, the less school I actually attended, the worse my grades got. But while I was there, and every day, I mean, if I'm there, I might as well do it, especially if it's easy. I was an honor roll kid.
Really, I struggled. I never understood school. The reason I bring it up is because that's how I felt when I was going to school at a young age. Like even in elementary school, when they were constantly trying to get us to do stuff that was just like, I don't want to do this shit. I don't want to do this shit. And I mentioned all the time in school, they had me in the bad kid class or whatever. It was called like MSAP or whatever. Yeah, they really hated humans that wouldn't conform. It seemed like, you know what I'm saying?
So for me, the same thing happened where I was in like the back. I remember being in this like what they called the dumb kids class, but I was the only kid with actual work from the classes outside of our class. It was me and another kid, my boy Jason, where we had real work, like the class work that the other kids in the school were doing, but we were in a class with only 8 people, and I want to say 6 of them were dumb as rocks. Like, but they were all bad. So it was the bad kids class. Either you were too dumb and they wanted you in there, or you just didn't listen. You were always in school suspension, so they just kept you in that little classroom so you wouldn't interrupt the other classes. My biggest problem in life has been being told what to do. Teachers, except for my history teachers, all my history teachers love me because they love to have the conversations I want to have. All other teachers have fucking hated me. Absolutely hate me, because I don't play bullshit, and I don't respect people based on title. I respect them based on the respect they earn. So I don't care if you're older than me, younger than me. I'll treat a younger person with more respect than an older person if I feel they're more worthy of it. I will treat someone with even less knowledge with more respect than somebody with knowledge if the person with knowledge doesn't earn respect. You know what I'm saying? So teacher hated my ass, so I understand that.
Yeah, I think all my teachers hated me. There was like 2 or 3 that took the time with me that grew to love me or whatever. But the majority of them I was annoying to them. I was a nuisance. Get out of my class, go to the office, talk to Mr., whatever the principal's name was at the time, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I really struggle with that too. And so when did I'm curious, you've always been conscious to this reality being sort of like a slave system, right? But I mean, the way I looked at it when I was a kid, I just looked at it like, okay, maybe they just know better. And actually, as an adult looking back in hindsight, in a weird way, they did know better, but they knew better how to be a slave. And they knew that if you didn't go to school and get that degree, you're going to be one of these people I see out here. And I love you too much, son, to see you on the side of the street begging for money. So it actually comes from a place of love, even though we feel like it's indoctrinations, but they're forced to indoctrinate us because they're trapped in the same system. They just love us and they don't want to see us struggling. So I always kind of looked at it like that. But I'm curious, when did you become aware that there was more than just like surface level stuff going on here? Like, whoa, there's something a lot more weird or deeper going on here than just, evil elites trying to enslave humanity. Like there's something much darker or sinister going on here.
Church. So my mother, from what I can recall, started going to church heavily based on my memory around 4 years old. It might have been a little bit before that, but I just can't recall it. Was around that 4 or 5 year old mark. And I remember being 5 years old in church class, because we had classes while the adults were in the congregation for the sermon with the pastor. I remember being in class and the teacher, so this is again another type of school, the teacher saying, God creates all things were created by God, they all come from God. And I had to ask him, so what is God and where did God come from? Because if everything here is created by this God, what created God? Or how did God come into existence? And of course they had no answer. So it was just, you just have to ask God that question. And I'm like, I don't know how to do that. How do I choose that? They're like, well, just pray. I'm like, I did that. I'm not hearing an answer. Like, this is a question that should have an answer to it. And you're the teacher of the class and you just told us everything comes from there. So you should know the answer. That's the first time I realized some adults aren't even thinking about some of the questions I was already thinking about. Some just because of their faith. Like in order to maintain the faith, they could not ask such questions. So going through that and getting kicked out of class, not in a bad way, they really sent me with my mother and said, he has to sit with you in the sermon because all he's doing is interrupting with these questions that we have no fucking answers for. So have to talk to the pastor or some shit. And she did have me talk to the pastor who also had no answers, but I sat with her for like a good few months until she ended up running the kids' classes herself so that I can go back into class. And of course, she just told me not to ask certain questions and things along these lines. Years go by, and throughout these years of me going to church and studying things like science, I've always been interested in how everything works, what everything is, why it all is, except mostly why it all is, let alone everything else. And going through church these years and studying the Bible and understanding that the Bible itself tells you that there's a being beyond your reality that created your reality and then placed you into your reality. Now, when I hear that, I go, okay, so none of this is really real. Like, if we're just souls, according to this book, at like 8, 9 years old, if this book tells me I am not even this body, I am something that this body is containing, and I was placed here by this God character for the purposes of worshiping him, and if I don't do that, I'm going to go to hell forever. I'm like, so this is all fake. This is his world. He's an author. He's writing the book. This is a story or a video game or however people want to view it. I didn't have the proper word to use it, but I remember trying to ask these questions around 12 years old when I was supposed to study the Bible with the adults in order to become baptized.
Yeah.
What they wanted to do was jump around the Bible to whatever parts they loved and just give me faith and send me on my way as a good Christian. I wanted to read the Bible from start to finish, no skipping around, and ask every freaking question that I had to ask. So before they even came over to do, I knew we were going to do Genesis first, right? That's my thought. Okay, well, Genesis is the first book. So I read the book of Genesis and I wrote down every question I had. I had like 40 questions in this notebook. When we sat in the living room and I saw what they wanted to do, I literally stopped the adults in the room and was like, that's not studying. That's not how you study something. What you people are doing is just another day at church. I want to study this book. And an hour later, they ended up leaving and we really got nowhere. I asked a bunch of questions they had no answers to. They tried to keep me faithful in the process of, you just have more questions for God. But it just let me know at that moment, the adults in the room already knew less about that one book than I did.
Didn't y'all motherfuckers think to? I'm sorry. Didn't y'all think to ask these questions? So you've seen at a very young age that human beings can be very delusional, and not just delusional, but almost like purposefully delusional.
Yeah.
And this is actually a great example. What I say when I always say, just let kids talk. Let kids talk. And if they can't answer the questions that the kids ask, something's wrong with their theory. And that you are actually an exact example of what I meant by that. You were asking the questions a child would ask, right? I mean, literally, that's what happened.
Literally.
And they couldn't answer it. So something is very wrong here. Either these people don't ask the right questions, they lack intelligence, they're indoctrinated weirdos, or they're a cult trying to indoctrinate you. How did you see them after you realize something's off here? They don't even really question this. What did that do to you?
This was the first time where I thought of, I don't want to use the term NPC because that's not even the proper term really, but like programmed people, where it was like, oh, they're operating on this program. Now, to me, somebody sunk the program into them. Like the first person to get the Christianity kind of into them is the person who like introduced the program. But then they sink the program further and further into themselves.
Yeah.
So I started looking at people differently and started saying, okay, humans run on programming, which clicked a big click for me because I thought, well, DNA, all this stuff is programming. Our mitochondria, our cells, the way our bodies are built, the way we're molded in the womb and then born and then grow, this is all a program. So I'm like, this makes sense. I started studying psychology at this time. And I started studying different thought processes, from religions to racism to ideologies and different philosophies and thought processes, mostly based around religion and things along those lines. And the thing that gave this is why I always tell people to peep the mythos, because the thing that gave me the words to really express these thoughts was when I first saw the Matrix movie. I was 14 or 15, I can't remember exactly when it came out, but when part 2 came out, because I hadn't seen part 1 yet. When part 2 came out, I was living with my father. And with my father and my uncle, we watched part 1 together, and then later that day, like 2 hours later, we went to see part 2 in the movie theater. So I got to see 1 and 2 basically back to back.
Oh, that's awesome.
What was that?
Oh, I said that's awesome then. That you got to see them back to back like that, yeah.
I think it was perfect because it kind of set me up for the thought process. So after watching those 2 together, it clicked everything that I had already thought but didn't have words to speak, like calling it a matrix instead of God's creation, which to me is the same thing. You're saying the same thing with a different word. But when the Matrix came out and I got to see the programmable people who would fight, as Morpheus said, to defend whatever system they find themselves in because they're so indoctrinated within it, I looked at all these littler systems, like each individual religion and thought process and ideology, and then the overall system that caters to these things or destroys them if it's an ideology they don't want you to have. And I just started seeing everything as systems. All things in existence are systems, whether it's the smallest of the small or the largest of the large, from the micro to the macro. Everything is a system and everything is fitting within everything else that is around it in some form or fashion. So I started seeing people like that as well. And I said, so we're basically meat robots with different programs, some that we're born with based on our biology. Your heart's going to beat, you're going to breathe, your brain functions, it sends electricals, all the stuff your body does naturally, survival instincts, breeding instincts, all the instincts. And then all the things that you develop in life, from school, church, parents, your surroundings, nature versus nurture, all that good stuff. And then when you mix all that together, you get a person. You get that person's character, who they are, how they are, what they think, and how they behave. So I started seeing all these things as programs within the system of the human being. And by seeing it that way and realizing that, people can be unplugged like they are in the Matrix movies, you can unplug from a program, I started looking at my own program deeply and going, oh wow, I have a whole list of shit in here that I just believe because I was told to believe it. Let me analyze all of it and let me see how much of it I can do away with, and whatever proves itself to be true, or at least true enough to the point where I can't just discard it yet and I need more evidence to discard it later. And I've just lived my life that way. So when I interact with people, I interact with them in that fashion. I look at them and I go, what is this person's programs? What is this person's beliefs? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they go, okay, let me talk to them from that angle and that position. And that's just how I've basically lived the last 20 years of life.
So yeah, you basically, you didn't just see the script of the system, you saw the script of humans in reality as well.
Yeah.
So, well, I'm curious, honestly, I've made maybe some comments about race. I think it's silly, but I am curious to know what your opinion is, because like I said, I think you're a pretty intelligent, conscious human being. You can have a different opinion than me based on ethnicity. I'm curious, what do you think of racism?
So it also depends on what people are defining as racism. If we're talking like racial prejudice, like people who dislike each other because of their skin color or their tribe or their ethnicity, like, especially when they can't even base it on so if 2 tribes are in the same area and they've got a beef that's been ongoing for 1,000 years, it's going to be hard to try to talk them out of that philosophy and niceties and all that. But when it's just like modern era, right now, some 20-something-year-old white kid, some 20-something-year-old black kid, and they fucking hate each other. I'm like, you're hating each other based on some shit that happened before you. Like, especially if it's dislike. It's not even like you're pointing out something in the system. Like, 80% of prisoners are black. That's racist. And then you can say, well, why is that racist? How did that come about? Why is it that way? And then you can go into economics and how the hood was created, how the ghettos were created, et cetera, et cetera. You can go further and further into it. So when I look at racism, I separate it between two things. If we're talking about a system of control over a group of people for one reason or another, that's one thing we can talk about. If we're just talking about people just disliking each other, I don't even care. Like, people can like each other, hate. I don't care if you like me because I'm black, hate me because I'm black, love me because I'm black, et cetera, et cetera. If you were to ask me, I'm only black on one level of reality. As a human male, I am having an experience as a black human male. When I walk down the street, people see a black guy. So they react to the black guy they see. And different people will react differently to the black guy. So I just take them at their reactions. Like, if you don't like me, fine, by all means, I don't care. Don't touch me. Don't harass me. Don't. You go over there. I'll go over here. We're good to go.
All right, I got a direct question and then a follow-up question. The direct question is, how often do you deal with direct racism? I'm talking like, hey, N-word, get out of this neighborhood nowadays. And then the actually the follow-up question is now slipping my mind, but if you could answer that one for me, I might remember the other one.
So direct racism in that fashion, I've dealt with a few times in life. It doesn't happen often. It mostly depends on where I am, to be honest with you. Like, I would say most racism, especially today, is not so overt. It's covert. It's the way someone feels, but they're not going to go to the store. They're going to go to the store and see the black clerk and say hi, and they're just be normal, because that's what's normal today. But if we were 60 years ago, that person may act a completely different way, but they don't act that way today because it's just not a good look today. So for the most part, the racism that's overt that I have dealt with in life is few and far between. Maybe somewhere between like 5 to 10 circumstances where I've had to deal with that. Mostly when I was actually younger, like as a kid, to be honest.
Yeah, because kids are stupid.
Oh, no, I mean with adults.
Oh, with adults being racist to you?
Yeah, we had an area called Elder Balut, and there was this one house that had a Nazi flag on it.
Oh, and Jesus Christ. I bet he was a nice guy. What the fuck? he had his Nazi flag up next to fucking Baphomet skulls and pentagrams, and Shingo's like, man, that dude wasn't cool. Well, God damn.
He had his American flag and then his Nazi flag in front of his house. And he'd sit on his porch smoking cigarettes, and every now and again you walk past, he'll just say some shit. Like, he was drunk, you could tell most of the time.
It's unbelievable.
Niggers shouldn't be walking through this neighborhood. But he never stepped off his porch and came to do anything to us, There was a handful of kids from that neighborhood who we fought a couple times.
Did you ever see him say it to an adult?
Say that again?
Did you ever see him say that to an adult black man or just black kids?
Just us kids.
Okay.
I never addressed an adult or anything along those lines. Other times where I saw racism was, not directed directly at me. I'm a bystander somehow, and I see a racist situation happen, whether people argue after or fight or whatever, these things occur. Sometimes they don't. The place I grew up is Woonsocket, Rhode Island, which is a very mixed town. So a lot of times if you saw two groups of, teenagers fighting, you don't know who's on whose side based on color, unless they're Asian, because they're all on the same side. All the Asian kids were on one side for themselves, and then the whites, the blacks, and the browns all intermingled in their own different groups. So there wasn't a lot of racism in my town. It was in different places. And a lot of it's overt as opposed to covert. Most people aren't just walking up and calling you a nigger these days.
Yeah, I just don't see it that often. And you could say, oh, amongst whites, maybe I would get that little lean in, hey, you know about them N-words, but I just don't see it anymore. And the follow-up question I want to ask you is, maybe I'm wrong about this, and maybe it's just a part of the system to sort of give this idea to us to create more conflict and division. But do you feel like one race or certain races in this realm are almost attacked extra hard by the reality?
Yes, but I don't think that is. I honestly, for the most part, don't think that's the reality. I think that's just humans and based on human history. So based on the way I see human history, Black folks around the world were pretty high up on the totem pole for a long time. Over the last few thousand years, they've taken a drastic drop. Now, when you are in second, third, fourth, or last place, and you see a person who's in first for a good while, you might get with the second, third, and fourth people like, yeah, we should probably take that guy down and not let him go back to where he is. Even if you don't do that like verbally and consciously, people tend to do it. When the number one guy falls off and you pass him, you don't want him coming back to pass you again. And the way people groups work, even though they might not overtly think of themselves as this person or of this group or of this tribe, subconsciously and in their genetic programming, they are viewing themselves that way. And this, I like to point out, like in sports, like if you see a fight, a boxing match, for example, with a white guy and a black guy, especially like an outspoken, like Conor McGregor and Floyd Mayweather, perfect example. Generally speaking, and this is how the betting shows, this is how all the percentages in the data lines up. Most, not all, but the vast majority of white folks are going to go cheer for Conor. The vast majority of black folks are going to go cheer for Floyd. They don't even have to like either of them. They just see black guy fighting white guy. Oh, I hope the black guy better win. Like that's my brother, right? He better fucking win and do us proud. And you see the same on the other side. Now, most white folks today won't say it like that because it's not a good look for them to say it like that. With black folks having dealt with racism and all this other stuff, apparently we've been given a pass to say basically whatever the fuck we want and people won't call it racist. So black folks will overtly say that type of shit these days. Whereas white folks be more, I would say, they'll come up with all the reasons why they like Conor McGregor. Instead of just saying, well, he's the great white hope, so I hope he beats the black champion. That's how people generally tend to line up things. We're a tribal species. Everything is red and blue with us. We pick our sports teams and it's usually based on whatever you consider yourself. If you're like, I lived in New England for the longest time. Almost everyone's a Patriots fan, and they almost hate all New York teams. If they're a Boston Celtics fan, they hate the Lakers. Like, they don't know anyone on the Lakers. They never met a Laker. They don't know anybody from LA, but fuck LA, beat LA because it's Boston strong. It's what people tend to associate themselves with, consciously or subconsciously, that they will then cheer for versus what they'll stand against. And people do this as people as well, whether they realize it or not. And I catch people in their programming all the time. I'll recognize it in them because I'm looking for it. They're not looking for it in themselves. So when I see these types of things, I always just try to remind the conscious beings, depending on what you believe as an individual, because not all so-called conscious people believe they're something other than human. I don't think I'm a human. I think I'm something in a human. I'm currently having this human experience, but I would not say I'm the black human heterosexual male that everyone sees walk outside every day. So if people feel that same way, like they're a soul, a consciousness, a spirit, a spark, or whatever term they want to use for it, I'll say always remember that you're just in a human shell. Like, don't fall for the programming of the human shell, let alone all the other humans and all their little systems that they're going to use to control your human shell and steer you against other humans and their human shells. Like, let alone even history itself. Because growing up black, I remember you said this the other day, and you were in school, you had a bunch of like black friends and whatnot, and then they started teaching racism and Martin Luther King and all this thing, and all of a sudden they started looking at you funny.
Yeah, it broke my heart.
Had nothing to do with your 10-year-old self. You're just learning the shit with them. And yet there is a trigger. It's a thing innate to animals. It's like teaching a gazelle, that the zebras used to kick them in the face all the time. They're going to start looking at the zebras funny because it's just in their instinct to do so if they hear these words, especially humans. They can sit there and contemplate it, especially little humans who can't contemplate it deeply. They just go, white people did this to black people? I don't know about you, Chris. Like,
yeah.
So growing up black and with the understanding I have and the study of racism and the study of history and things along these lines, I could have easily been like, I hate white people based on history, not even based on personal experiences, even though in my neighborhood, I had white people who were like family. So based on my experiences, I didn't go down the path of fuck all white people because of something that happened in history. I was able to mix my experience with history, with politics, with economics, with understanding all these different systems.
With intelligence. That's the important part. Because you could say Shengel could have easily gone. He can see as a conscious human being how somebody could go down that road of fuck all the whites for what they did to me. He can see it, but he was conscious and aware and intelligent enough to, formulate his own opinion. I seen that too. And I seen that division, I think, in 3rd grade, and it broke my heart. And I could see that it was the adults doing it to us too. And that's what really just, man, these people are like, they're not just weirdos, man. They're like evil weirdos. They turned all my friends against me. And so, yeah, you're absolutely right about the cliquish mindset. It is, because I watched a documentary on Piros Dimas, who was like this one of the best Olympic weightlifters ever. He competed at 4 Olympics in a row, which is unheard of, and he won gold in 3 of them. And seeing like the crowd cheer for him, Piros Dimas, and I'm looking at the people it zoomed up on. I could see my yaya's face in one of them. I could see my dad's face in one of them. I could see, my brother's face in one of them, and I tear up seeing him yell out, for Elini yelling out for Greece before he would do his lifts. And it would move me. It would move me way more than if I was watching the same documentary about a Korean weightlifter or a black weightlifter. It's true. We do feel cliquish and connected to our people. We do. So what your point was that it's not about racism. It's more just about cliques. People, you could say, we'll use Jews, for example. Maybe Jews stick together and create cliques of people. And is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so people do that naturally based on whatever they consider to be closer to themselves. But then, because elites, people who want control of the peasant population, understand human psychology and sociology better than the people do, they use those things to manipulate people. They create the idea of what we would call whiteness and blackness when it's just a level of melanin being shown in your skin. And as a Greek guy, I don't know how well you tan, but I'm pretty sure bare minimum there's some people in your family where maybe they live in America and they look very white, but if they go move to Greece and they live in Greece, all of a sudden they come back and you're like, damn, this guy's almost black. Like,
oh no, my brothers are that way. I'm the white guy in our family. Actually, all my brothers are like hella dark, especially if they're getting sun every day, man. My brothers they look, I always say this, like they look almost like Middle Eastern, to be honest with you. They look Middle Eastern.
To me, humanity most humans don't even know what skin color they are because they don't even live in the area where their genetics hail from. I'm mostly considered to be light-skinned by a lot of black folks. When I went down to Florida for, say, 2 weeks, I came back as black as the case on my phone, as black as this black DVD player I'm looking at. So if I lived in Africa or somewhere near the equator, I'd be that black all the time. And I know some white folks who tan really darkly who would be like that. And I know some other folks who can't tan at all. If they go down to the equator, they need heaping amounts of sunscreen or they're going to die.
Oh yeah, them ginger girls that are like real pale skin and you can't even see their eyebrows, bro. If you put them out in the sun for more than 35 seconds, they actually catch on fire, dude. I've seen it happen. Yeah, there's some people, man, they just can't get no sun.
You'll have some other white folks who freckle. My boy Tyler is a ginger, but he gets mean freckles. So during the winter, they kind of go away and it just looks like this smattering of like almost yellowish tan. And then during the summer, it's like the back side of his arm is black and the front side is white because it's just how his melanocytes and melanosomes activate under sunlight based upon his melanocortin 1 receptor. Like if people studied what makes skin the color it is, the idea of hating someone based upon it would be laughable. Like it would literally make you giggle. Like you don't like them because do you even understand why that is? Like it's when you have tribal beefs, cultural beefs, they make more sense because if you have a group of people who are like, this is how we are, and that group of people doesn't like it, and vice versa, it's harder to get them out of that because their beliefs are a system that is controlling their thought processes, that is making them hate each other. But if it's just somebody's skin color, it's easy to get around that. So what did the elites do when they needed to, first off, knock over Africa and all sorts of people, all the indigenous people around the world, after taking all the Europeans and putting them into one group, because Europe used to be a bunch of disorganized tribes fighting each other all over the place. It was crazy. In order for them to gain control of the European population, they invented what we know today as Christianity, and they took all these different pagan symbols and traditions and holidays and rituals, and they merged them into one thing and called it Christianity. And then they taught them racism on top of that, using the curse of Ham and all that other, like, these people are cursed and they're basically just animals and you can feel free to enslave them, even though they got all this crazy level of science and shit that we don't have. We're going to invent a system to make people see them as less than them so they can then feel freely when we enslave them, and there's no problem to it. It's the same way they do today when they try to make you see someone or something as less than you or less than human or crazy. So then when they go bomb it to oblivion, you're like, well, they're just fucking Hajis anyway. They're just this, they're just that. You know, like, they always come up with all, in the military, they come up with all these words, Haji, Gook, all these things. So whoever you're fighting,
dehumanize.
They dehumanize them, and then you're just killing monsters.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, you're not killing Bill and Ted and Mike. You're killing Gook, Chink, whatever. Yeah, it just dehumanizes them and makes it okay for the soldiers to do whatever they want, as they and they would have to, because it's against human nature to do such atrocities and be okay with it in your own mind. You must sell yourself alive to do something so disgusting. So, Shingo, I think that I think the problem, I do think racism exists, but I don't think it has anything to do with skin color or melanin. I've actually never heard anybody say that this person's tone just puts me off. I think it's normally about culture, and the problem is when I think, I'll tell you from my perspective as a white guy, when somebody says black culture, I don't think of like Motown. I don't think of Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X or Martin Luther King or anybody that was strong-willed, strong-souled, good-minded, good-hearted. When I think of black culture, I think nowadays, I think of kids with multicolored braids that would kill me if I looked at them the wrong way. So, which is
understandable, because that is how it's painted, and that is how they're programmed, and that is, again, another system. Because even that is less than, what, 40 years old?
Mm-hmm.
Like
10 years old.
Even that, it's not black culture.
Mm-hmm.
It is what Hollywood has programmed into modern youths, even white kids.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of white kids in the suburbs are now Bloods and Crips, and thanks to rap music being turned into gangster music.
Yeah, and they chose to attack. I'm sorry, I got to cut you off, Shigil. They chose to attack black people because the truth is, if I say Japanese culture to you, you're going to think of a dragon festival and people with colorful and chopsticks in their hair. You're not going to think of the fucking psychotic. What are they called? The those ones they make those gangsters. You don't think about those gangsters with the full body tattoos. Why doesn't that jump into your mind? So we've actually, on a subconscious level, been indoctrinated to see the worst side of black culture. We don't talk about these gangsters when we think about Japanese. We think about the Japanese culture. We do think about these gangsters in the black culture, but we don't talk about all the beauty that came out of the black culture. So it does seem like there's some sort of what's up?
Especially before the time of the so-called gangster culture.
Mm-hmm.
Because when most people think of black gangster culture, they can only go back a few decades.
Mm-hmm.
They can't even go further than that because they don't even know enough black history to go further than that. I always try to tell people, prior to America at all, prior to the American slave system or anything along those lines, what were black people doing around the world? And no one knows the answer because they don't study that. I go, if you can answer me that question, you could then tell me real black culture. modern black people, for the most part themselves, don't have a culture. Their culture has been given to them by the system they exist within.
Yeah,
The
created
things
for
they
them.
did try to create were destroyed in the 70s and 80s and replaced with gangs and things like this. Like, people forget that the Black Panthers, a lot of gangs, like the Bloods, the Crips, they came out of Black Panthers and neighborhood groups that were destroyed by the FBI on purpose. It's called COINTELPRO. Anyone can look it up and go learn how the FBI purposely destroyed black culture in the United States of America in order to put them into ghettos to create gangs and then flood those areas. The areas that they created were called food deserts and economic deserts. And then they flooded them with drugs and guns and had FBI agents all through, including CIA, all throughout these areas, infiltrating these organizational structures, causing them to have beefs with each other that they shouldn't even have. He said, she said, one guy whispers here, one guy whispers there, now they're introducing money and guns into the equation, and you know what that equals, warfare on some level or another between prideful men who have been manipulated by outside forces. This is what special operations do this every day. Before they went into Afghanistan, they would send people in to infiltrate certain groups and have those groups fighting each other before they ever even get there. It's called divide and conquer. So if people really study COINTELPRO, they can understand how the so-called black culture of today was developed by non-black people and then fed to them. And if they just look at modern white kids who live in the suburbs, but swear to God, they're Bloods, Crips, and whatever else you can think of, I think it's even more clear how they push the culture upon the youth. Because when you see black kids doing it in a black neighborhood, it's like, well, that's just who they are. But then when you go to the suburbs with a white kid who grew up with a good middle-class family, and yet he wants to sell drugs and shoot guns, because he's watching.
But you're talking about Shingo. You're still. I didn't see them do that with Cuban culture. I didn't see them do that with Spanish culture. I didn't see them do that with Chinese or Japanese culture. But they did do that with. So what do you think what's going on there? Do you think that is actually like a real? I mean, there's got to be somebody, right? There's got to be some dude somewhere that's powerful, or a group of people that really just fucking hates black people.
Yes, but it's not even so much hate. It's more control. So if you go back to the 1880s, after slavery was over in this country, they had what they called the Negro problem. They had, at that time, I think there was a higher population or close to higher population of blacks who are now freed slaves than there was even whites, let alone everyone else. So they had what they called the Negro problem. There's entire books on it. And they said, what are we going to do with all these Negroes? So they had to find another way to maintain control, and they've been doing it ever since. They never stopped. They don't stop. These people don't just stop. Controllers control. It's what they do. Psychopaths, elites, they do psychopath elite shit. So they said, all right, well, we have to, one, make sure these slaves' labor is maintained for our benefit, and two, that they don't basically break off and make their own fucking country. And we also need to make sure that they remain subservient long enough to beg to be part of our system. So they created the Jim Crow laws and all the different fucking things we could possibly name throughout the country, where they had to maintain control of these people. If you go throughout the early 1900s, they were burning down entire black towns. If black folks got a little too uppity, a little too rich somewhere. The most popular example, I think, is Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1921, somewhere around there, where they called it Black Wall Street and they burnt it to the ground.
Yeah. Well, dude, but China gets powerful and prosperous, and the U.S. government goes over there and sucks their dicks for them. So, but blacks get powerful and prosperous, and they burn them down. And do you understand what I'm saying? It almost seems like there's some special hatred for black people here in this realm. I don't know. I've always sort of seen it, especially when I was young, and I'd see how people would treat me different than my black friends and this and that. But I've always sort of seen it, but I thought it was deeper than that. I thought it, honestly, I mean, for a long time, I thought, now something happened in history that we don't know about, that these fucking weirdos that are in power now just really hate black people about it. I mean, I don't know, maybe black people were super conscious, or maybe they were like the original tribe that got taken over by them or something. seen it, but I thought it was deeper than I thought it. Honestly, I mean, for a long time, I thought, now something happened in history that we don't know about, that these fucking weirdos that are in power now just really hate black people about it. I mean, I don't know, maybe black people were super conscious, or maybe they were like the original tribe that got taken over by them or something. I don't know. I just thought it was deeper than that, but.
So I would say when it comes to that, when it comes to getting deeper into like what black people are, how melanin works and neuromelanin and consciousness and things along these lines, as I said before, black folks were basically at the top of the tower of people on planet Earth for the longest time. What they like to call prehistory is just black history. It's just history of black people they want to act like did nothing. They'll say aliens did it, these people did it. They'll give it to anyone. Like, so in order to do that, they just act like, oh, we call this prehistory. They'll tell you right now, I will say history goes older than they say, but they'll say humans have been anatomically correct humans for about 200,000 years. But history didn't start until about 6,000 years ago.
That's a little weird.
That openly admit seems like it just popped up one day. Like, there was no Egypt, and then there was. There was no Sumer, and then there was. There was no pyramids, and then they're just there. They were like, and I'm like, no, that's because people built them a long time ago, and you're hiding a lot of history. And if they started telling, especially during the time when they're doing this, 14, 15, 16, 17, 1800s, all the way through up to like the mid-1900s, when science itself, their own techniques and their own tools began to get too advanced to continue telling certain lies. So if we go back to, say, the 1700s, every single tribe on Earth that ever built anything that was supposedly where white people were not was called a lost white tribe. Some people still believe that to this very day because they don't know where it came from. Because they're burying the history of the same people that they were calling monkeys so they could enslave them. You can't call them monkeys if you're going to denote pyramids to them. And a lot of people will say, oh, well, those great pyramids in Egypt were built by aliens. All right, what about the hundreds in Nubia? What about the hundreds of pyramids around the world that, in my opinion, the only evidence of anyone being there to craft them during that time is humans? We can make any types of theories we want, but how much evidence do you have to support that those beings that you would say did that thing were even there compared to the humans you can guarantee were?
Dude.
The problem is, in every one of those cases, those humans are black. And they were trying to enslave those humans. You can't denote that type of credit to them and then expect your people to see themselves as better than them, above them, they're less than human, etc. So you have to create all this false history just to get people to behave in a manner that is good for your system. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So, all right, Shangel, this is going to take a minute, but I'm going to explain this to you, dude. I know this is going to sound weird, but here's what I think might have happened. So there was, because one of the things that racists would say about blacks was, oh, you know, they're monkeys. They swing from trees. They're up in the trees. Okay, so back in the day, there were these ancient, gigantic fucking trees that would go up like miles into the air. And I think that a black human, based on their physical traits, is more likely to have been in the trees. And what do I mean is closer to the sun, less oxygen, needing to be more athletic, literally. So here's what I think happened. And I'm saying this as a Greek man. I'm about as white as you can get. Here's what I think happened, guys. I think that it was almost like Avatar world before. It was like living in unison with nature, and there were these gigantic trees. And so what black culture really was to pillage higher up into the trees. And they literally, what we called evolution, is what happened to them. The closer you get to the sun, I don't think the sun's 93 million miles away. I think it's local. And I think that the trees literally reached into the sun. And I don't think that the sun would burn you if you stood in it. It would be warm, but it wouldn't burn you. And I think that they would actually scale these trees and literally voyage up the trees and live in the trees and scale the trees because, well, if you were closer to the sun, you'd be a lot darker. If you were higher up in the air, your nostrils would be a lot bigger because you would need bigger nostrils to breathe in more oxygen because there's less oxygen in the air. You would have to be extremely athletic. I hate to say it, but black people sort of do dominate athletics. And then the white folks, this is where we came in. We were like, man, fuck these bitch ass motherfuckers, bro. And we came in with machine guns and we're like, yo, chop that shit down. We started shooting at them and shit. And they were all peaceful and harmonic and living in the sun and spiritual. And they would connect to the sun and be like gods in this reality. And we got super jealous and we're like, fuck that. Even their fucking dicks are bigger. And we fucking chopped their fucking trees down and we set everything on fire, bro. And now they hate blacks because they knew they were the more spiritual ones, bro. Maybe that's what happened.
I will say, I do believe something along those lines did occur. I don't know if I would say it's that exact theory, but generally when it comes to the big trees and things like this, I do agree that there was some giant trees and people were living in them. And most, if not all, have been cut down. Maybe there's some on some island somewhere that we don't know about. But also, what people tend to forget, or just not know in general, is that right now, we are still in an ice age. There should be no northern or southern polar ice caps. This is a tropical planet. The equatorial zone is normally much larger than it is right now.
Yeah, we're in a damaged realm.
We are literally on a damaged planet that's still trying to heal itself. And we say heal or damage, but generally it's just in a different cycle at the moment. It's colder than it's supposed to be. We get less sunlight than we're supposed to get. And we have ice caps and everything. Like the equatorial zone has been shrunk.
Wait, so are you saying we're in? Okay, so Shingo, I got to ask you just this real quick question, if you could. Do you think that the Earth is like a globe, a flat plane? What do you think's going on here, physically?
So I can make 40 different arguments and provide this for all of them, but based upon my own personal experiences, when it comes to the astral and things along those lines, I would have to say that it is a globe. I would have to argue it. I could, whether it's based on math, science, personal experience. Now, of course, I could always step out much larger.
Black people sort of do dominate athletics. And then the white folks, this is where we came in. We were like, the sun would burn you if you stood in it. It would be warm, but it wouldn't burn you. And I think that they would actually scale these trees and literally voyage up the trees and live in the trees and scale the trees because, well, if you were closer to the sun, you'd be a lot darker. If you were higher up in the air, your nostrils would be a lot bigger because you would need bigger nostrils to breathe in more oxygen because there's less oxygen in the air. You would have to be extremely athletic. I hate to say it, but black people sort of do dominate athletics. And then the white folks, this is where we came in. We were like, man, fuck these bitch ass motherfuckers, bro. And we came in with machine guns and we're like, yo, chop that shit down. We started shooting at them and shit. And they were all peaceful and harmonic and living in the sun and spiritual. And they would connect to the sun and be like gods in this reality. And we got super jealous and we're like, fuck that. Even their fucking dicks are bigger. And we fucking chopped their fucking trees down. And we set everything on fire, bro. And now they hate blacks because they knew they were the more spiritual ones, bro. Maybe that's what happened.
I will say, I do believe.
He's a loser. I think Chrissy has a tiny dick. He's jealous of black people because Chrissy has a tiny one. He's a loser. He's got white guilt and he's afraid of black people. His theory's stupid. It's Chrissy's evolution theory. I think I'm going to end the stream, though. There doesn't seem to be a lot of people here tuned in, and I'm starting to get sleepy. So I might just end the stream here. Oh, man. Oh, look at this. 50-50. Only 4 people voted. Imagine the idiots here that think black people are oppressed. What dummies. What dummies tuned in. They'd have to be stupid. All right. I'm going to end this right here. Right about here. I think you should watch these videos here. You know, there's a whole bunch of videos on my channel and on the Sanity Machine. There's a whole bunch of videos here that you can watch. Look at that. There's more than just live streams, if you can imagine. Look at that.
I want to stay like super deep on our perspectives and sit in the zone and not kind of like that. I don't want to get shallow with it. And what I'm saying is like, I see where you're going with it, but then the conversation won't go anywhere if we start asking.
Where he's going to super deep. He wants to stay super deep. Good night, wherever you are, everyone. Good night. Good night to you. Mad love and strength to all good spirits here. Mad love and strength to all good spirits here. I'll play some music on the way out. I hope that you have a beautiful night and a great weekend. It's almost the weekend. And I will see you again soon. Take care, mad love and strength to all good spirits. To all good spirits. I'll see you soon. Bye for now.
Things are nice in the afterlife. Everything looks so clear and bright. We all become ghosts after we die. Every ghost is the same color white. Everyone of it is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. So I was expecting some redneck shit. I thought all whites were supremacists. But all I see is white excellence. You should never feel white guilt for it. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is a fucking great. There's no more crime and no more fights. I like it here in the afterlife. But if I ever get sent back, I pray I don't come back black. Oh shit! We are all sisters and brothers, but ghosts only come in one color. Now that I'm white, I have to admit, being white is the fucking shit. Everyone I be is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
play along. Nigga, I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright, when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah. I don't care if you get your feelings hurt. Your reaction to the word is worse. I'm just trying to watch my son play tag. Now please step away from my bag, nigga. I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright, but when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah. I yell the N-word every time I get robbed. Don't blame me, that's what they like to be called.